The Long Divide, Book 3 of the Divided Collapse series, by B.R. PAULSON. The Long Divide. The road north was supposed to lead to safety, but some families don't survive the journey, even when they survive everything else. The Morgan family has made it further than most. Through checkpoints and militias, starvation and soldiers, they've held together when the world tore itself apart. But now, hiding in an abandoned mine with military patrols closing in, 17-year-old Anneliese Morgan faces the hardest truth of all. Love isn't always enough. Her mother is dying. Her stepfather's heart is failing. And her brother Caleb, the leader she's always trusted, is falling apart when they need him most. When the unthinkable happens and the family fractures beyond repair, Annie must choose. Cling to the broken pieces of who they used to be, or become someone strong enough to survive what comes next, even if it means walking away from the people she loves most. The Long Divide is a devastating story of survival, sacrifice, and the brutal mathematics of choosing who lives and who doesn't. Raw, unflinching, and heartbreaking for fans of The Last of Us, The Road, and Station 11. Some bonds can't be broken. Others shatter when you need them most. Prologue. The Escape Resolution. Wyoming Mountains, continuation of After the Fall ending. The concrete above their heads felt like a coffin lid. Caleb kept the engine off, hands still gripping the steering wheel as helicopters thundered overhead in search patterns that spoke of military precision and unlimited resources. 3 aircraft, maybe 4. Their rotor wash, creating dust devils in the morning air while ground units coordinated on frequencies that painted a picture of a net closing around them. Under the highway overpass, crammed into the shadow of the bridge like insects hiding from the light, 6 people held their breath and waited for discovery. The radio in the truck's cab crackled with constant chatter. Units being vectored to their location, federal and militia forces coordinating in ways that should have been impossible, all focused on one family that had dared to run rather than submit to whatever new order was emerging from the ashes of the old world. Annie sat rigid in the passenger seat, her hands clenched in her lap as her eyes tracked the movement of helicopters through the gap between the overpass and the road. In the back seat, Evie held Mom's hand while David tried to make himself smaller, as if willpower alone could render him invisible. Behind them in the truck bed, Dax lay flat against the metal, using the cab to shield himself from aerial observation. They'd made it this far. Hundreds of miles of back roads and close calls, the slow dissolution of everything they'd once called normal trailing behind them like smoke. Frank's homestead in northern Idaho waited somewhere beyond these mountains, the promise of safety and solid ground calling them forward through the wilderness. But promises didn't stop bullets, and safety was just another word for the thing that disappeared the moment you needed it most. "We can't stay here," David whispered as another helicopter banked overhead, its searchlight sweeping the road in broad daylight arcs that seemed more for show than necessity. "And we can't outrun air support," Mom added, her voice tight with barely controlled panic. Caleb looked at his family, at Evie, who'd lost everything but kept helping others, at Dax, who was risking his life to guide them through territory he'd once called home, at Annie, whose eyes held determination, despite the fear, at his mother and David, who'd trusted him to lead them to safety when safety was a luxury none of them could afford. The radio crackled again. "Ground units in position. Target vehicle located under overpass. Grid reference 77 Charlie. Recommend containment protocols." "Negative on containment," came the reply. "Orders are pursue and apprehend. Use of force authorized if subjects resist." Annie gripped the edge of her seat, knuckles white with tension. In the rearview mirror, Caleb could see Dax tensing, his body language shifting from concealment to preparation. They all understood what use of force authorized meant in a world where refugees were being processed rather than protected. "There." Dax pointed toward the northern edge of the overpass where the road curved into heavy timber. "See that creek bed? It runs parallel to the highway for maybe 2 miles, If we can reach the tree line. They'll see us the moment we move, David protested. They'll see us eventually anyway. Caleb was already calculating distances, timing, the thin margin between escape and capture. At least in the forest, helicopters can't track us through the canopy. A new voice came over the radio. Air support reports no movement from target vehicle. Possible abandonment. Ground teams move to visual confirmation. Through the gap at the end of the overpass, Caleb could see military vehicles approaching from both directions. Humvees and what looked like armored personnel carriers, moving with the methodical precision of troops who'd done this before. They had maybe 3 minutes before those vehicles reached the bridge. We go north, he said firmly, his voice carrying the authority that had gotten them this far. Whatever's waiting for us, whatever they have planned, we go through it. Everyone grab what you can carry. Water, food, weapons. Nothing else matters. They worked with desperate efficiency, their few days on the road having already taught them to move fast when seconds counted, stuffing supplies into whatever packs they could find. Dax secured the ammunition and took the medical kit. Evie grabbed their water reserves. David helped Mom gather her personal items, while Caleb pulled their emergency cache from its hiding spot behind the dashboard and checked the map one last time, memorizing the route, north toward whatever sanctuary Frank's homestead might offer. Stay low, move fast, Dax instructed as they prepared to abandon the truck that had carried them hundreds of miles. Single file, me leading. Don't look back. Don't stop for anything. Once we hit the trees, they lose their advantage. The helicopters were circling back, their search pattern tightening. Ground units were closing from both ends of the overpass. In 30 seconds, maybe less, soldiers would have visual confirmation of their position. Now, Caleb ordered. They rolled out of the truck like a desperate family learning to survive together, each person knowing their role through necessity rather than practice. Their few days on the road had taught them to trust each other's judgment when seconds mattered more than certainty. Dax led them toward the creek bed at a dead run, using the overpass structure to shield them from aerial observation for as long as possible. Behind them, Caleb could hear shouts as ground units spotted their movement, but the soldiers were still too far away for accurate fire. The creek bed was maybe 30 yards of open ground, 30 yards where they'd be visible to every aircraft and ground unit converging on their position. 30 yards that might as well have been 30 miles. Go, 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 Dax shouted, and they sprinted across the gap like their lives depended on it. Which they did. The first shots came from the helicopters, door gunners firing warning shots that chewed up asphalt and sent rock fragments flying. Then the ground units opened up, assault rifles cracking in the mountain air as Annie pulled her mother down into the creek bed's protective cover. They scrambled toward the forest, boots slipping on loose gravel and patches of fallen branches and weeds, while gunfire echoed off the canyon walls behind them. Every yard was a victory, every heartbeat another chance at survival. The tree line loomed ahead, thick pine and fir that would make aerial tracking nearly impossible. 20 yards. 15. 10. A helicopter roared overhead, so low that its rotor wash sent dirt and debris swirling through the air. The door gunner was trying for a clear shot, but they were moving too fast, staying too low, using every scrap of cover the terrain offered. 5 yards to the trees. Then they were under the canopy, green shadows closing over them like a protective embrace. The helicopter sounds grew muffled, confused, as the aircraft tried to track movement through forest too thick for their instruments to penetrate. They kept running, following game trails that wound between towering pines. Behind them, the radio chatter faded into static, replaced by the whisper of wind through branches and the steady rhythm of their own breathing. It sounded like freedom. It sounded like the beginning of something that might be survival, if they were strong enough to earn it. They'd abandoned everything that couldn't be carried, left their last connection to the old world cooling in the shadow of a bridge. But they were still together, still moving, still choosing their own path through wilderness that didn't care about politics or militias or the slow dissolution of the country in the valleys below. All the mountains cared about was whether you were strong enough to survive them. Caleb adjusted his pack and followed Dax deeper into the timber, trying not to think about how many miles lay between them and safety, trying not to calculate how long their supplies would last, trying not to wonder if this was the moment their luck finally ran out. But he kept walking anyway, because the alternative was giving up, and he wasn't ready for that. Not yet. Maybe not ever. The sound of helicopters faded behind them as they climbed higher into the wilderness, and for the first time in months, the only thing he could hear was his family's breathing and the ancient silence of the mountains. They were on foot now, in hostile territory, with winter still clinging to the high country like a promise of hard choices ahead, but they were alive and they were free. 1. Annie, Wyoming backcountry, 2 days after abandoning the truck. The silence after gunfire is worse than the gunfire itself. Annie had learned that lesson 2 days ago when they'd sprinted from the overpass into the forest, leaving behind everything that couldn't be carried on their backs. Now, picking her way through deadfall and underbrush that seemed designed to catch ankles and tear clothing, she found herself missing the honest clarity of bullets splitting the air. At least when people were shooting at you, you knew exactly where you stood. This quiet felt different, heavier, like the mountains themselves were holding their breath, waiting to see which of them would break first. She paused at the edge of a small clearing, automatically scanning the tree line for movement while the others caught up. Mom emerged from the pines first, her face flushed with exhaustion and something that might have been defeat. David stayed close beside her, one hand hovering near her elbow in case she stumbled, but Annie could see the strain in his shoulders, the way his breathing came too quick for someone who should be in better shape. They'd been hiking for 18 hours with only brief stops to rest, cross-country through terrain that had no interest in accommodating human passage, following game trails that led nowhere useful, and scrambling over rocky outcrops that left their hands bloody and their boots torn. Evie appeared next, moving with the quiet competence she brought to everything now. Her first aid kit secured across her chest like armor. Behind her, Caleb kept his head on a swivel, rifle held at the ready, trying to be everywhere at once. The weight of keeping them all alive had carved new lines around his eyes, made him older in ways that had nothing to do with the passage of time. Dax brought up the rear, as always. Silent as smoke and twice as difficult to pin down, he moved through the forest like he'd been born to it. Which Annie was beginning to suspect. Maybe he had been. "How much farther?" Mom asked, her voice carrying the thin edge of someone trying not to complain. Caleb pulled out the map they'd been guarding like a sacred text, the waterproof case already showing where from constant handling. "Maybe 8 miles to the next ridgeline. If we can get over that, we'll have better options for crossing the valley." 8 miles. Annie watched her mother's face process that information, saw the moment when hope flickered and nearly died. 2 days ago, 8 miles would have been an easy afternoon drive. Now it might as well have been 800. "We can do it," David said, but his voice carried the false brightness of someone trying to convince himself as much as anyone else. "Just need to pace ourselves." That's when Dax appeared beside Annie, moving with the unsettling quietness that made her skin crawl and her pulse quicken in equal measure. He didn't speak, just pointed back the way they'd come with 2 fingers, then held up 6 more. 6 hours. That's how far behind their pursuers were. Annie felt something cold settle in her stomach. 6 hours was too close. Way too close. At the pace they were managing, the pace Mom and David could manage, 6 hours might as well have been 6 minutes. She looked at her family. Really looked at them. Mom, whose idea of exercise had been gardening and occasional walks around the neighborhood. David, who spent his days behind a computer screen and his evenings on the couch. Both of them trying their best, but their best wasn't going to be enough. Not out here, where the margin for error had shrunk to nothing, and every choice carried the weight of life or death. The thought that followed was so ugly she tried to push it away. But it came anyway, cold and clinical and horrible in its clarity. Not everyone was going to make it. Some part of her, The part that had been growing stronger since they'd left Missouri. The part that calculated odds and weighed options without flinching was already running numbers. How fast could they move without the weakest members of the group? How much farther could they go if they weren't constantly waiting for people to catch up? How much better would their chances be if... The rest of the thought made her sick. Who was she to even think such things? These weren't strangers or burdens. This was her mother. The woman who'd bandaged her scraped knees and stayed up all night when she had fever. The woman who'd worried every day Caleb was gone, who'd packed their favorite foods for this journey even when space was precious. And David, who'd stepped into their lives and loved them like his own, who taught her to drive stick shift and helped her with algebra homework and never once made her feel like she was anything less than his daughter. What kind of person had she become that she could look at them, exhausted, struggling, but still trying, and see them as liabilities instead of family? What kind of monster was growing inside her chest, feeding on desperation and fear? She hated herself for the calculations, hated that her mind could switch so easily from love to logistics, from daughter to strategist. But she couldn't turn it off, couldn't stop the part of her that whispered cold truths about survival and sacrifice. Mom's cough interrupted her spiral of self-loathing. It started small, just a clearing of the throat, but quickly became something harsher, more persistent. Mom? Annie moved closer, genuine concern replacing her ugly thoughts. You okay? Fine, Mom said, waving her off even as another cough shook her shoulders. Just dry air up here. I'm fine. But she wasn't fine. Annie could hear it in the way the cough caught, could see it in the flush that had nothing to do with exertion. How long had Mom been fighting this? How long had she been hiding it so they wouldn't worry? Annie. Caleb's voice cut through her thoughts like a blade. You okay? She realized she'd been staring at Mom and David for too long, her face probably showing more than she'd intended. Fine. Just tired. But Caleb knew her too well, could read the thoughts she tried to keep hidden. She saw understanding flicker in his eyes, followed immediately by something that might have been disappointment, or maybe just exhaustion that matched her own. We keep moving, he said quietly. Together. The word carried weight, emphasis, a reminder and a promise and a warning all wrapped into 2 syllables. Together meant all of them. It meant the strong carried the weak, the fast waited for the slow, the young protected the old. It meant they made choices based on love instead of logic, even when logic offered better odds of survival. Annie nodded, hating herself for the part of her that wanted to argue. Together. But as they shouldered their packs and headed deeper into the Wyoming wilderness, she couldn't shake the feeling that together might be a luxury they couldn't afford much longer. The mountains didn't care about family bonds or moral obligations. They only cared about who was strong enough to survive them. And strength, Annie was learning, sometimes meant making choices that would haunt you for whatever life you had left. She pushed the thought away and followed her family into the trees, trying not to calculate how many miles lay between them and safety. Trying not to wonder if 6 hours was enough time to make the kinds of decisions no one should ever have to make. But the numbers followed her anyway, cold and merciless as the mountain air. 6 hours, 8 miles, 5 people who might not all see another sunrise. The silence after gunfire was worse than the gunfire itself, but the silence before impossible choices was worse than both. Serchundak 2. Caleb. Wyoming backcountry, same morning. 2 days of food left, maybe 3 if they rationed carefully, ate just enough to keep walking, but not enough to maintain strength. Caleb did the math again as he inventoried their supplies, hoping the numbers would change if he calculated them differently. They didn't. 4 energy bars, 6 packets of trail mix, 2 cans of soup they'd been saving for emergencies, though he wasn't sure what qualified as more of an emergency than this. A handful of crackers already going stale in the mountain air. Water for maybe another day and a half, assuming they could find a stream before then. Not nearly enough. Not for 5 people trying to cross hostile territory on foot, dodging patrols and sleeping cold in whatever shelter they could find. He zipped the pack closed and shouldered it again, trying to keep the despair out of his expression. Mom was watching him with the kind of careful attention she'd perfected during his teenage years, reading his face for signs of trouble she might need to worry about. "Everything okay?" she asked, though her voice carried the hoarseness of someone fighting off more than exhaustion. "We're good," he lied smoothly, just taking inventory. Behind her, Evie caught his eye, and he saw his own concerns reflected there. She'd been helping Mom more and more, steadying her when the terrain got rough, carrying part of her pack when she thought no one was looking. Small gestures of support that spoke to the kind of person Evie was, but also to the reality of their situation. Mom was struggling, had been struggling since they'd left the truck, though she'd hidden it well at first. Now, after 2 days of hiking through country that challenged even Dax's wilderness skills, the cracks were showing. David wasn't much better. He stayed close to Mom, offering encouragement and physical support, but Caleb could see the strain in his movements, the way his breathing came heavy even on level ground. Good people, both of them. People who'd stepped up when it mattered, who'd trusted him to lead them to safety. People who were going to get them all killed if he couldn't find a way to move faster. The thought came with a stab of guilt that felt like physical pain. These weren't strangers or obstacles. This was his family. The woman who'd raised him, who'd worried every night he was gone, learning to be someone hard enough to protect them. The man who'd married into their chaos and loved them anyway, who'd never once made Caleb feel like an outsider coming home. But love didn't change tactical reality. 6 hours behind them, maybe less now, armed men were following their trail with resources and training that made their own desperate flight look pathetic. Men who wouldn't hesitate to shoot first and sort bodies later. Every minute they delayed, every rest stop they took, every time they waited for someone to catch their breath. It all narrowed the gap between them and capture. Or worse. "We need to pick up the pace," he said quietly, hating himself for the words, even as he spoke them. "Caleb." Annie's voice carried a warning. She'd moved up beside him while he was lost in calculations, and she was looking at him with an expression he recognized from their childhood, the look she got when she thought he was about to do something stupid. "They're doing their best," she continued, quiet enough that Mom and David couldn't hear. "Pushing harder isn't going to help if it breaks them. And going slower definitely won't help when that patrol catches up." He kept his voice level, but something in his tone made Annie flinch. "You want to explain to Mom why armed men are pointing guns at her?" "Because I don't." "Is this so—" Annie's face went pale, but she didn't back down. "So what's your solution? Leave them behind?" The words hung between them like an accusation. Because yes, part of him, the cold, calculating part that Frank had trained into him during those long months in Idaho, had considered exactly that. Not abandoning them, but finding somewhere defensible where they could wait while he and the others went ahead to scout routes, find supplies, maybe even circle back with help. It made tactical sense. It improved everyone's odds of survival. It was also unthinkable. "We stay together," he said firmly, the same words he'd spoken at the overpass. "All of us." But even as he said it, his mind drifted to what they'd left behind. The truck, sitting perfectly functional under that overpass. No mechanical problems, plenty of fuel, comfortable seats and protection from the weather. They'd abandon it because staying meant capture. But now, how much faster would they be moving with 4 wheels instead of tired feet? How much ground could they have covered by now? Taking logging roads that didn't appear on official maps, winding higher into country, where helicopters struggled with altitude and patrols rarely ventured. The trade-off gnawed at him. Safety from immediate capture versus the grinding certainty of exposure and exhaustion. They'd chosen correctly in the moment, but every aching step made him wonder if they'd traded one kind of death for another, including, it seemed, any realistic chance of outrunning pursuit. "Caleb?" Evie's voice pulled him back to the present. She was looking at him with the kind of gentle concern she'd perfected, the expression that reminded him why he'd fallen for her in the first place. "Where'd you go?" Nowhere good. He forced a smile, trying to push away the weight of leadership that seemed to grow heavier with every decision. Just thinking through our options. And? And we keep walking. He adjusted his pack straps and checked his rifle one more time. North, toward the ridge. Together. But as they set out again, Mom's cough echoing through the trees and David's labored breathing marking time like a countdown, Caleb couldn't shake the feeling that together might be a promise he couldn't keep. Every decision could kill them, but not deciding definitely would. The mathematics of survival were brutal in their simplicity, and getting more brutal with every mile, they walked deeper into country that didn't care about family bonds or good intentions. He just had to figure out how to beat those odds before they ran out of time, before the choices became too hard to live with, one way or the other. September 3. Sarah Chen. Eastern Colorado, same morning. The last vial of insulin looked smaller than Sarah Chen had remembered. She held it up to the morning light streaming through their boarded kitchen window, watching the clear liquid catch the sun like liquid hope. 30 units, maybe 40, if she drew carefully and didn't waste a drop. Enough for 3 days if Tommy's blood sugar stayed stable. Less if the stress of their situation sent his levels spiraling again. 3 days. Maybe less. After that, her 16-year-old son would start the slow slide into diabetic ketoacidosis. First the nausea and vomiting, then the confusion and difficulty breathing, then the coma that would take him from her one shallow breath at a time. "We have to go in," she said for the third time that morning, her voice barely above a whisper. "We have to surrender to one of those processing centers." Her husband, Marcus, looked up from where he sat cleaning his hunting rifle at their kitchen table, the same table where Tommy had done homework just 2 weeks ago, back when homework mattered and the future existed beyond the next insulin. Injection. Sarah. Marcus's voice carried the patient tone of someone who'd already made up his mind. "You know what those places are. You've heard the radio broadcasts." She had heard them. Fragments of reports that painted pictures of overcrowded facilities and bureaucratic nightmares. Families separated for processing efficiency. Medical care rationed based on some unclear criteria that nobody seemed able to explain over the static-filled radio broadcasts. But they also spoke of supplies. Medicine. Doctors who could keep her son alive longer than 3 days. "They have insulin," she said, hating how desperate she sounded. "The emergency broadcast said they're providing essential medications." The emergency broadcasts also said this would all be over in 72 hours. Marcus clicked the rifle's action, checking the chamber for the 100th time. That was over a week ago. Through the thin walls of their ranch house, she could hear Tommy's labored breathing from the living room, where they'd set up a makeshift bed. His blood sugar had been high all night, his body trying to cope with the stress of a world that had stopped making sense. The testing strips were running low, too, another countdown clock ticking toward a deadline she couldn't face. "He's getting worse," she said, though they both knew it. "The ketones in his urine, the way he's breathing. Marcus, we're watching our son die by degrees. And if we walk into one of those camps, we might be watching him die faster." Marcus set the rifle aside and reached for her hands. His fingers were rough from years of construction work, calloused and strong, but they trembled slightly as they covered hers. "You know I don't trust this whole thing. The timing, the coordination, the way local law enforcement just stepped aside when the feds started setting up these facilities." His voice dropped to a whisper. "This isn't random chaos, Sarah. Someone planned this." She wanted to argue, wanted to tell him he was seeing conspiracies where there was only incompetence and bad luck. But part of her, the part that had grown up listening to her grandmother's stories about government promises and bureaucratic lies, wondered if Marcus might be right. She had. Late-night conversations about arbitrary rationing and political loyalty tests, about how quickly civilized people could become something else when resources grew scarce and fear took hold. But those were stories from another country, another time, another world. This was America. This was Colorado. This was her son, slowly dying while she clutched the last vial of medicine that could save him. "What's our alternative?" she asked. "Hide here until he dies? Watch him slip away because we're too proud to ask for help. We're not hiding. We're surviving." Marcus stood and walked to the window, peering through a gap in the plywood they'd nailed over the glass. "And maybe help is coming. Maybe the federal government gets control again. Maybe the supply chains start working. Maybe isn't good enough." Sarah's voice cracked on the words. "Maybe won't keep our son alive." From the living room came the sound of Tommy stirring, followed by the dry heaving that had become too familiar. Sarah moved toward the sound, but Marcus caught her arm. "If we go to one of those centers," he said quietly, "we lose all control. They decide if he gets medicine, when he gets it, how much. They decide if we stay together as a family or get separated for administrative efficiency. They decide if we're valuable enough to keep alive. At least it would be a decision made by people with medicine." "People with power over that medicine," Marcus corrected. "There's a difference." The sound of an engine in their driveway cut through their argument like a blade. Both of them froze, Marcus's hand moving instinctively to his rifle while Sarah peered through the gap in the window boards. A beat-up sedan sat in their gravel drive, engine running. She could see a figure behind the wheel, but the morning sun made it impossible to make out details. "Tommy," Marcus called softly toward the living room. "Stay quiet." They waited. The engine continued to idle, but nobody got out of the car. Sarah's heart hammered against her ribs as she tried to make sense of what she was seeing. Neighbors checking on them? Officials from one of the processing centers? Or something worse? The car door opened and a man stepped out. Sarah recognized him immediately. Bill Garrett from 3 houses down. She'd seen him at community meetings, arguing against federal oversight and government dependency. He'd seemed reasonable then, even if she didn't agree with his politics. Now he looked desperate, hollow-eyed and thin, wearing clothes that hadn't been washed in days. He approached their front door with the purposeful stride of someone who'd made up his mind about something unpleasant. The knock, when it came, was loud and insistent. "Marcus! Sarah, I know you're in there. I need to talk." Marcus motioned for silence, but Bill's voice carried the edge of someone past caring about social niceties. "My wife is sick. Real sick. Pneumonia, I think, but it's getting worse. I need to get her to a hospital, but my truck's almost out of gas and the stations are all dry." His voice cracked. "I need to borrow your car. Just for, for a day. Maybe 2. I'll bring it back. I promise." Sarah looked at Marcus, saw her own conflict reflected in his face. They knew Bill, had shared backyard barbecues and community events. But they also knew their car was their lifeline, their only way to reach a processing center if they decided to surrender, their only way to flee if the situation got worse. "Marcus!" Bill called again, his voice gaining an edge of desperation. "Please, I can hear you in there. My wife is dying." "We can't," Marcus whispered to Sarah. "If something happens to the car." "His wife is dying?" Sarah whispered back. "So is our son." The knock came again, harder this time, angry. "I know you're in there. I saw smoke from your chimney this morning, saw movement at the windows. Don't make me do this the hard way." Marcus's grip tightened on his rifle. Through the gap in the boards, Sarah could see Bill pacing on their porch, his hands clenched into fists. This wasn't the neighbor she remembered. This was someone pushed past his breaking point, someone who'd crossed the line from asking to demanding. "Bill," Marcus called through the door, "we can't help you. We're sorry about your wife, but we can't give you the car." Can't or won't? Does it matter? The silence stretched long enough that Sarah began to hope Bill might leave. Then she heard the sound of breaking glass from the back of the house. Marcus was moving before the sound fully registered, rifle in hand, as he headed toward their bedroom, where Bill must have smashed the window they'd forgotten to board up. Sarah grabbed the insulin vial in their emergency bag. her mind racing through impossible calculations. If Bill took their car, they lost their ability to get Tommy to medical help. But if Marcus shot their neighbor, a man driven to desperation by the same forces that were destroying her own family, what did that make them? The world was eating itself alive, one desperate choice at a time. And now they were part of that terrible feast, forced to decide whether their son's life was worth more than their neighbor's wife, whether survival justified any action, any betrayal, any violence. From the bedroom came the sound of conflict, Bill cursing as he tried to climb through the window, Marcus ordering him to stop, the metallic click of a rifle's safety being released. Sarah looked toward the living room where Tommy lay fighting for breath, then toward the bedroom where two desperate fathers were about to destroy each other over resources neither of them should have to fight for. 3 days of insulin, maybe less. A car that could take them to processing centers that might save their son or might separate their family forever. A neighbor who'd become a threat because the world had stopped providing alternatives to violence. These were the choices now. These were the options that remained when civilization stopped working and desperation became the only currency that mattered. The shot, when it came, was louder than she'd expected. Sarah closed her eyes and held the vial of insulin tighter, wondering if this was how the world ended. Not with grand battles or noble causes, but with neighbors killing neighbors over car keys and medicine, while children died in the next room. When she opened her eyes, Marcus stood in the bedroom doorway, rifle still smoking, his face gray with shock at what he'd just done. Behind him, through the broken window, she could see Bill Garrett's body sprawled in their backyard, his desperate quest for salvation ended by the same fear and scarcity that had driven him to it in the first place. "Is he—" she started to ask. "Yeah." Marcus's voice was hollow. "He's dead." From the living room, Tommy called out weakly, asking what the noise had been, asking if everything was okay. Sarah looked at the insulin in her hand, at her husband who just killed a neighbor to protect their ability to maybe save their son, at the world outside their boarded windows where desperate people were making choices that would haunt whatever future remained. "Everything's fine, sweetheart," she called back, the lie tasting like ashes in her mouth. "Just a car backfiring. Go back to sleep." But nothing was fine. Nothing would ever be fine again. The world was eating itself alive, one family at a time, and they'd just taken their first real bite. Outside, Bill Garrett's wife waited for a husband who would never come home, while inside, a 16-year-old boy slowly died from a disease that had been manageable just 3 weeks ago. This was how civilization ended, not with a bang or a whimper, but with the sound of mothers lying to their children about gunshots in the backyard. Sarah held the insulin up to the light again, watching the clear liquid that represented 3 more days of hope. 3 days to decide between surrender and slow death. 3 days to figure out if saving their son was worth becoming the kind of people who shot neighbors in their own backyard. 3 days to learn that sometimes love and survival demanded the same terrible choices, and sometimes the only difference between them was which lie you told yourself afterward. For 4. EVIE. Wyoming backcountry later that morning. Mary's cough was getting worse. Evie tried to tell herself it was just the altitude, just the dry mountain air, just the stress of hiking through country that seemed designed to break human bodies down one joint and muscle at a time. But 18 months working the night shift at Pine Manor Care Center had taught her to recognize the subtle signs that separated minor irritation from something that could kill you. The way Mary's breathing hitched just slightly on the exhale, the faint wheeze that accompanied each cough, barely audible, but definitely there. The flush in her cheeks that had nothing to do with exertion and everything to do with her body trying to fight off an infection it didn't have the resources to handle. She'd seen this progression before, many times, in elderly residents whose immune systems couldn't handle the stress of a simple cold, who went from minor symptoms to pneumonia in a matter of days. Mary wasn't elderly. She was maybe 45, strong for her age. But she also hadn't slept properly in a week, hadn't eaten a full meal in 3 days, and was pushing her body beyond its limits through terrain that would challenge someone half her age. The math was brutal in its simplicity. Without rest, without proper nutrition, without the kind of medical support that existed in the world they'd left behind, Mary Morgan was sliding toward respiratory failure with the inexorable certainty of gravity. And Caleb was destroying himself trying to prevent it. Evie had been watching him for the past hour, noting the way his shoulders had gone rigid with tension, the way his jaw clenched every time his mother coughed. He was pushing the pace harder than their group could sustain, driven by the desperate need to reach some mythical destination where medical help would be waiting. She recognized the pattern. She'd seen it in family members at Pine Manor, the ones who couldn't accept that love wasn't always enough to fix what was breaking down. The ones who demanded more tests, more treatments, more hope than medicine could provide. But those families had had hospitals and doctors and insurance companies to exhaust their desperate energy against. Caleb had nothing but wilderness and the crushing weight of leadership he'd never asked for. "He's going to break," she murmured to herself, then realized she'd spoken aloud when Annie glanced back at her. "What?" "Nothing. Just thinking." But even as she said it, Evie was calculating the signs of stress she could see in Caleb's posture. The way he kept checking and rechecking their route as if perfect navigation could somehow solve the problem of bodies failing faster than hope could carry them. She'd fallen in love with him during those quiet moments back in Missouri, when the world was ending, but they'd found space to remember who they'd been before survival became their only priority. She'd seen glimpses of the boy he'd been in high school, the one who'd left quietly because he thought she deserved someone better than what he was becoming. Now she was watching him disappear into the kind of cold efficiency that kept people alive, but hollowed them out from the inside. And David wasn't much better. He tried to hide it, the way middle-aged men always did when their bodies started betraying them. But Evie had noticed the way he pressed his hand to his chest during the steeper climbs, the way his breathing became shallow and quick when the trail pitched upward. Chest pains that could be anything from muscle strain to the early warning signs of cardiac distress. In the old world, she would have insisted on an EKG, blood work, maybe a stress test to rule out coronary issues. She would have recommended rest, proper hydration, a diet rich in the nutrients his body needed to cope with physical stress. In this world, she had a first aid kit with 3 bandages, a handful of over-the-counter painkillers, and the growing certainty that good intentions weren't enough to keep people alive when their bodies started failing. When they stopped for a water break at the edge of a small meadow, Evie found herself walking over to where Caleb stood, studying the map, with the kind of desperate intensity usually reserved for religious texts. "How are you holding up?" she asked quietly, her voice carrying genuine concern mixed with professional assessment. "Fine." The lie came automatically, delivered without even looking up from the topographical lines that couldn't tell him what he really needed to know. How to keep his family alive when the world had stopped providing reasonable options. "Caleb." She touched his arm, feeling the tension in his muscles like coiled wire. "Look at me." He did finally, and she saw something in his eyes that made her stomach drop with unexpected recognition. Not just worry or determination, or the controlled fear she'd been seeing for days. This was something rawer, more desperate. The look of someone who was drowning but couldn't let go of the people he was trying to save. "She's getting worse, isn't she?" he asked quietly. "Mom." "David, too. And there's nothing I can do about it except keep walking and hope we find something that can help them before—" He didn't finish the sentence. "Before they collapse completely," Evie finished for him. "Yeah, probably." The honesty hit him like a physical blow. She could see it in the way he flinched. But he didn't argue, didn't try to find false hope in her assessment. That was one of the things she'd always loved about him, his ability to face hard truths when facing them was necessary, even when those truths were killing him. "What would you do," he asked, "if they were your parents? If you were the one making the choices?" The question carried weight that went beyond medical assessment. He was asking her to share the burden of leadership, to help carry the responsibility for decisions that could save or damn everyone they loved. It was exactly the kind of trust she'd wanted from him back in high school, when she'd watched him pull away because he thought she deserved better, than what he was becoming. Now that she had it, she understood why he'd been so reluctant to let anyone get close enough to share the weight. "I'd find the nearest medical facility and get them help," she said honestly, "even if it meant surrendering to whatever authorities are running things, even if it meant risking everyone else's freedom. And if there are no medical facilities, if everything's been abandoned or destroyed or taken over by people who'd shoot us on sight." Evie looked across the meadow to where Mary was sitting on a fallen log, David beside her with his arm around her shoulders in a gesture of protection that would have been sweet if it weren't so obviously born of desperation. They looked small against the backdrop of mountains and sky, fragile in a way that spoke to how little human will mattered when bodies started failing. "Then I'd try to make them as comfortable as possible while we kept moving," she said quietly. "And I'd hate myself for not being able to do more. I already hate myself for not being able to do more." Caleb's voice was barely above a whisper. "I spent 18 months learning how to be strong enough to protect them. And it turns out strength doesn't matter when your mother can't breathe and your stepfather's heart is giving out in country where there are no hospitals." The pain in his voice was so raw it made her want to wrap her arms around him and promise that everything would work out. But Evie had learned the difference between comfort and false hope during those long nights at Pine Manor, watching people she cared about slip away despite everyone's best efforts. Instead, she stepped closer, close enough that she could feel the warmth of his body in the cooling mountain air. "You're not responsible for fixing everything, Caleb. You're not responsible for controlling things that can't be controlled. Then what am I responsible for? For doing the best you can with what you have. For making the hard choices when they need to be made. For carrying the weight so other people don't have to." She paused, studying his face in the afternoon light. "For letting the people who love you help carry some of that weight when it gets too heavy to bear alone." Something shifted in his expression, a slight softening that suggested her words had found their target. But before he could respond, Annie called out that they were ready to keep moving, and the moment of connection fractured like glass. As they shouldered their packs and started walking again, Evie found herself staying closer to Caleb than she had been. Not close enough to be obvious, but close enough that she could see the subtle signs of strain that he tried to hide from everyone else. The way his hand drifted to his rifle when sounds came from the forest around them. The way his eyes constantly swept their surroundings, looking for threats that might or might not exist. The way he counted heads every few minutes, as if one of them might disappear if he stopped paying attention. She'd fallen in love with him because he'd been willing to leave everything behind to keep the people he cared about safe. Now she was watching that same drive slowly consume him from the inside, turning love into a kind of beautiful, terrible obsession that would destroy him as surely as any bullet. "I'm here," she said quietly as they navigated a particularly steep section of trail. Not loud enough for the others to hear, but loud enough that Caleb would know she was talking to him. "Whatever happens, however bad it gets, I'm here." He glanced at her, and for just a moment, his carefully controlled expression cracked enough to show the gratitude underneath. "I know, that helps more than you probably realize." "How are you holding up?" she asked David quietly as they navigated a particularly steep section of trail. The same question she'd asked Caleb earlier, but this time the question was casual, conversational, though she watched his face carefully for signs of distress. "Good," he lied, the same lie she'd heard from 1,000 patients who didn't want to be a burden. "Just getting used to the altitude." But his color was wrong. Too pale, with a grayish undertone that spoke of poor circulation and cardiovascular stress. When he thought no one was looking, his hand drifted to his chest again. Fingers splayed over his heart like he was trying to physically hold it together. "Any chest pain?" she pressed gently. "Shortness of breath beyond what you'd expect from the climb?" David's eyes sharpened, the look of someone who'd been caught in a lie they'd been telling themselves as much as anyone else. "Why? You see something?" Evie forced a smile, The same reassuring expression she'd perfected for anxious family members back at Pine Manor. Just checking. Better to catch these things early. But early was a luxury they couldn't afford. Even if David was having cardiac issues, even if Mary's cough progressed to full pneumonia, what was she supposed to do about it? They had no vehicle to get them to medical help, no way to communicate with emergency services, no backup plan beyond hiking deeper into wilderness that grew more hostile with every mile. Her medical training screamed at her to insist they stop, find shelter, rest until their bodies could recover from the stress they'd been enduring. Basic triage said you didn't push patients beyond their physical limits. Saring desire, dahau sakarfer, sayur sao, boffer bishar your huffer, saring chorden, lash cheer, heis over your screen sisor kicking how setter sakar slash art she. Sao shorer, siret, showing signs of systemic breakdown. But her survival instincts, honed sharp by days of running from people who wanted to capture or kill them, said something different. They said that stopping meant dying, that rest was a luxury that got you shot by the patrols hunting them, that the only medical care that mattered was staying far enough ahead of pursuit to avoid needing any medical care at all. The conflict twisted in her chest like a physical pain. Everything she'd learned about caring for people said Mary and David needed immediate intervention. Everything she'd learned about surviving this new world said intervention was a death sentence for all of them. Evie. Annie appeared beside her, moving with the cat-like grace she'd developed since they'd started this journey. Mom's cough? Is it bad? The question was asked quietly, out of earshot of the others, but Evie could hear the weight behind it. Annie had been watching too, had been running the same calculations about bodies failing and time running out. It's not good, Evie admitted, because Annie deserved honesty even when honesty was brutal. She needs rest, warm food, probably antibiotics if we could get them. David, too. I think he's having some cardiac symptoms. Annie's face went pale, but she didn't flinch from the information. How long? Before what? Before it gets bad enough that we can't keep moving. The question hung between them like a blade, because that was the real calculation, wasn't it? Not how to make Mary and David better, but how long they could function before their bodies gave out completely. Days, Evie said quietly. Maybe a week if we get lucky. But Annie, if Mary's cough turns into pneumonia, if David has a cardiac event... She didn't finish the sentence. Didn't need to. And there's nothing we can do? Evie looked around at the wilderness surrounding them, at the mountains that stretched endlessly in every direction. No hospitals, no pharmacies, no emergency rooms with IV antibiotics and cardiac monitors. Just trees and rocks and thin air and the growing certainty that loving someone wasn't enough to keep them alive when their bodies started breaking down. We keep them warm, keep them hydrated, try to minimize the physical stress as much as possible, she said, reciting the basic supportive care that was all she could offer. But Annie, without real medical intervention... I know. Annie's voice was barely a whisper. I know. They walked in silence for a while, the weight of unspoken possibilities settling between them like fog. Evie found herself cataloging symptoms with the automatic precision of someone who'd spent too many nights watching people die, despite everyone's best efforts. Mary's cough was productive now, wet and deep in a way that suggested fluid building in her lungs. Her temperature was probably elevated, though Evie had no way to measure it accurately. The flush in her cheeks, the slight confusion that came with fever, the way she stumbled occasionally on terrain that shouldn't have challenged her. David's chest pains were becoming more frequent, lasting longer each time. His lips had a faint blue tinge that spoke of poor oxygenation, and the way he favored his left arm suggested the pain was radiating in patterns consistent with cardiac distress. In a hospital, they would both be admitted for observation at minimum. Chest x-rays for Mary to rule out pneumonia. EKG and cardiac enzymes for David to assess heart function. 4 fluids, antibiotics, cardiac monitoring, oxygen support if needed. Here she had aspirin and hope was proving to be a poor substitute for actual medicine. What if we found a town? Annie asked suddenly. A small one. Maybe one that still has a doctor or a clinic. Evie wanted to encourage the optimism she heard in Annie's voice, but she'd heard too many radio broadcasts about collapsed infrastructure and abandoned medical facilities. Most of the rural clinics shut down in the first few days. Doctors evacuated to cities or got recruited by federal response teams. But maybe, Evie nodded, because maybe was all they had. But we'd need to find one that's still functional, still has supplies, still has someone with medical training who'd be willing to help refugees instead of reporting them to whatever authority is running things. You have medical training. The words hit like a physical blow. Because yes, she had training. 18 months of it, focused on basic care for elderly patients with chronic conditions. She could take blood pressure and administer medications and recognize when someone was dying. But she wasn't a doctor, wasn't a nurse practitioner, wasn't qualified to treat cardiac emergencies or respiratory failure or any of the serious conditions that Mary and David were sliding toward. I'm a nursing assistant, she said quietly. I know how to help people who are stable. I don't know how to save people who are actively dying. But even as she said it, she realized that wasn't entirely true. She'd seen enough medical emergencies at Pine Manor to recognize the signs, to know the basic interventions that might buy time. CPR, if David's heart stopped. Positioning and breathing support if Mary's lungs started failing. Basic first aid that might keep them alive long enough to reach real medical care. If real medical care still existed anywhere. Teach me, Annie said suddenly. What? Teach me what to watch for. What to do if. Annie swallowed hard. If something happens to them. If you're not there, if we get separated, I need to know how to help them. The request was practical, logical, born of the same cold calculation that had been haunting all of them since they'd started this journey. But it also carried a weight of love and determination that made Evie feel something shift inside her chest. And it reminded her, painfully, of the conversations she'd overheard between Caleb and Annie about impossible choices and family loyalty, about the growing tension between what logic demanded and what love insisted was possible. She'd been part of this family for such a short time, really. A few days of shared desperation and mutual support. But watching Annie ask to be taught how to keep her parents alive, watching the fierce protectiveness in her young face, Evie felt a fierce protectiveness of her own rise up. This wasn't just about medical training anymore. This was about belonging to something worth fighting for, even when the fight seemed hopeless. Okay, she said, though the word felt inadequate for the magnitude of what Annie was asking. But Annie, you have to understand. There's only so much we can do without proper equipment, without medications, without... I understand. Annie's voice was steady, but Evie could see the fear underneath. Just tell me what I need to know to keep them alive as long as possible. So as they walked, Evie began teaching Annie the basics of field medicine, while staying close enough to Caleb that she could monitor his emotional state as carefully as she was monitoring everyone else's physical condition. How to recognize the signs of respiratory distress. How to position someone who was having trouble breathing. What cardiac symptoms looked like. What to do if someone collapsed. But she also found herself watching the interplay between all of them. The way Caleb's protective instincts warred with tactical necessity. The way Annie was growing harder and more capable with each difficult choice. The way Dax moved through their group like smoke, present but separate, carrying his own burden of guilt and determination. They were becoming something different than what they'd been when this started. Not just a family fleeing disaster, but a unit forged by shared hardship and mutual dependence. The question was whether they'd be strong enough to survive what that transformation was costing all of them. Especially Caleb, who was burning himself out trying to be everything to everyone. It felt like teaching someone to fight a war with a slingshot. Technically possible, probably futile, but better than facing the enemy with nothing at all. Behind them, Mary's cough echoed through the trees, and David pressed his hand to his chest again as the trail pitched upward toward another ridge they'd have to cross. Ahead of them, the mountains stretched endlessly, beautiful and indifferent to human suffering. And somewhere in between, Evie tried to figure out how to keep two people alive with 18 months of nursing assistant training and a first aid kit that had been designed for scraped knees and twisted ankles. But more than that, she tried to figure out how to keep the man she loved from destroying himself in his desperate attempt to save everyone else. Because losing Mary and David to illness would be devastating. But losing Caleb to the kind of cold efficiency that survival sometimes demanded would be a different kind of death. The death of the person she'd fallen in love with, replaced by someone who could make impossible choices but couldn't live with himself afterward. The mathematics of survival were brutal in their simplicity, but love, she was learning, made you try to solve impossible equations anyway. Even when you knew the numbers didn't add up. Even when you knew that sometimes saving someone meant losing them in ways that mattered just as much as breathing. 5. DAX. Wyoming backcountry afternoon. The way Annie's jaw tightened when she looked at her mother reminded Dax of himself at 19, watching his brother cough blood into a rag while federal troops closed in on their position. He'd been part of the Mountain Patriots then, full of righteous anger and half-formed ideas about freedom and government overreach. Kyle had been 17, eager to prove himself to his older brother, following Dax into meetings where men with calloused hands and bitter eyes talked about taking their country back from people who'd never understood what it meant to work for a living. The cause had felt pure back then. Important. Worth fighting for. Right up until Kyle took shrapnel from a federal flashbang during a raid that went wrong, and Dax had to choose between staying to help his dying brother or running to save his own life. He'd run. And Kyle had died alone, choking on his own blood while Dax disappeared into the wilderness that had hidden men like him for generations. Now, watching Annie calculate the odds of her family's survival with the same cold precision he'd used that night 3 years ago, Dax felt the familiar weight of choices that couldn't be unmade settling across his shoulders like a lead blanket. She was doing the math. He could see it in the way her eyes lingered on her mother's labored breathing, in the way she watched David press his hand to his chest during the steeper climbs. How much slower were they moving because of the weak links? How much better would their chances be if they only had to worry about the people who could actually survive this journey? It was ugly thinking. The kind that ate at you afterward, made you wake up in cold sweats, wondering what kind of person you'd become when desperation took hold. But it was also survival thinking, and Dax had learned the difference between the two, the hard way. "You're watching her." Caleb's voice came from directly behind him, quiet enough that the others couldn't hear, but carrying an edge that made Dax's hand drift instinctively toward his knife. He'd been so focused on Annie that he'd let someone get close without noticing. A mistake that could get them all killed in hostile territory. "Watching who?" Dax asked, though they both knew who Caleb meant. "My sister. You've been studying her like she's a tactical problem you need to solve." Dax turned to face Caleb, taking in the protective stance, the way his hand rested near his rifle. Family loyalty was something Dax understood, even if he'd failed at it when it mattered most. Maybe because she is. "Explain that." "She's thinking like a soldier," Dax said carefully, "running calculations about who can be saved and who can't. It's good tactical thinking, but it's going to tear her apart if she's not careful." Caleb's eyes narrowed. "And you know this how?" "Because I've been where she is," Dax thought. "Because I've made those calculations and lived with the consequences. Because I recognize the look of someone trying to convince themselves that love and survival can coexist when everything around them says otherwise." "Experience," he said instead. They walked in silence for a while, the tension between them thick as mountain fog. Dax could feel Caleb's suspicion like a physical weight, the older brother's instinct to protect his family from anyone who might be a threat. It was the same instinct that had gotten Dax into this situation in the first place, the need to keep the people you cared about safe, even when safety required choices that hollowed you out from the inside. Especially then. The checkpoint, Caleb said suddenly. Back at the overpass. They recognized you. Dax had been waiting for this conversation. Dreading it, but waiting for it nonetheless. Yeah. Your past got our truck shot up, got us running through the wilderness on foot instead of driving to safety on back roads. Caleb's voice was controlled, but Dax could hear the anger underneath. My mother is coughing herself to death because of choices you made before we ever met. The accusation hit like a physical blow, partly because it was true, and partly because Dax had been telling himself the same thing for 2 days. If he hadn't been with them, if they'd never picked up a deserter with a target on his back, the Morgan family would probably be in Idaho by now. Safe, warm, with access to medical care, and the kind of security that Frank's homestead could provide. Instead, they were dying by degrees in country that didn't care about good intentions or family bonds. You're right, Dax said, the admission scraping his throat raw. It's my fault we're on foot. My fault they're hunting us with helicopters and coordinated ground teams. My past put all of you at risk. Caleb nodded, as if confirming something he'd already decided. So, what are you going to do about it? The question hung in the air between them like a challenge. Because what could he do? He couldn't bring back their truck, couldn't erase the target on his back, couldn't undo the years he'd spent with people who'd taught him that violence was the only solution to problems that words couldn't solve. But he could do what he'd failed to do for Kyle. He could make sure the people he cared about survived, even if survival meant making choices that would haunt him for whatever life he had left. I'm going to keep you alive, Dax said quietly. All of you, whatever it takes. Even if it means leaving the weak ones behind? The words were a trap, Dax realized. Caleb was testing him, trying to figure out if he was the kind of person who would abandon family when things got difficult, the kind of person who would choose tactical advantage over human decency. The kind of person Dax had been 3 years ago, when survival mattered more than anything else. No, he said firmly. We stick together. All of us. But even as he said it, he was running the numbers in his head. Mary's condition was deteriorating faster than Evie wanted to admit. David's cardiac symptoms were getting worse with every mile they climbed. At the pace they were maintaining, accounting for rest stops and the increasingly difficult terrain, they had maybe 2 days before one or both of them collapsed completely. 2 days to find medical help that probably didn't exist, in country controlled by people who wanted to capture or kill them. The mathematics were brutal in their simplicity, and getting more brutal with every labored breath Mary took. You don't believe that, Caleb observed. I can see it in your face. Dax looked ahead to where Annie was helping her mother navigate a particularly steep section of trail, her movements efficient but gentle. She was stronger than she'd been when he'd first met them, harder in ways that survival demanded. But she was also kind in ways that reminded him of his brother, back before the world had taught them both that kindness was a luxury they couldn't afford. I believe we try, Dax said. I believe we do everything we can to keep everyone together. But I also believe in being realistic about what might happen if we can't. And what's realistic? Dax watched Annie steady her mother as Mary stumbled slightly, the simple gesture carrying so much love and determination that it made his chest tight with something he'd thought he'd lost the ability to feel. She was beautiful, in the way that people were beautiful when they refused to give up on the things that mattered, even when giving up would be easier, especially then. Realistic is that some choices can't be unmade, he said quietly, and some people carry the weight of those choices for the rest of their lives. Caleb studied his face for a long moment, as if trying to read the stories written in the lines around Dax's eyes. What choice are you carrying? The question hit like a blade between the ribs, opening wounds that hadn't fully healed despite 3 years of trying to outrun them. Dax could see Kyle's face as clearly as if his brother were standing beside them. 17 years old, and full of fierce loyalty, following his older brother into a cause that had promised meaning and delivered only blood. I had a brother, Dax said, the words coming out rough and broken. Younger than me. He believed in the things I believed in, wanted to fight for the things I thought were worth fighting for. He swallowed hard. He died because when it came time to choose between saving him and saving myself, I chose wrong. You left him. I left him. The admission felt like swallowing glass. Federal troops were closing in. He was wounded, and I had maybe 30 seconds to decide. Stay and try to get him out. Probably get us both killed. Or run and live to fight another day. Dax's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. I told myself I was being tactical, that someone had to survive to carry on the mission, that Kyle would understand. But he died. He died. Dax looked at Annie again, saw her glance back at him with something that might have been concern. And I've spent 3 years trying to figure out how to live with that choice. They walked in silence after that, the weight of shared understanding settling between them. Caleb was thinking about his own family, Dax realized, about the impossible calculations that leadership demanded, and the prices that came with making hard choices. Is that what you see when you look at Annie? Caleb asked finally. Another chance to make the right choice? Dax considered the question, trying to untangle the complicated feelings that had been growing stronger since he'd started traveling with the Morgan family. Annie was smart, tough, adaptable in ways that reminded him of the best parts of himself before everything went wrong. She was also kind, loyal, willing to sacrifice herself for the people she loved. She was exactly the kind of person who would stay behind to help a wounded brother, even if staying meant dying. I see someone who deserves better than the choices this world is going to force on her, Dax said finally. And I see someone I'd like to make sure survives long enough to have those better choices. Even if survival means leaving people behind? Even if survival means I'm the one who gets left behind. The words surprised him with their honesty. Because that was the truth he'd been avoiding, wasn't it? He cared about all of them. Mary's quiet strength, David's determination to protect his family, Evie's compassion in the face of impossible circumstances, Caleb's willingness to carry burdens that would break most people. But Annie was different. Annie made him want to be the person he'd been before Kyle died, before survival had taught him that love was a weakness that got people killed. She's 17, Caleb said, his voice carrying a warning. I know. She's been through hell already. She doesn't need someone with a target on his back making her life more complicated. I know that too. Then what do you want from her? Dax looked ahead to where Annie was talking quietly with Evie, probably discussing her mother's condition with the kind of clinical detachment that meant she was learning to separate emotion from tactical necessity. Learning to think like a soldier because soldiers were the ones who survived when everything else fell apart. I want her to stay who she is, he said quietly. I want her to make it through this without losing the parts of herself that make her worth saving. And if she can't, if this world forces her to become someone harder, someone colder, then I want to be there to remind her who she used to be. Dax met Caleb's eyes. The way someone should have been there for me after Kyle died. They crested a small ridge, and the view ahead made both of them stop. The trail wound down through a series of switchbacks toward a valley that stretched for miles, thick with pine and fir that would provide cover from aerial surveillance. But it also meant more miles on foot, more strain on people who were already pushed beyond their limits. More time for bodies to fail and choices to become impossible. How long? Caleb asked quietly, echoing the same question Annie had asked Evie earlier. Before what? Before this group breaks apart. Before we're forced to make the kind of choices you made 3 years ago. Dax studied the terrain ahead, calculating distances and elevations against the pace they could realistically maintain. Days, he said finally. Maybe a week if we get lucky and find shelter, medical supplies, some way to rest without getting caught. And if we don't get lucky, then we find out what kind of people we really are when everything else gets stripped away. Behind them, Mary's cough echoed through the trees, harsh and wet and getting worse with every hour. David was struggling more with each uphill section, his breathing labored even on relatively easy terrain. Ahead of them, Annie was studying the trail with the focused intensity she brought to everything that mattered. Planning, calculating, trying to find a way to keep everyone alive when the mathematics of survival suggested that might not be possible. She was beautiful and determined and 17 years old, and she was learning lessons that no one should have to learn at any age. Dax adjusted his pack and started down the switchbacks, following the family that had trusted him enough to let him stay despite the danger his presence brought. Following Annie, who made him want to be better than his worst choices. Following them all toward whatever waited at the bottom of the valley, where they'd find out if love was stronger than survival, or if survival would demand sacrifices that would hollow them out from the inside. Either way, he wasn't running this time. Even if staying meant dying, he wasn't going to leave them behind. He'd learned that lesson once already, and the cost had been too high to ever forget. 6. Dr. Sarah Brennan. Rural Montana. Same afternoon. Dr. Sarah Brennan held the requisition order in hands that hadn't stopped shaking since the federal agents had left her clinic 3 hours ago. The official seal at the top looked authentic enough. Department of Health and Human Services, Emergency Operations Division, signed by someone with enough alphabet soup after their name to carry weight. But the words beneath that seal read like a death sentence for everyone who depended on her small practice in the middle of nowhere, Montana. All insulin, antibiotics, cardiac medications, and emergency medical supplies are hereby requisitioned for priority operations supporting federal response efforts. Compliance is mandatory. Resistance will be considered obstruction of national security operations. Priority operations. She'd asked the stone-faced agent what that meant, and he'd given her the kind of non-answer that people in uniforms gave when they didn't want to explain why they were doing something terrible. Disease containment protocols, ma'am. Ensuring medical resources reach the populations that can benefit most from them. The populations that could benefit most. Not the populations that needed them most. That would include old Mrs. Henderson, who'd been managing her diabetes just fine for 15 years until the supply chains collapsed and insulin became harder to find than gold. Not Jimmy Martinez, whose pneumonia had been responding well to the antibiotics she'd managed to scrounge from her emergency supplies. No, the populations that could benefit most apparently meant healthy people who might be useful to whatever new order was trying to establish itself in the ruins of the old one. Sarah set the requisition order on her desk and looked around the clinic that had been her life's work for the past 12 years. The examination rooms where she'd delivered babies and treated broken bones and helped people through the kind of everyday medical crises that small communities had always faced together. The supply cabinets that were now empty except for bandages and tongue depressors. Everything else loaded into military trucks and driven away towards some classified destination. The filing cabinets full of patient records that documented years of care, trust, and the kind of doctor-patient relationships that modern medicine had mostly forgotten how to build. Records that were about to become evidence against her if the radio reports she'd been monitoring were accurate. Dr. Brennan? The voice came from her waiting room, thin and worried. Mrs. Henderson, probably, coming for insulin that Sarah no longer had to give her. "Coming, Dorothy," she called back, forcing her voice to sound steadier than she felt. Dorothy Henderson sat in the plastic chair she'd occupied every Tuesday morning for the past 3 years, her weathered hands folded over a purse that had seen better decades. At 78, she moved with the careful precision of someone whose body had been betraying her in small ways for years, but whose mind remained sharp enough to cut glass. "I heard trucks at your place this morning," Dorothy said without preamble. "Government plates." Sarah sat down across from her, wondering how to explain that the government had just sentenced her favorite patient to death by bureaucracy. "They requisitioned my medical supplies, Dorothy. All of them. Including my insulin. Including your insulin. Dorothy nodded slowly, as if she'd been expecting this news. How long do I have? The clinical question hit Sarah like a punch to the chest. Because Dorothy wasn't asking how long until the supply chains got fixed or the government came to its senses. She was asking how long she could survive without the medication that had kept her alive for the past 10.5 years. With careful rationing of what you have left, maybe 2 weeks, Sarah said quietly. Without any. She didn't finish the sentence. Without any, maybe 4 days before the ketoacidosis gets bad enough to kill me. Dorothy's voice was matter of fact, the tone of someone who'd been living with the reality of her condition long enough to understand its mathematics. I've been through diabetic coma before, back when I was younger and stupider about managing my blood sugar. It's not a pleasant way to die. Dorothy, it's not your fault, dear. Dorothy's smile was gentle, forgiving in a way that made Sarah's chest ache. You've taken good care of me for years. Better care than I had any right to expect from a young doctor who could have been making real money in the city instead of patching up old ranch hands and farmers. This is real medicine, Sarah said fiercely. This is exactly the kind of medicine that matters. Taking care of people who need help, building relationships, being part of a community. What they're doing, rationing medicine based on some bureaucrat's idea of who deserves to live. That's not medicine. That's triage by politics. And politics, Dorothy said quietly, has never been kind to old people who don't produce anything useful. The words hung in the air between them like an accusation, because that's what this was, wasn't it? Not medical triage based on clinical need, but social triage based on economic value. The kind of calculation that wrote off entire populations because they consumed resources instead of producing them. Sarah had heard the radio reports, carefully worded broadcasts about disease vector elimination and resource optimization protocols, military operations targeting refugee camps where sanitation was poor and illness was spreading. The systematic dismantling of rural medical infrastructure in favor of centralized facilities that could be more easily controlled. They weren't just requisitioning medical supplies, they were weaponizing medicine, turning healing into another tool of social control. There might be other options, Sarah said, though even as she spoke the words, she could hear how hollow they sounded. Other doctors, maybe private supplies. Sarah. Dorothy's voice was firm but kind. I've lived through the Depression, the Cold War, and 40 years of farming in country that tried to kill us every winter. I know when it's time to stop fighting and start preparing for what comes next. I can't just let you die. You're not letting me do anything. You're respecting my choice to face this with dignity instead of false hope. Dorothy stood up with the careful movements of someone whose joints protested every motion. But I do have one favor to ask. Anything. When they come asking about your patient files, and they will come asking, you make sure there's nothing left for them to find, nothing they can use to hunt down the people you've been helping. The request hit Sarah like cold water. Because Dorothy was right, wasn't she? The same people who'd requisitioned medical supplies for priority operations would eventually want to know who'd been treated for what, who might be carrying diseases that could justify further interventions, who might be harboring disease vectors in communities that hadn't submitted to federal authority. Patient confidentiality had become a luxury that the new order couldn't afford to respect. They'll want the files, Sarah said quietly, understanding flooding through her like ice water in her veins. And if those files show that you've been treating refugees, or people with infectious diseases, or anyone who might be classified as a security risk. Dorothy didn't finish the sentence. Sarah looked around her office, at the filing cabinets full of 12 years of patient records, births and deaths, broken bones and successful treatments, the entire medical history of a small community that had trusted her with their most vulnerable moments. Records that could get every one of those people classified as disease vectors if the wrong bureaucrat decided they posed a threat to whatever stability the government was trying to maintain. I should warn them, she said. The other patients. Tell them what's coming. You should, Dorothy agreed. But first, you should take care of those files. Before anyone else comes asking questions you can't afford to answer honestly. After Dorothy left, Sarah sat alone in her clinic for a long time, listening to the radio chatter about military operations and resource management protocols, about the systematic dismantling of the medical infrastructure that had served rural communities for generations, about the transformation of healing into just another tool of social control. When the sun began to set, she started with the filing cabinets. 12 years of patient records, pulled out folder by folder and fed into the small fireplace she'd installed in her office for the long Montana winters. Names and addresses, medical histories, and treatment notes, all of it turning to ash and smoke that rose up the chimney and disappeared into the evening sky. Mrs. Henderson's diabetes management files, Jimmy Martinez's pneumonia treatment, the Morrison family's vaccination records, every birth certificate she'd signed, every death certificate she'd completed, every prescription she'd written for people who trusted her to keep their medical information confidential. All of it burned, because keeping it safe meant keeping the people it documented safe from a government that had decided medicine was too important to leave in the hands of doctors who actually cared about their patients. The last folder she burned contained her own records. Licenses, certifications, medical school transcripts, everything that proved she was qualified to practice medicine. Because being qualified to practice medicine had apparently become a liability when practicing medicine meant helping people the government had decided weren't worth helping. When the files were nothing but ash, Sarah packed her personal belongings into the same medical bag she'd carried since her residency. A stethoscope, a blood pressure cuff, basic medications she'd hidden from the requisition agents. Not enough to save anyone, but maybe enough to ease suffering until the end came. She left her medical diploma on the wall, right next to the Hippocratic oath she'd taken 12 years ago. Let whoever came next try to figure out what those words meant in a world where first, do no harm, had been replaced by first, do no harm to the state. The radio was still broadcasting when she locked the clinic door for the last time. Something about expanded disease vector protocols and the need for citizens to report anyone showing symptoms of infectious illness. The medical system she'd devoted her life to serving had been weaponized against the people it was supposed to protect, and she was fleeing into the night like a criminal, carrying nothing but the tools of a profession that no longer existed in any form she recognized. Behind her, the clinic she'd built with years of dedicated service to her community sat dark and empty, another casualty in a war that was eating the country, one institution at a time. Ahead of her lay the Montana wilderness, where maybe she could find people who still remembered that medicine was supposed to be about healing rather than control. Where maybe she could practice the kind of medicine that mattered, even if it meant practicing it in hiding. The radio in her car crackled with another broadcast about disease containment protocols, and Sarah turned it off. She'd heard enough about the kind of medicine the New World wanted. Time to find out if there was still room for the kind of medicine the world actually needed. Even if that medicine had to be practiced in the shadows by doctors who'd been declared enemies of the state for the crime of caring more about patients than politics. Even if it meant burning everything she'd built to keep the people she'd served safe from the system that was supposed to protect them. The government had requisitioned her supplies, but they couldn't requisition her conscience. Not yet, anyway. 7. Annie. Wyoming backcountry, late afternoon. The cabin sat in a clearing maybe 200 yards off the main trail, its weathered log walls and stone chimney, speaking of permanence in a world where everything else seemed to be falling apart. Smoke drifted from the chimney in a thin gray line that dispersed into the mountain air, and Annie could see the warm glow of lamplight through windows that hadn't been boarded up or shot out. It looked like civilization, like the kind of place where you could rest your feet, eat warm food, Maybe even sleep in an actual bed, instead of on the cold ground, with nothing but a sleeping bag between you and hypothermia. It looked like salvation. No, Caleb said before she could even voice the suggestion, his tone carrying the flat finality of someone who'd already made up his mind. We keep moving. Annie felt something hot and sharp flare in her chest. Frustration mixed with exhaustion, mixed with the growing certainty that her brother's caution was going to get them all killed. Behind her, Mom stumbled slightly on a route. Her breathing labored even on the downhill sections that should have been easier. David caught her elbow, steadying her with the automatic gentleness of someone who'd been doing it for miles. But Annie could see the strain in his shoulders, the way his own breathing came too quick. They needed to stop, had needed to stop hours ago, if she was being honest. The downhill hiking had helped some, less strain on failing hearts and infected lungs. But it wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. Caleb, she said, trying to keep her voice reasonable despite the urgency clawing at her throat. Look at them. Really look. He did, his gaze sweeping over their mother's flushed face and David's gray complexion, and she saw something flicker in his eyes. Understanding, maybe, or just the acknowledgement of a reality he'd been trying not to face. They're tired, he said finally. We all are. But they're dying. The words came out harsher than she'd intended, sharp enough to make Evie glance back at them with concern. Annie lowered her voice to barely above a whisper, but the intensity remained. Mom's cough is getting worse. David can barely breathe on the climbs, and we're running out of food faster than we expected because hiking burns calories we don't have to spare. I know. Caleb's jaw tightened, the muscle jumping with tension. But that cabin could be full of people who'd shoot us on sight, or turn us in to whatever authorities are running things out here. We have no idea who's inside, what their politics are, whether they're the kind of people who help refugees, or the kind who report them. Annie looked back at the cabin, noting details she'd missed before. The neat stack of firewood beside the door. The well-maintained path from the main trail. The way the windows glowed with warm light that suggested people who had power, supplies, the kind of stability that had become almost mythical in the past week. Or they could be decent people who'd help a family with sick members, she said quietly. People who remember what it was like before the world went crazy, who still believe in helping your neighbors. And if they're not, then we assess the situation and leave if we have to. Annie gestured toward Mom, who was leaning heavily against a tree, while David rubbed her back with slow, soothing circles. But if we keep pushing them like this, we won't have to worry about hostile people in cabins. We'll be carrying bodies instead of family members. The words hit like physical blows. She could see it in the way Caleb flinched. Because he knew she was right, had probably been running the same calculations she was. The difference was that he was still thinking like the overprotective big brother who'd left home to become strong enough to save them all. She was thinking like someone who understood that sometimes salvation required risks that felt like surrender. There's been no sign of pursuit for hours, she continued, pressing what she hoped was an advantage. No helicopters, no radio chatter, no tracks on the trail. Maybe we finally got far enough ahead that we can afford to rest for a few hours. Or maybe they're just being more careful about their search patterns. Caleb shouldered his pack with the kind of sharp, decisive movement that meant the conversation was over, as far as he was concerned. We keep moving. Find somewhere defensible to camp for the night. Reassess in the morning. Somewhere defensible like what? Frustration was bleeding into her voice now, despite her efforts to stay calm. There's nothing but wilderness for miles. No shelter, no supplies, no medical help if Mom's cough gets worse, or David has a heart attack on the next climb. At least we'll be free. We'll be dead. The words exploded out of her before she could stop them, loud enough to make everyone turn and stare. She forced her voice back down, but the intensity remained. Free and dead, because you're too stubborn to admit that maybe, just maybe, we need help from other people to survive this. Caleb's eyes went flat and cold, the expression she remembered from their worst fights growing up, And maybe you're too naive to understand that other people are the reason we're in this situation in the first place. You'd rather die pure than live smart. I'd rather live together than survive apart. The words hung in the air between them like a challenge, carrying all the weight of choices they'd been avoiding and calculations they'd both been making in the dark hours when sleep wouldn't come. Around them, the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting to see which of them would back down first. It was Dax who broke the stalemate. "There's smoke coming from the chimney," he said quietly, his voice carrying the kind of calm authority that came from years of making hard decisions in impossible situations. "That means people, probably more than one or two. And the path to the cabin is well maintained, which suggests they get visitors regularly." Annie turned to look at him, suddenly aware of how close he was standing, close enough that she could see the flecks of gold in his brown eyes, could smell the pine-scented soap he'd somehow managed to keep using despite their circumstances. There was something steady about his presence, something that made her feel less alone in the growing conflict with her brother. "So?" Caleb demanded. "So people who get visitors regularly are usually people who don't shoot strangers on sight," Dax continued, his gaze flicking between Annie and Caleb like he was calculating the distance between two explosive devices. "They're probably part of whatever community exists out here. They might have medical supplies, food, information about safer routes north. Or they might be militia sympathizers who'd turn us in for the bounty," Caleb shot back. "Maybe." Dax's eyes found Annie's, and she felt something flutter in her chest that had nothing to do with the argument. "But your sister's right about one thing. We can't keep pushing at this pace without losing people." The casual way he called her your sister instead of using her name felt oddly intimate, like he was acknowledging her place in the family while also recognizing her as something separate from it, someone capable of making her own decisions, her own judgments about risk and survival. "And if it goes wrong?" Caleb asked. "If they're hostile? If they report us? If we walk into a trap?" Dax was quiet for a moment, studying the cabin with the kind of tactical assessment that came from experience with dangerous situations. "Then we deal with it. Together." The word carried weight, emphasis that reminded Annie of similar promises made under the overpass when everything was falling apart. But coming from Dax, it felt different. Less like family obligation and more like choice. The decision to stand with people not because you had to, but because you wanted to. "We do this smart," he continued, his voice taking on the tone of someone laying out a plan. "Annie and I approach first, assess the situation. If it feels wrong, we back off. If it feels right, we signal the others." "Annie and you?" Caleb's voice carried a sharp edge of suspicion. "Why Annie?" "Because she's the one who suggested it," Dax said simply. "And because if these people are hostile to refugees, a young woman is less likely to trigger their defensive responses than a group of armed adults." It made tactical sense, Annie realized. She was young, female, obviously not a threat in the way that Caleb or David might be perceived as threats. But there was something else in Dax's suggestion, something that felt like trust and respect, and the acknowledgement that she was capable of handling dangerous situations. Something that made her pulse quicken in ways that had nothing to do with the adrenaline of potential conflict. "I can do it," she said, meeting Dax's eyes and seeing something there that might have been approval. "I can assess whether they're safe to approach." "Absolutely not." Caleb stepped between them, his protective instincts flaring like sparks from a campfire. "I'm not sending my 17-year-old sister to knock on strangers' doors in hostile territory." "You're not sending me anywhere," Annie said, her voice gaining strength from the frustration that had been building all afternoon. "I'm volunteering. Because someone needs to make the hard choices here, and you're too scared of losing control to make them." It was a low blow, and she saw it land in the way Caleb's face went white around the edges. Because he was scared. Not of physical danger, but of making the wrong choice and watching people die because of it. She understood that fear, had been living with it herself since they'd abandoned the truck and started this death march through country that didn't care about their good intentions. But understanding his fear didn't make it less dangerous to all of them. Without the truck, every mile is exponentially harder, she continued, her voice softening slightly. Every hour we spend hiking is an hour Mom's infection gets worse, an hour David's heart struggles with stress. It can't handle. Every decision to keep moving instead of seeking help is a decision to let them deteriorate until help won't matter anymore. She could see the truth of it settling over Caleb like a weight, could see him calculating distances and timelines, and the brutal mathematics of bodies failing faster than hope could carry them. The cabin might be our only chance, she said quietly. And if it is, if those people have medical supplies or even just a warm place to rest for a few hours, then we have to take the risk. And if it gets us all killed, then at least we'll have died trying to save them instead of watching them die slowly. The silence stretched between them like a cable under tension, ready to snap at any moment. Around them, the forest was beginning to settle into evening, shadows lengthening between the trees while the temperature dropped toward another night of sleeping on cold ground with insufficient shelter. Another night of listening to Mom's cough get worse and David's breathing become more labored. Another night of pretending that walking deeper into wilderness was somehow going to solve problems that required medical intervention and resources they didn't have. 10 minutes, Caleb said finally, the words sounding like they'd been dragged out of him against his will. You and Dax approach, assess the situation. If anything feels wrong, anything at all, you come back immediately. Annie felt a surge of victory mixed with terror, because she'd won the argument, had convinced her brother to take the risk that might save their parents' lives. But she'd also committed herself to walking up to strangers' doors, in a world where strangers were as likely to shoot you as help you. Thank you, she said quietly. Caleb nodded, but his expression remained troubled. Just be careful. Both of you. We can't afford to lose anyone else. The words carried the weight of everything they'd lost already. Their home, their security, their truck, their sense that the world made some kind of sense. But they also carried hope. The possibility that sometimes taking risks led to salvation instead of disaster. Annie adjusted her pack and started toward the cabin, acutely aware of Dax falling into step beside her. He moved with the quiet confidence of someone who'd done this before, who knew how to approach potentially dangerous situations without triggering violence. Nervous? He asked quietly as they left the main trail and started down the path toward the cabin. Terrified, she admitted, then felt heat creep up her neck at the honesty. But also hopeful? If that makes sense? It makes sense. His voice carried a warmth she hadn't heard before, something that felt personal in a way that made her pulse quicken. Hope is what keeps you human when everything else tries to make you into something harder. They walked in silence for a moment, the cabin growing larger ahead of them, while the weight of her family's survival settled across Annie's shoulders like a familiar burden. But for the first time since they'd abandoned the truck, the burden felt shared, not just with Caleb, who carried it out of obligation, but with someone who'd chosen to help carry it, despite having no family bond compelling him to do so. Someone who saw her as capable of making hard choices and handling dangerous situations. Someone who made her want to be worthy of that trust. Dax, she said as they approached the cabin's front porch. Yeah? Thank you. For backing me up back there, for volunteering to come with me. He was quiet for a moment, his expression thoughtful in the growing twilight. Someone once told me that you don't abandon the people you care about, even when abandoning them would be easier. The words hit her with unexpected force, carrying implications she wasn't sure she was ready to examine. Because he cared about her, not just as part of the group he was helping, but as someone worth protecting specifically. Someone whose judgment he trusted enough to follow into potential danger. Someone who mattered to him in ways that felt different from simple survival partnership. I care about you too, she said quietly, the admission slipping out before she could stop it. He stopped walking, turning to face her with an expression she couldn't quite read in the fading light. Annie. I know I'm 17, she said quickly, heat flooding her cheeks. I know we're in the middle of a survival situation and there are more important things to worry about. But I wanted you to know that you matter to me, that having you with us matters. For a moment, she thought he might step closer, might say something that would change the careful distance they'd been maintaining since he joined their group. Instead, he reached out and touched her shoulder gently, the contact sending warmth spreading through her chest, despite the cooling mountain air. You matter to me, too, he said quietly, more than you probably should considering everything we're dealing with. Before she could respond, the cabin's front door opened, spilling warm light across the porch, and revealing a middle-aged woman in flannel shirt and jeans. She looked surprised to see them, but not hostile, more curious than afraid. Can I help you folks? She called out, her voice carrying the kind of careful neutrality that suggested she'd dealt with unexpected visitors before. Annie took a deep breath, feeling the weight of her family's survival resting on the next few minutes of conversation. But she also felt the steady presence of Dax beside her, the knowledge that whatever happened, she wasn't facing it alone. We're sorry to bother you, she called back, stepping into the light with her hands visible and non-threatening. We're traveling north, and we have some family members who are sick. We were hoping you might have some medical supplies we could trade for, or at least some advice about the route ahead. The woman studied them for a long moment, her gaze taking in their worn clothing, their obvious exhaustion, the careful way they held themselves that spoke of people who'd been walking for days through difficult country. How many of you? She asked finally. 6 total. 2 adults, 4. Well, 3 adults and myself. And one of the adults is having some heart problems. The other has a respiratory infection that's getting worse. You running from something? The question hung in the air between them like a test. Annie could lie. Could make up some story about car trouble or family emergencies that had nothing to do with militia patrols and federal manhunts. But something in the woman's eyes suggested she'd seen enough refugees in the past week to recognize the signs. Yes, ma'am, Annie said quietly. But we're not criminals. We're just a family trying to get somewhere safe. The woman nodded slowly, as if confirming something she'd already suspected. Well then, she said, stepping back from the doorway. I suppose you better bring them up here so I can take a look at them. Name's Carol, by the way. Carol Henderson. Relief flooded through Annie like warm water, so intense it made her knees weak. Thank you. Thank you so much. Don't thank me yet, Carol said with a slight smile. Wait until you see if I can actually help. But I've got hot soup on the stove and a first aid kit that's seen better days. It's not much, but it's something. As Annie turned to signal the others, she caught Dax's eye and saw something there that might have been pride. Pride in her judgment, her ability to read people and situations, her willingness to take the risks that survival sometimes demanded. Good call, he said quietly. We'll see, she replied, but she was smiling as she said it, because sometimes hope was rewarded with exactly what you needed most. Sometimes taking risks led to warm soup and medical supplies, and people who remembered what it meant to help strangers in need. Sometimes the world surprised you with kindness, just when you needed it most. 8. Emma. Federal Processing Center, Delta 7, Colorado evening. Emma clutched her stuffed elephant to her chest and counted the empty beds in the children's dormitory for the 4th time that day. 12 empty beds, where her friends had slept just yesterday morning. 12 kids who'd been here when she'd gone to sleep but were gone when she woke up. The lady with the clipboard, Miss Johnson, she said to call her, though Emma was pretty sure that wasn't her real name, had explained it the same way she explained everything, with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, and words that sounded nice, but felt scary. They've been selected for advanced medical evaluation, sweetie. It's a good thing. It means they get to go to a special facility with better doctors and better food. You should be happy for them. But Emma wasn't happy. She was 7 years old, which Mom had always said was old enough to understand when grown-ups were lying to make her feel better. And Miss Johnson was definitely lying because nobody who got selected for advanced medical evaluation ever came back. Not even to say goodbye. Not even to get their stuffed animals. Emma had been at the processing center for 4 days now, ever since the soldiers had come to their apartment in Denver and explained that it wasn't safe for families to stay together during the national emergency. Mom and Dad had tried to argue, had said they could take care of Emma themselves, but the soldiers had official papers and official badges and the kind of voices that made arguing seem dangerous. "It's just temporary," one of the soldiers had promised Mom, who was crying and trying to pack Emma's suitcase at the same time. "Just until we get the situation stabilized. Families will be reunited once processing is complete." Processing. That was the word they used for everything here. Processing for medical evaluation. Processing for dietary requirements. Processing for educational placement. Processing for behavioral assessment. Emma was beginning to think that processing was just a fancy word for, "We're going to do things to you and you can't stop us." But what scared her most was how fast the processing happened. Kids who arrived in the morning were sometimes gone by the next morning. 24 hours from arrival to advanced medical evaluation. 24 hours from having a name in a bed to being just another empty space that new kids would fill. The children's dormitory was in Building C of the processing center, which looked like a cross between a school and a hospital, and a prison. Long hallways with fluorescent lights that buzzed like angry insects. Doors that locked from the outside. Windows with metal mesh that you couldn't see through properly. Miss Johnson said it was for their safety, but Emma had noticed that all the safety measures seemed designed to keep people in rather than keep danger out. She rolled over on her narrow bed. It was too early for lights out, but she didn't feel like playing with the other kids, and looked at the photograph Mom had tucked into her suitcase. The three of them at the zoo last summer, standing in front of the elephant exhibit. Dad had his arm around Mom's shoulders, and Emma was making a silly face at the camera because the baby elephant behind them had been doing something funny with its trunk. They'd promised they would come get her. Mom had whispered it in her ear when the soldiers weren't looking, had said they were going to find a lawyer and get her back, and everything would be okay. But that was 4 days ago, and Emma was starting to understand that 4 days was a very long time when you were 7, and scared and sleeping in a room full of strangers who kept disappearing every single night. "Emma!" The voice belonged to Marcus, who was 9 and had been at the processing center for 8 days. He'd become sort of the big brother for all the younger kids, the one who knew which guards were nice and which ones you should avoid, which meals were safe to eat, and which bathrooms had doors that actually locked. "Yeah? You should come play blocks with us. Sitting by yourself all the time isn't good for you. Miss Johnson notices things like that." Emma sat up on her bed, hugging her stuffed elephant tighter. "What kind of things?" Marcus glanced around the dormitory, then sat down on the edge of her bed. At 9, he was old enough to understand things that Emma was just beginning to figure out. Old enough to be scared in ways that made sense, instead of just scared. In the general, everything feels wrong way that Emma felt most of the time. "Kids who don't play with others," he said quietly. "Kids who cry too much, or don't eat enough, or ask too many questions about their parents. They get put on the list for medical evaluation faster." "What happens during medical evaluation?" Marcus was quiet for a long time, long enough that Emma thought he might not answer. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. "I don't know, but my friend Tyler got selected yesterday morning. And when I asked Miss Johnson if I could write him a letter, she said he wasn't at a place where he could receive mail anymore." "Not at a place where he could receive mail." Emma turned the phrase over in her mind, trying to understand what it meant. Tyler had been 10, older than both of them, and he'd been the best at the video games they were allowed to play for 1 hour each evening. He'd also been the kid who cried the loudest at night when he thought the others were asleep, who asked Miss Johnson every day if there was news about his parents. Maybe kids who asked too many questions really did get selected faster. I heard Miss Johnson talking to one of the guards yesterday, Marcus continued, his voice getting even quieter. They were standing outside the bathroom door, and they thought nobody could hear them. But the door doesn't close all the way, and I was inside brushing my teeth. Emma leaned closer, even though part of her didn't want to hear whatever Marcus was about to tell her. The guard was complaining about the pace, about how they were cycling kids through faster than anyone expected. 24 hours from intake to disposal, he said, and Miss Johnson told him that was the new efficiency standard. No point in wasting resources on extended evaluation periods. What's a disposal protocol? Marcus shook his head. I don't know. But disposal means throwing something away, doesn't it? When you're done with it and you don't need it anymore? The words hit Emma like cold water, making her stomach feel sick and twisty. Because she was 7, but she wasn't stupid, she understood what grown-ups meant when they talked about disposing of things. And she understood that kids who got selected for medical evaluation never came back, not even to get their stuffed animals. They're not coming back, she whispered, the terrible truth finally settling into words. The kids who get selected. They're not going to better facilities. They're not getting better medical care. I don't think so, Marcus said sadly. I think they're going somewhere else. Somewhere nobody comes back from. Emma looked around the dormitory, counting the occupied beds now instead of the empty ones. 15 kids left, ranging from 5 to 11 years old. All of them separated from their families for processing. All of them waiting to find out if they'd be selected for medical evaluation within 24 hours of arrival. All of them, she realized with the horrible clarity that sometimes came to children who'd been forced to grow up too fast, waiting to find out if they were going to be disposed of. What do we do? She asked Marcus. We try to be good. We play with the other kids. We eat our meals. We don't ask questions about our parents. We try to be the kind of kids they don't notice. Marcus's voice carried the weight of someone much older than 9. Someone who'd been forced to understand things no child should have to understand. And we hope somebody comes to get us before our 24 hours are up. But even as he said it, Emma could hear the doubt in his voice. Because if their parents were coming to get them, wouldn't they have come already? If there were lawyers who could help? If there were authorities they could appeal to? If there was anyone out there who cared about 15 kids in a processing center in the middle of nowhere, Colorado, wouldn't someone have done something by now? Unless there was nobody left to do anything. Unless the whole world had become like the processing center, a place where people got sorted and processed and disposed of based on decisions made by people in offices far away. People who never had to look at the faces of the kids whose names they put on lists. I want to go home, Emma whispered, the words coming out small and broken. Me too, Marcus said, but I don't think home exists anymore. Not the way it used to. That night, after lights out, Emma lay in her narrow bed and listened to the sounds of the processing center settling into its nighttime routine. Guards walking the corridors with heavy boots, doors locking with electronic clicks. The hum of machinery that never stopped, processing something or someone in the depths of the building. And somewhere, very faintly, the sound of children crying in dormitories just like theirs, in buildings scattered across a country that had decided its youngest citizens were just another resource to be managed and processed and disposed of when they were forschen they were no longer useful. She thought about her parents, wondered if they were in a processing center too, wondered if they were being told that separation was temporary while their names moved up different lists toward different kinds of disposal protocols. She thought about Tyler and the other kids who'd been selected for medical evaluation, wondered if they'd been scared when the guards came for them, wondered if they'd asked for their stuffed animals, or if they'd been too frightened to speak. She thought about Marcus, trying to take care of all of them despite being only 9 years old himself, carrying knowledge that was too heavy for anyone to carry, but especially too heavy for a child who should have been worried about homework and birthday parties instead of disposal protocols. And she thought about the grown-ups who'd made these decisions, who'd written the policies and procedures that turned children into inventory to be managed, who'd created a system that could make 12 kids disappear overnight and call it medical evaluation. She wondered if those grown-ups had children of their own. If they tucked them into bed each night and read them stories about brave princes and princesses who always found their way home. If they kissed their foreheads and promised that everything would be okay, that nothing bad would ever happen to them. Or if they'd processed their own children too, sent them to special facilities with better doctors and better food, facilities where nobody ever came back and nobody could receive mail. Emma clutched her stuffed elephant tighter and tried to remember what Mom's voice sounded like when she sang lullabies. Tried to remember what Dad's laugh sounded like when she told him jokes that weren't actually funny. Tried to remember what home felt like when home was a place where people loved you instead of processing you. But the memories were already getting fuzzy around the edges, the way memories did when you were 7 and 4 days felt like 4 months. Soon, she thought, she might not remember their voices at all, might not remember what it felt like to be someone's daughter instead of just another name on a list. The thought scared her more than the disposal protocols, more than the missing kids, more than anything else about the processing center. Because if she forgot who she used to be, if she forgot that she was Emma Rodriguez who loved elephant rides and strawberry ice cream and bedtime stories, then maybe she'd already been processed in the way that mattered most. Maybe she'd already been disposed of, even if her body was still here, still breathing, still taking up space in a bed that would soon be empty like all the others. From somewhere down the hall came the sound of a door opening, footsteps in the corridor, a clipboard being consulted. Miss Johnson, maybe, or one of the guards, coming to collect another child for advanced medical evaluation. Emma closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep, clutching her stuffed elephant and trying to remember her parents' faces, trying to hold on to the pieces of herself that the processing center hadn't taken yet. Trying to stay Emma Rodriguez for just a little bit longer, before the machinery of bureaucratic disposal ground her down into nothing but a number on a form that nobody would ever read. In the darkness, she whispered a prayer to whatever god still listened to children in processing centers, asking not to be rescued. She was 7, but she understood that rescue probably wasn't coming, but simply to be remembered. To matter enough to someone, somewhere, that her disappearance would leave a hole in the world instead of just an empty bed that could be filled by the next child who needed to be processed. The footsteps passed by her bed and stopped at Marcus's instead. She heard him wake up, heard Miss Johnson's voice explaining about advanced medical evaluation and special facilities. Heard Marcus asking quietly if he could take his drawing tablet with him. "You won't need that where you're going, sweetie," Miss Johnson said in her fake nice voice. "Everything you need will be provided for you." And Emma understood, with the terrible clarity of a 7-year-old who'd been forced to grow up too fast, that tomorrow she'd be the oldest kid in the dormitory. That it would be her job to explain to the younger children about disposal protocols and medical evaluation, about trying to be good and not asking questions, and not crying too loudly at night. That she'd have to carry the weight that Marcus had been carrying, until the day they called her name too, and she walked down that corridor toward whatever waited at the end of it. The innocents, she thought, were being ground up by bureaucratic machinery that never stopped running, never questioned its purpose, never wondered if the children it processed had names and faces and parents who loved them. But for tonight, she was still Emma Rodriguez, age 7, who loved elephants and missed her mom and dad. For tonight, that would have to be enough. 9. Caleb. Carol Henderson's cabin, Wyoming mountains, evening. The warmth hit Caleb like a physical shock as he stepped through Carol Henderson's front door. Not just the heat from the wood stove crackling in the corner, but the warmth of a space that still felt like home, instead of a survival shelter. Hand-stitched quilts draped over furniture that had been chosen for comfort rather than utility. The smell of soup simmering on an actual stove instead of a camp burner. Books arranged on shelves, not because they were useful for starting fires, but because someone still believed in the luxury of reading. It had been so long since he'd been inside a place where people lived, instead of just survived, that he'd almost forgotten what normal felt like. "Sit," Carol said, bustling around her kitchen with the kind of efficient kindness that reminded Caleb of his grandmother. "All of you. Food first, then we'll figure out what kind of help you need." Mom sank into one of the kitchen chairs with a grateful sigh that turned into another coughing fit. This one deeper and more productive than any Caleb had heard yet. The sound of it made something twist in his chest, because even he could hear that it was getting worse despite their brief rest from hiking. David settled beside her, one hand automatically moving to rub circles on her back, while the other pressed against his own chest in a gesture that had become unconsciously habitual. The gray tinge to his skin was more pronounced in the warm lamplight, making it impossible to ignore how much the past few days had cost him. Evie immediately moved to Mom's side, her professional instincts taking over despite the exhaustion that showed in every line of her body. "How are you feeling? Any chest pain? Difficulty breathing beyond the cough?" "I'm fine," Mom said, but her voice was hoarse and the lie was transparent enough that nobody bothered to argue with it. Annie had claimed a spot near the window where she could watch the approaches to the cabin, her newfound tactical awareness never fully switching off even in apparent safety. Only Dax remained standing, positioned where he could see both the front and back doors, his body language speaking of someone who'd learned not to trust Sanctuary until he understood its boundaries. "You folks look like you've been through hell," Carol observed as she ladled soup into mismatched bowls. "How long since you've had a real meal?" "Too long," Caleb admitted, accepting a bowl that smelled like salvation. Chicken and vegetables and herbs that meant someone had taken time to cook instead of just heating up whatever would keep them alive for another day. "And you're heading north, you said?" "Toward Idaho?" "Frank Morgan's place," Caleb confirmed between spoonfuls of soup that tasted better than anything he'd eaten in weeks. "My father. He's got a homestead set up, supplies, security. If we can reach him—" "Frank Morgan." Carol's eyes sharpened with recognition. "Tall fellow, gruff voice, beard that makes him look like he wrestled bears for fun?" Caleb nearly choked on his soup. "You know him." "Know of him. He came through here just last week, buying supplies and asking about routes through the high country. Paid in silver coin and didn't ask for credit or receipts." Carol smiled. The kind of man who plans ahead and doesn't trust systems that can disappear overnight. Relief flooded through Caleb so suddenly it made him dizzy. Frank was alive. Had been alive just last week, and still preparing for whatever was coming. Still building the kind of sanctuary that might actually keep them safe once they reached it. "He's expecting us," Caleb said. "Has been since before this all started." "Then you've got somewhere to go, which is more than most folks can say these days." Carol settled into her own chair, studying their faces with the kind of assessment that came from years of reading people in crisis. "Question is, what's the best way to get you there alive?" "We've been following game trails." Dax spoke up for the first time since they'd entered the cabin. "Staying off main roads, avoiding populated areas." "Smart, but slow. And from the look of your people, slow might be more dangerous than exposure." Carol's gaze lingered on Mom's flushed face, David's labored breathing. "There's a faster route if you're willing to take some calculated risks." Caleb felt his defensive instincts flare. After everything they'd been through, the idea of taking risks for the sake of speed felt like gambling with lives he couldn't afford to lose. "What kind of risks?" "There's an old logging road that runs down the eastern face of this mountain range, cuts straight through the valley, and connects to a network of Forest Service roads that'll get you to within maybe 10 miles of the Idaho border." Carol pulled a hand-drawn map from a kitchen drawer, spreading it across the table. "Problem is, it goes through Millfield." "And Millfield is—" "Small town, maybe 1,500 people on a good day. Ranching community, mostly. Independent-minded folks who don't trust government much more than you do." Carol traced a route on the map with her finger. "They've been left alone so far. No federal presence, no militia activity that I've heard about. But that also means no medical facilities worth mentioning, and no way to know what you'll find when you get there." Caleb studied the map, calculating distances against the pace they'd been managing. The logging road route would cut at least 2 days off their journey, maybe 3. 2 days that would make all the difference for his family's deteriorating condition. But it also meant exposure, contact with people they couldn't evaluate in advance, the risk of running into exactly the kind of authorities they'd been avoiding since this all started. "What's your read on the town?" he asked Carol. "The people there. Are they the kind who'd help refugees or the kind who'd turn them in? Honestly, could go either way. Carol's expression was thoughtful, weighing possibilities against a lifetime of experience with rural communities. Ranch folks tend to be self reliant, suspicious of outsiders, but also raised to help neighbors in trouble. But these aren't normal times, and people do things in crisis they wouldn't normally do. It's a risk, Annie said quietly from her position by the window. But staying in the mountains is a risk too. We're running out of food faster than expected, and the pace is taking its toll. She was right, and Caleb hated that she was right. Hated that his 17-year-old sister was making tactical assessments about their survival odds, calculating risks and benefits like some kind of military strategist, instead of a teenager who should be worried about college applications and prom dates. But she was also thinking clearly in a way that he wasn't sure he could manage anymore. The weight of leadership, the constant pressure of making decisions that could save or kill everyone he loved, was wearing on him in ways he hadn't expected. Every choice felt like it carried the potential for disaster. Every moment of rest felt like time they couldn't afford to lose. There's something else, Carol continued, her voice taking on a more serious tone. I've been monitoring radio chatter for weeks now, trying to keep track of what's happening in the outside world. There's been increased military activity along the main interstate routes, coordination between federal and local authorities that suggests they're tightening control over refugee movement. Meaning? Meaning the longer you stay on foot in the wilderness, the more likely you are to run into patrols that are specifically looking for people like you. The mountain routes that seemed safe a week ago might not be safe much longer. The information hit Caleb like a physical blow. Because they'd been counting on the wilderness to hide them, had built their entire survival strategy around staying invisible in country, too rough for systematic searches. If that advantage was disappearing. How long? He asked. How long before they extend operations into the high country? Hard to say. Could be days, could be weeks, but the pattern suggests they're working their way out from population centers, establishing control zones and then expanding them systematically. Carol's expression was grave. Eventually, there won't be anywhere left to hide. Caleb looked around the cabin at his family, at the people who'd trusted him to lead them to safety. The weight of their collective exhaustion was visible in every face, but so was their trust in his decisions. The mathematics were brutal in their simplicity. Stay in the mountains and risk capture by expanding patrols, while his family's health continued to deteriorate. Or take the logging road route through Millfield and risk exposure to unknown variables in exchange for speed and the possibility of medical help. Neither option was good, but one of them might be survivable. The people in Millfield, he said finally. If we approached them honestly, told them we're just a family trying to get to relatives in Idaho, what are the odds they'd help instead of turning us in? Carol was quiet for a moment, considering. Better than 50-50, I'd say. Ranch communities understand family loyalty, understand the instinct to protect your own. They also understand that sometimes the government's idea of help isn't the kind of help people actually need. And medical care? Is there a doctor? A clinic? Old Doc Reeves retired last year, but there's a veterinarian who's been treating people when necessary. Not ideal, but better than nothing. And the town has supplies, food, maybe even a vehicle you could buy or trade for. A vehicle. The possibility hit Caleb with unexpected force. They'd been on foot for days now, their pace limited by the weakest members of their group. Every mile a struggle against terrain and weather and failing bodies. With a vehicle, even an old truck, they could cover the remaining distance to Frank's homestead in hours instead of days. They could get his family to medical care while their conditions were still manageable, instead of waiting until emergency intervention was the only option left. It's still a gamble, Dax said quietly, reading the calculations Caleb was trying to make. Unknown people, unknown variables. We could walk into a trap as easily as we could find help. Everything's a gamble now, Annie replied, her voice carrying the weight of someone who'd already accepted that safety was an illusion they couldn't afford. The question is, which gamble gives us the best odds of keeping everyone alive? Caleb studied the map again, tracing the logging road route with his finger. 2 days off their journey, possible medical care, the chance of finding a vehicle, all of it balanced against the risk of exposure and the possibility of betrayal by people they'd never met. But as he listened to his mother's increasingly labored breathing, watched David press his hand to his chest again, saw the exhaustion that even Carol's warm soup couldn't completely erase from everyone's faces, the decision became clearer. They couldn't keep going the way they were. The mountains that had hidden them were slowly killing them, and the time for cautious, invisible progress had passed. "We take the logging road," he said finally. "Move fast. Approach Millfield during daylight when we can assess the situation before committing. If it feels wrong, we keep moving. If it feels right, we take the help they're willing to offer." Carol nodded approvingly. "I can give you better maps of the area. Mark the spots where the logging road connects to other routes in case you need alternatives. And I've got some supplies you can take. Medical basics, food, ammunition, if you need it." "We can't pay you," Caleb said, the admission scraping his throat raw. "Didn't ask you to." Carol's smile was gentle but firm. "Frank Morgan bought supplies from me with silver coin and good manners. Consider this an investment in making sure he gets his family back in one piece." As they prepared to settle in for the night, the first real night's rest they'd had since abandoning their truck, Caleb found himself standing at Carol's kitchen window, looking out at the forest that had hidden them and threatened them in equal measure. Tomorrow, they would leave the relative safety of the wilderness for the calculated risk of human contact. They would trade the certain dangers of exposure and exhaustion for the uncertain dangers of trust and hope. It felt like another kind of death, the death of the strategy that had kept them alive this far. But maybe that strategy had been dying anyway, killed by the same forces that were making survival increasingly impossible. Maybe the time for hiding was over, and the time for seeking help had begun, even if that help came from strangers who might betray them as easily as they might save them. Behind him, his family was settling into the first comfortable sleep they'd had in days, surrounded by the warmth and safety that Carol's kindness had provided. Tomorrow, they would face whatever waited in Millfield, with renewed strength and the knowledge that good people still existed in a world that seemed determined to destroy everything decent about itself. Tonight, that would have to be enough. The mathematics of survival were still brutal in their simplicity, but sometimes, Caleb was learning, the most brutal equation of all was the one that required you to trust other people with the lives of everyone you loved, even when you had no way of knowing if that trust would save them or kill them, even when the alternative was watching them die slowly while you kept them safe from everything, except the things that were killing them from the inside. 10. Marcus Webb. FEMA Regional Operations Center, Cheyenne, Wyoming, dawn. Marcus Webb stared at the directive on his computer screen until the words started to blur together. Operation, Rural Stability. Classification, confidential, effective immediately. Rural clearance operations will commence at 0600 hours. Target areas include all non-compliant civilian concentrations outside designated safe zones. Resistance to relocation will be considered hostile action against federal authority. Attached, GPS coordinates for Priority Alpha homesteads. Compliance deadline, 72 hours. Marcus had been a FEMA administrator for 8 years. 8 years of coordinating disaster relief, setting up emergency shelters, helping communities rebuild after floods and tornadoes, and the kind of natural disasters that brought out the best in people. He'd saved lives, made a difference, believed in the mission. This wasn't the mission. He scrolled through the attachment. 47 homesteads, 47 families who'd had the bad judgment to live outside town limits when the world started falling apart. 47 sets of GPS coordinates marked for visitation by federal response teams. Teams that included military personnel armed with more than emergency blankets and MRES. The door to his office opened without a knock. Director Janet Holloway stepped inside, her expression carrying the kind of bureaucratic steel that had gotten her promoted through 3 administrations and 2 agency reorganizations. "You've seen the directive," she said. "Not a question. I've seen it." Marcus didn't look up from his screen. "I've also seen the rules of engagement memo that came with it. Those are classified. Everything's classified these days." Marcus finally turned to face her. "Including the definition of non-compliant, apparently." Director Holloway closed the door behind her, settled into the chair across from his desk with the careful movements of someone choosing her words as precisely as her posture. "Marcus, you've been with FEMA longer than almost anyone in this office. You understand how these operations work. Sometimes helping people requires making hard choices. Hard choices like forced relocation at gunpoint, voluntary relocation with federal assistance. And if they say no, then they're choosing to remain in areas that can't be adequately secured or supplied. They're choosing to become a burden on resources that could save lives elsewhere." Her voice carried the practiced calm of someone who'd learned to make terrible decisions sound reasonable. "We have a responsibility to prioritize aid for the populations that can benefit most from it." The populations that can benefit most. Marcus had heard that phrase before, in memos about medical supply allocation and food distribution protocols. It was bureaucratic code for the people we've decided are worth saving. What about the populations that need it most? "Marcus." Director Holloway leaned forward, her expression softening into something that might have been sympathy if you didn't know her well enough to recognize the manipulation. "I know this is difficult, but we're dealing with resource constraints that require difficult decisions. Every family we relocate to a safe zone is a family that gets regular meals, medical care, security. And every family that refuses gets added to the non-compliance list." Director Holloway's tone was matter-of-fact, as if discussing routine paperwork. "We've been maintaining comprehensive databases since the pandemic, tracking vaccination compliance, mask mandates, school board meeting attendance, social media activity patterns, all perfectly legal intelligence gathering for public health purposes." Marcus felt something cold settle in his stomach. "You've been building target lists for 4 years." "We've been building comprehensive citizen profiles to better serve emergency response needs," she corrected. "The same data that helped us identify at-risk populations during health emergencies now helps us identify populations that might resist federal assistance during security emergencies." Marcus looked back at his computer screen. 47 homesteads, families with names and histories, and children who played in yards that would be empty by the end of the week. People who'd committed the crime of wanting to stay on their own land instead of trusting their safety to the same government that was currently debating their worthiness for continued existence. "The Henderson place is on this list," he said quietly. Carol Henderson. 73 years old, living alone on 160 acres of undeveloped mountain property. Director Holloway consulted her tablet. No immediate family, no economic contribution to regional stability, no strategic value for resource allocation. She's a human being. She's a resource drain. One elderly woman requiring periodic supply drops, medical check-ins, security patrols to monitor her welfare. Resources that could keep a dozen families functional in controlled environments. Controlled environments. Like the processing centers Marcus had been reading about in classified reports. Like the facilities where families were separated for efficiency and children disappeared into administrative systems that had no mechanism for reunification. "You're talking about murder," Marcus said. "I'm talking about triage on a national scale." Director Holloway's voice remained level, professional. "Marcus, in 8 years with this agency, how many disaster zones have you managed? How many times have you had to decide which neighborhoods got emergency generators first, which families got priority evacuation, which communities got rebuilt, and which ones got written off?" "That's different. Those were natural disasters. This is a natural disaster. A social and economic disaster that requires the same kind of resource allocation decisions we've always made. The only difference is the scale. Marcus stared at the list again. Carol Henderson's name near the top, her GPS coordinates, precise to the meter. An old woman who'd probably lived on that mountain longer than Marcus had been alive, who'd raised children and buried a husband and tended a garden that fed her through 40 Wyoming winters. A resource drain, a name on a list, a problem to be solved. I can't do this, he said quietly. You can. You will, because the alternative is chaos. Director Holloway stood, smoothing her skirt with practiced efficiency. You have 48 hours to coordinate logistics for the rural clearance operation. Transportation, temporary housing assignments, medical screening protocols, the kind of work you've been doing for 8 years, the kind of work that used to help people, the kind of work that still helps people. Just different people than before. After she left, Marcus sat alone in his office, staring at the directive that would turn him from a disaster relief coordinator into something else entirely, something he didn't have a name for yet, but that felt like a disease eating at his chest. He thought about Carol Henderson, wondered if she knew her name was on a list somewhere, if she understood that her choice to live independently had been reclassified as a threat to national stability. He thought about the other 46 homesteads, the families who trusted that having emergency supplies and defensive positions would keep them safe when the systems everyone else depended on finally collapsed. He thought about his own family, Sarah and the kids, safe in their suburban home 30 miles south of Cheyenne. Safe because they lived in a designated zone, because Marcus's job classification made them valuable, because they'd made the right choices about where to build their lives. Safe for now. Marcus picked up his phone, hit speed dial 1. Hey, honey. Sarah's voice carried the normal sound of morning chaos. Kids getting ready for school that might not happen. Coffee brewing in a kitchen that still had power. How's work? You sound tired. I need you to listen to me very carefully, Marcus said. Don't ask questions. Don't argue. I need you to pack emergency bags for all of you. Food, water, medications, clothes for a week. Put them in the car and drive to your sister's place in Denver. Marcus? What's wrong? I can't explain right now. But I need you to leave. Today. This morning. The kids have school. Sarah. His voice carried an urgency that cut through her protests. Trust me, please. Take the kids and go. For how long? Marcus looked at the directive on his screen, at the GPS coordinates and the rules of engagement and the careful bureaucratic language that turned families into resources and resources into problems to be solved. I don't know, maybe forever. Marcus, you're scaring me. Good. You should be scared. We all should be scared. After he hung up, Marcus opened his desk drawer and pulled out the letter of resignation he'd drafted 3 weeks ago, but never had the courage to submit. The letter he'd written when the first reports about processing centers had crossed his desk. When medical supply allocation had started including political compliance factors. When helping people had started requiring security clearances and loyalty oaths. When FEMA had stopped being about emergency management and started being about population control. He updated the date, printed it, signed it. Then he deleted every file on his computer that contained homestead coordinates, family names, or operational details for rural clearance activities. Not enough to stop the operation. There were backups, other administrators, redundant systems designed to prevent exactly this kind of sabotage. But maybe enough to slow them down. Maybe enough to give people like Carol Henderson a few extra hours to understand what was coming. Maybe enough to let him sleep at night, assuming he lived long enough to have nights to sleep through. Marcus stood up, straightened his tie, and walked to Director Holloway's office. Her secretary tried to stop him, but he was already through the door before she could finish her protest. I quit, he said, placing the resignation letter on Director Holloway's desk. She looked up from her own computer screen, her expression shifting from surprise to calculation. Marcus, you're making a mistake. The rural clearance operation needs experienced administrators. The rural clearance operation needs monsters. Marcus turned toward the door. Find someone else. You realize what this means, she called after him. Resignation during active operations. Abandonment of critical duties. That's grounds for classification as a security risk. Marcus stopped, his hand on the door handle. Classification by who? By the same authorities that determine compliance status for rural populations. The threat was clear. Quit his job, lose his protection, become one of the non-compliant civilians whose names appeared on lists, whose GPS coordinates got marked for visitation by federal response teams. Good, Marcus said. At least I'll know which side I'm on. He walked out of the building he'd worked in for 8 years, past the security guards who knew him by name, past the cubicles full of people who still believed they were helping, past the break room where he'd celebrated promotions and birthday parties, and the kind of normal office life that had ended the moment they'd started making lists of people who didn't deserve to live. His car was in the parking lot where he'd left it that morning, when he'd still been Marcus Webb, FEMA administrator, family man, someone who helped people in crisis. Now he was Marcus Webb, former federal employee, security risk, resource drain. Target. The drive home took 30 minutes through suburban streets that looked deceptively normal. Houses with kids' bikes in the driveways, mailboxes painted with family names, garden sprinklers running on automatic timers. The kind of neighborhood where federal response teams probably wouldn't need to visit for weeks, maybe months. The kind of neighborhood where people could still pretend that the system was working to protect them instead of working to process them. Marcus pulled into his driveway, noting automatically that Sarah's car was gone. Good. She'd listened. She'd taken the kids and left before the list that included his name made its way through administrative channels. Before his resignation turned his family into non-compliant civilians whose safety was no longer guaranteed by his government employment. Before the system he'd served for 8 years decided that his family had become a resource drain that needed to be eliminated. The house felt empty in a way that had nothing to do with silence. Empty like a place where people used to live before they became numbers on spreadsheets, coordinates on maps, problems that required solutions the old Marcus Webb would never have been able to stomach. Marcus found the emergency bag Sarah had packed for him in their bedroom closet. Food, water, medications, cash, ammunition for the hunting rifle he'd bought but never used. Everything a person needed to disappear into the kind of life that 47 homesteading families were about to be forced into. Everything a person needed to become non-compliant. He was loading the bag into his car when the black SUVs turned onto his street. 2 vehicles. Government plates. The kind of response time that suggested his resignation had already been processed through whatever security algorithms determine threat levels for former federal employees. Marcus got into his car, started the engine, and drove slowly toward the back of his neighborhood, where suburban streets connected to county roads that led to the kind of rural areas that were being cleared of resource drains and security risks. The kind of areas where he could disappear into the same wilderness that Carol Henderson and 46 other families were about to discover was no longer safe for people who'd chosen independence over compliance. The kind of areas where the system couldn't follow, at least not yet. In his rearview mirror, the SUVs pulled into his driveway, federal agents in tactical gear preparing to arrest a man who'd committed the crime of refusing to help murder his neighbors. A man who'd discovered that the system he'd served had been consuming its own people all along. A man who'd finally understood that there was no safe side to be on when the machinery of government had been repurposed for population control. A man who was now officially non-compliant. Marcus Webb drove toward the mountains where Carol Henderson was probably tending her garden, unaware that her name was on a list, unaware that her independence had been reclassified as a threat to national stability. Drove toward a future where the only choice left was between compliance and resistance, where helping people had become an act of rebellion against the system that was supposed to protect them, where the only way to remain human was to become the enemy of everything he'd once believed was keeping him safe. The system was consuming its own people, and Marcus Webb had finally chosen which side of that consumption he wanted to be on. 11. EVIE. Wyoming backcountry, logging road descent toward Millfield. The river wasn't supposed to be there. Evie stood at the edge of what Carol's map had marked as a seasonal creek crossing, staring at 40 feet of rushing water that looked nothing like the gentle stream they'd expected to wade across. Spring snowmelt had turned the modest waterway into something that demanded respect, with currents strong enough to sweep away anyone who lost their footing. "How deep do you think it is?" Annie asked, testing the edge with her boot. The water immediately soaked through the worn leather, making her wince. "Middle's probably chest deep," Dax assessed, studying the flow patterns with concern. "Current's fast, but not impossible. We just need to be smart about it." Mary stood beside the rushing water, swaying slightly on her feet in a way that worried Evie. The fever had been building all morning. Nothing dramatic, just a flush in her cheeks and a brightness in her eyes that spoke of her body fighting an infection it couldn't win against. "I can make it," Mary said, though her voice carried the hoarse quality of someone whose respiratory system was losing the battle against fluid buildup. "It's just water?" Just water. Evie wanted to scream at the casual dismissal. Just water that was barely above freezing, that would soak through their clothes and steal precious body heat from someone whose immune system was already failing. Just water that could turn a manageable respiratory infection into something that would kill her in hours instead of days. "Mom, maybe we should look for another crossing," Caleb suggested, his protective instincts warring with the knowledge that detouring could add hours to their journey. Hours they might not have if patrols were expanding their search patterns. "There is no other crossing for miles," Dax said quietly, "and turning back means we lose the whole day retracing our steps." The mathematics of survival. Always brutal, always demanding choices that had no good answers. Cross the river and risk exposure that could kill Mary. Don't cross the river and risk capture by forces that would definitely kill all of them. "We can do this," David said, moving to stand beside his wife with determination. "Quick crossing. Everyone stays together. We'll be across in 5 minutes." 5 minutes. Evie calculated what 5 minutes of immersion in near-freezing water would do to someone with Mary's compromised respiratory system. The shock to her cardiovascular system. The way cold stress would compromise her immune response even further. The likelihood that exposure would push a manageable infection into something that required immediate medical intervention they couldn't provide. "Mary," Evie said quietly, moving close enough that the others couldn't hear. "How are you feeling?" "Really feeling?" "Tired," Mary admitted, her eyes carrying the glassy quality that came with fever. "Cold, even though it's not that cold. And my chest feels heavy." Heavy. The word sent ice through Evie's veins because she knew what it meant. Fluid building in the lungs. The early stages of pneumonia that would progress rapidly without intervention. Without antibiotics and proper rest, and the kind of medical support that existed in the world they'd left behind. "Any chest pain? Difficulty breathing beyond the cough?" "Some." Mary's honesty was devastating in its simplicity. "But I can handle it. I've handled worse." But she hadn't handled worse, had she? She'd handled normal life, normal stress, normal challenges that didn't include hiking through wilderness while fighting off infections that could kill her. She'd handled being a wife and mother and working professional in a world where medical care was a phone call away, and rest was something you could afford to take when your body demanded it. This wasn't normal life. This was survival. And survival demanded physical resources that Mary's body no longer possessed. "Evie?" Caleb had moved closer, reading something in her expression that made his own face tighten with concern. "What's your assessment?" The question carried weight beyond medical evaluation. He was asking her to make the call that could save or damn them all, to use her training to evaluate whether Mary could survive the crossing, or whether attempting it would kill her as surely as any bullet. "She's developing pneumonia," Evie said quietly, the words scraping her throat raw. "Early stages, but progressing. The river crossing will accelerate that progression significantly." "How significantly?" Evie looked at Mary, who was now leaning heavily against David, while trying to pretend she wasn't struggling to stay upright. At the woman who'd welcomed her into this family with kindness and grace, who'd treated her like a daughter instead of an outsider, who deserved better than dying slowly in the wilderness because the world had stopped making sense. Without antibiotics and immediate rest in a warm, dry environment, she's going to die, Evie said. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but soon. The river crossing might make it today. The words hit Caleb like physical blows. She could see it in the way he flinched. But he didn't argue, didn't try to find false hope in her assessment. That was one of the things she'd always loved about him. His ability to face hard truths when facing them was necessary, even when those truths were killing him. So what do we do? Annie asked, having moved close enough to hear the medical assessment. We can't go back, we can't stay here, and we can't cross without risking Mom's life. We cross carefully, David said, his voice carrying stubborn determination. Slowly, with support. Mary's stronger than you think. David, Evie started. She's my wife. The words came out sharp, defensive. I've been taking care of her for 15 years. I know what she can handle. But that was the problem, wasn't it? David was thinking like a husband, instead of like someone making tactical decisions about survival. He was operating on love and hope, and the desperate need to believe that wanting something badly enough could make it possible. Evie understood that impulse, had felt it herself during those long nights at Pine Manor, watching residents slip away despite everyone's best efforts. The need to believe that caring enough, trying hard enough, could overcome the simple biological reality that bodies failed when pushed beyond their limits. I'm going across, Mary said suddenly, her voice gaining strength from decision. I'm not holding everyone up because I caught a cold. Mom, it's not just a cold, Annie began. It's not pneumonia either. Not yet. Mary straightened, trying to project strength she clearly didn't possess. I can make it across, and we can deal with whatever comes after once we're on the other side. Evie wanted to argue, wanted to explain about infection progression and immune system failure, and the way hypothermia could push someone from sick to dead in minutes. But she could see the determination in Mary's face. Could see the arguing would only waste time they couldn't afford while making everyone feel worse about choices they had to make anyway. We do this smart, she said instead, switching into professional mode. Dax goes first, establishes a route and safety positions. Caleb goes next with the rope. Mary goes third with full support. Annie, David, and I follow. I should go with Mary, David started. You should go last, Evie said firmly. If something goes wrong with her crossing, we need you on this side to help coordinate rescue. And if your chest pains get worse in the cold water, we need people already across to help you. The logic was sound, even if it asked David to watch his wife cross a dangerous river without being able to protect her. But protection, Evie was learning, sometimes meant making choices that felt like abandonment. Sometimes it meant trusting other people to carry the weight when carrying it yourself wasn't possible. Dax entered the water first, moving carefully. The current was strong, but manageable, and he established a diagonal route that minimized exposure to the fastest flowing sections. Caleb followed with the rope, his movements careful but confident. The water reached his chest at the deepest point, confirming Dax's assessment about depth. Cold, but not impossible. Then it was Mary's turn. Mary entered the water with David's help, her face going pale as the cold hit her. Evie could see her breathing become more labored immediately, her body responding poorly to the shock. Easy, Caleb called from the opposite bank. Take your time. But time was exactly what they didn't have. Every second Mary spent in the water was another second of cold stress, another incremental push toward the kind of medical crisis that would require interventions they couldn't provide. Halfway across, Mary stumbled. The current caught her, dragging her downstream toward the rope Caleb held. She managed to grab it, but the effort of fighting the water left her gasping, coughing up fluid that shouldn't have been in her lungs. Pull her across, Evie shouted, abandoning any pretense of maintaining calm. Now! Caleb and Dax hauled on the rope, dragging Mary through the deepest section of the crossing, while she struggled to keep her head above water. By the time they pulled her onto the opposite bank, she was shaking uncontrollably, her lips blue with more than just cold. Mom! Annie was already moving toward the water, but Evie caught her arm. Help me get across first. She needs medical attention immediately. The rest of the crossing passed in a blur of cold water and desperate urgency. Evie's medical training screamed at her to move faster, to get to Mary before the combination of cold exposure and respiratory infection pushed her into the kind of crisis that field medicine couldn't handle. She reached the opposite bank to find Mary collapsed against a tree, her breathing shallow and rapid, her skin gray. David knelt beside her, his own face pale. Mary? Mary, talk to me. But Mary's eyes had gone glassy with fever and confusion, her body's resources finally exhausted by the combination of infection and cold stress that had pushed her past her breaking point. Get her clothes off, Evie ordered, dropping to her knees beside them. All of them. We need to get her warm and dry immediately. Evie, what's happening to her? Caleb asked, his voice tight with barely controlled panic. Hypothermia combined with respiratory failure, Evie said, working to strip away Mary's soaked clothing, while David helped with hands that shook from more than cold. Her body can't regulate temperature while fighting the infection. We need heat sources, dry clothes, shelter from the wind. How do we... We don't. The words came out harder than Evie intended, but medical reality didn't care about feelings. Not out here, not without equipment we don't have. She wrapped Mary in every dry piece of clothing they could spare, built a windbreak from backpacks and tarps, tried every field treatment she could remember from her limited training. But field medicine had limits, and those limits were measured in degrees of body temperature and percentages of blood oxygen that were dropping faster than anything Evie could do to stop them. She's dying, isn't she? Annie asked quietly, reading the truth in Evie's face, even though nobody wanted to say it out loud. She's very sick, Evie said, which was the truth but not the whole truth. The whole truth was that Mary was sliding into the kind of medical crisis that required immediate hospitalization, intravenous antibiotics, oxygen support, the kind of intervention that existed in the world they'd left behind. The whole truth was that David was right to refuse to leave her, because moving her now would kill her just as surely as staying would. The whole truth was that Evie was watching someone she'd come to love die slowly in front of her, and all her medical training wasn't enough to stop it. We're not leaving her, David said suddenly, his voice carrying fierce protectiveness. Whatever happens, we're not leaving her behind. David, Caleb started, I said we're not leaving her. David's tone brooked no argument. You go ahead if you need to. Take the others. Get to your father's place. But I'm staying with my wife. The words hung in the air like a challenge, carrying all the weight of choices that had no good answers, because leaving Mary and David meant abandoning family members to die alone. But staying meant risking everyone's lives, for people who might be beyond saving. Nobody's leaving anybody, Annie said firmly, settling down beside Mary with determined loyalty. We figure this out together. Evie looked at Mary's pale face, at David's desperate determination, at the family that was choosing love over logic, even when logic offered better odds of survival. And she realized that sometimes the most important medical decision wasn't about preserving life. Sometimes it was about preserving the things that made life worth living, even when those things demanded sacrifices that medical training said were too costly to make. Even when love required choosing hope over probability. Even when staying together meant risking everything for people who might not survive anyway. Mary's breathing was getting shallower, her fever climbing despite their efforts to warm her. Without antibiotics, without proper medical care, she was dying by degrees in the wilderness while her family watched. But she was dying, surrounded by people who loved her enough to choose her over their own survival. In a world that had stopped making sense, maybe that was the only kind of medicine that still mattered. 12. Annie. Wyoming backcountry, temporary camp by the river. Annie sat 30 feet away from where Dax and Caleb crouched beside their packs, their voices low but not low enough. She'd positioned herself to watch the approaches to their makeshift camp, but now she found herself straining to hear words that made her stomach twist with each syllable. Not sustainable, Dax was saying, his voice carrying the flat tone he used when discussing tactical problems. Rate of deterioration. I know. Caleb's response came through gritted teeth. But we can't just. Can't what? Face reality? Your mother is dying, and your stepfather is having cardiac episodes every time we climb an incline. They're slowing us down, and that's going to get everyone killed. Annie's hands clenched into fists. They were talking about Mom and David like they were cargo that had become too heavy to carry. Like they were problems to be solved instead of people to be protected. There has to be another way, Caleb said. What way? We're still 2 days from Millfield if we maintain current pace. That's 2 more days of watching your mother get sicker, 2 more days of your stepfather's heart failing by degrees, 2 more days of exposure to patrols that are expanding their search patterns. Dax pulled out the map, spreading it across his knee. But if we move fast, if we take the direct route instead of the safe route, we could reach town by tomorrow evening, get them to medical care before it's too late. And leave them where? We don't know if we can trust anyone in Millfield. We don't know if there's actually medical help available or if we'd be walking them into some kind of trap. We don't know anything, Dax agreed. But we know what happens if we keep doing what we're doing. Your mother dies in the wilderness. Your stepfather follows her. And then we're all compromised because we're carrying 2 bodies instead of trying to save 5 lives. The words hit Annie like physical blows. Because Dax was right, wasn't he? Mom was getting worse by the hour, her fever climbing despite Evie's efforts to keep her warm and hydrated. David was struggling more with each passing mile, his chest pains becoming more frequent and lasting longer each time. But they were also her parents, the people who'd raised her, who'd loved her, who'd been there for every scraped knee and broken heart and moment of triumph in her 17 years of life. They weren't tactical problems, or resource drains, or obstacles to survival. They were family. So, what are you suggesting? Caleb asked, his voice dangerously quiet. I'm suggesting we make the hard choice before it gets made for us. Leave them with supplies, with Evie to provide medical care. Give them the best chance of survival, while giving the rest of us the best chance of reaching help. You want to abandon them? I want to save who we can save. Annie stood up, her movement sharp enough to make both men look in her direction. She could see the guilt in Caleb's face, the resignation in Dax's. They'd been hoping she couldn't hear, hoping she wouldn't have to be part of this conversation. But she'd heard every word. No, she said simply, walking toward them with steps that felt steadier than her voice. Annie, Caleb started. No. She repeated the word with more force, letting it carry all the fury and heartbreak that was building in her chest. We're not having this conversation. We're not discussing abandoning Mom and David like they're broken equipment we can't afford to carry. It's not that simple, Dax said, his voice gentle but firm. Sometimes survival requires choices that feel like abandonment. Don't! Annie's voice cracked on the word. Don't you dare try to make this sound reasonable. Don't try to make abandoning my parents sound like some kind of tactical necessity. She looked at Caleb, searching his face for the brother who'd come home to save them, who'd promised that they'd face whatever came together. Is this who you are now? Someone who calculates which family members are worth saving? That's not fair, Caleb said, but his voice lacked conviction. Fair? Annie's laugh was bitter. Nothing about this is fair. Nothing about watching Mom fight pneumonia in the wilderness is fair. Nothing about David having heart problems because we're hiking through mountains is fair. But that doesn't mean we abandon them. And what happens when they die anyway? Dax asked, his tone still maddeningly reasonable. What happens when we're all captured or killed because we couldn't move fast enough to stay ahead of the patrols? What happens when your loyalty to two people costs the lives of everyone else? The question hung in the air between them, carrying implications that Annie didn't want to face, because he was right about the brutal reality of survival, right about the way sentiment could become a liability when resources were limited and enemies were closing in. But he was also wrong about what mattered. You know what happens? Annie said, her voice gaining strength from the certainty that was building inside her. We look at ourselves in the mirror and know that we're still human. We know that we didn't become the kind of people who throw away family members when they become inconvenient. Being human is a luxury we might not be able to afford, Dax replied. Being human is the only thing worth affording. Annie moved closer, making sure both men could see the determination in her face. If we abandon Mom and David, if we leave them to die so the rest of us can have better odds of survival, then what exactly are we surviving for? The question seemed to hit Caleb harder than it hit Dax. She could see something shift in her brother's expression, could see him wrestling with the same conflict that had been tearing at her since she'd overheard their conversation. Annie, you don't understand the tactical situation, Dax began. I understand it perfectly, she interrupted. I understand that you think survival is about making the hard choices that other people can't make. I understand that you think leadership means being willing to sacrifice the weak for the strong. She paused, making sure her next words carried the weight she intended. But you're wrong. Leadership means finding ways to save everyone, even when saving everyone seems impossible. It means refusing to give up on people just because giving up would be easier. And if that gets everyone killed, then we die trying to do the right thing instead of living with the knowledge that we did the wrong thing. Annie's voice was steady now, carrying a certainty that surprised her with its strength. There are worse things than dying, Dax. Living with the guilt of abandoning family isn't worth any amount of tactical advantage. Caleb was quiet for a long moment, studying her face as if seeing something there he hadn't noticed before. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a weight that hadn't been there earlier. She's right, he said quietly. Caleb? She's right, Caleb repeated, his voice gaining strength. We don't abandon family. We find another way. Dax looked between them, his expression unreadable. And if there is no other way? Then we make one, Annie said. That's what families do. They figure out how to save each other, even when the odds say it's impossible. The silence that followed was heavy with unspoken calculations. Annie could see Dax running through scenarios, weighing possibilities against probabilities, trying to find the tactical solution that would satisfy both survival necessity and family loyalty. She could also see the exact moment when he realized there might not be one. You're asking me to help carry people who might already be beyond saving, he said finally. I'm asking you to help save people who are worth saving, Annie corrected. I'm asking you to remember that the reason we're fighting to survive is because the people we love are worth fighting for. Dax was quiet for another moment, then nodded slowly. All right. We try to save everyone. Even if it reduces our odds of success? Even then. Annie felt some of the tension leave her shoulders, but she could also see the doubt in Dax's eyes. He was agreeing because she'd asked, because Caleb had backed her up, because arguing further would fracture the group at a time when the Staishini Wang. Beshinaj. Saoirse united, but he wasn't convinced, and that meant the conversation wasn't really over. It was just postponed until the next crisis forced them to choose between family loyalty and survival necessity. Thank you, she said anyway, because gratitude was important even when victory felt temporary. Dax nodded, then went back to studying the map. If we're doing this, we need to be smart about it. The direct route to Millfield is faster, but more exposed. Will be visible to aerial surveillance for longer periods. Can we minimize the exposure? Caleb asked. Some. There are sections where tree cover provides concealment, but there are also open areas where we'll be completely visible for miles. Annie studied the map over Dax's shoulder, noting the route he'd traced with his finger. It cut through valleys that offered little cover, crossed ridgelines that would silhouette them against the sky, passed through terrain that seemed designed to favor hunters over the hunted. What about splitting up? She suggested. Sending a smaller group ahead to scout the route, make contact with people in Millfield, establish whether it's safe before bringing Mom and David. Too risky, Dax said immediately. If the advance team gets captured or killed, the rest of the group has no way of knowing, and if the people in Millfield are hostile, they'd have time to prepare an ambush. So we go together or not at all? We go together, Caleb said firmly. Whatever happens, we face it as a family. The word carried weight that had nothing to do with blood relationships, because Dax was part of this family now, whether he wanted to admit it or not. Evie was part of it too. They'd all chosen each other through the crucible of shared survival, had forged bonds that went deeper than genetics or convenience. They were all responsible for each other, all committed to the impossible challenge of keeping everyone alive when the world seemed determined to kill them one by one. I'll talk to Evie, Annie said. Get her assessment of how much time we have before Mom's condition becomes critical. That'll help us plan the pace. And I'll scout ahead while we're moving, Dax added. See if I can identify potential ambush sites or surveillance positions before we reach them. What about David? Caleb asked. His chest pains are getting worse. What happens if he has a cardiac event while we're crossing open ground? The question hung in the air like a challenge, because they all knew what happened. They'd be stuck in exposed terrain with someone who needed immediate medical intervention they couldn't provide, vulnerable to anyone with eyes and bad intentions. We deal with it when it happens, Annie said, because the alternative was starting the conversation about abandonment all over again. We carry him if we have to. We find shelter. We make it work. Even if it compromises everyone else's safety? Even then. Dax nodded slowly, but Annie could see the calculation in his eyes. He was agreeing to try, but he was also preparing for the moment when trying wouldn't be enough, when the choice between family loyalty and group survival would become unavoidable, when the demands of love would collide with the demands of war, and someone would have to decide which priority mattered more. But for now, they were committed to the impossible task of saving everyone. For now, family loyalty trumped tactical necessity, and hope trumped probability. For now, that would have to be enough, even if none of them believed it would last, even if they all knew that the conversation about abandonment was just postponed, not resolved, even if the weight of carrying everyone was already breaking them in ways they weren't ready to admit. They packed their gear in silence, each person lost in their own calculations about time and distance and the odds of keeping promises that might be impossible to keep. But they packed together, and they moved together, and they carried the weight of each other's survival together. Because that's what families did, even when doing it might kill them all. Especially then. 13. Rebecca Martinez. Rural Texas, Brewster County, same morning. The first thing Rebecca Martinez noticed was that the gate to her family's ranch was open. She slowed her pickup truck to a crawl, studying the twisted metal that hung at an angle that meant violence, not carelessness. The chain her father had secured it with every night for 40 years lay cut in the dirt, bolt cutters still gleaming beside it in the early morning sun. Someone had wanted in. Someone who knew exactly what they were looking for. Rebecca killed the engine and reached for the rifle behind her seat, a Winchester .30-30, that had belonged to her grandfather and had put food on their table through 3 generations of drought and plenty. Her hand shook as she chambered around, not from fear, but from the rage that had been building in her chest for weeks, ever since her brother Miguel had chosen sides. The drive to the ranch house took 5 minutes across pasture land that had been in their family since 1923. When her great-grandfather had scraped together enough money to buy scrubland that nobody else wanted and turned it into something that could support cattle and dreams. 5 minutes to see the broken windows, the kicked-in front door, the burned-out shell of what had been her childhood home. 5 minutes to understand that the Civil War had finally come for the Martinez family. She found her father's body in the barn. Eduardo Martinez lay beside the stall where he'd kept his prize bull, the Brahman cross that had sired half the herd and represented 20 years of careful breeding. Blood pooled beneath his head from a single gunshot wound. Execution style, professional in its efficiency. But it was the note pinned to his shirt that made Rebecca's knees buckle. Collaboration with federal authorities will not be tolerated. Texas Liberation Front, the same organization her brother Miguel had joined 3 months ago. The same group he'd tried to recruit her for, standing in this exact spot, arguing that the federal government had declared war on Texas, and that Texans had to choose which side they were on. "You can't stay neutral in a war, Becca," he'd said, his voice carrying the fervor of someone who'd found religion in politics. "Either you're fighting for Texas independence, or you're helping the feds destroy everything our family built." "I'm fighting for the family," she'd replied, "not for some political cause that'll get us all killed." But Miguel had already chosen his cause, had already decided that ideology mattered more than blood, that revolution justified any price, that their father's cooperation with federal agricultural programs made him a traitor to Texas. Rebecca heard the vehicles before she saw them. 3 trucks, approaching fast across the pasture with the confidence of people who knew they wouldn't face resistance. She crouched behind the barn wall, watching through a gap in the siding as they pulled up beside the house. Miguel stepped out of the lead truck, her baby brother, 28 years old, still baby-faced despite the tactical vest and assault rifle he carried like he'd been born to it. Still the kid who'd cried when their dog died, who'd helped her nurse orphaned calves, who'd promised their dying mother that he'd always look after the family. "Clear the house," he ordered the other men. "Make sure she's not here." She. Rebecca understood with sick clarity that they weren't looking for survivors. They were looking for her. 2 men in military surplus gear disappeared into the ruins of the house, while Miguel stood guard, his rifle held with the casual competence of someone who'd learned to kill efficiently. His uniform bore patches she didn't recognize. A modified Texas flag with crossed rifles beneath it. Unit designations that spoke of organization and funding, and the kind of planning that turned angry men into an army. "House is clear," one of the men reported. "No sign of her." "Check the foreman's cabin," Miguel said, "and the equipment shed. She's here somewhere. Rebecca never leaves the ranch unless she has to." The certainty in his voice was devastating. Because he was right. She never did leave the ranch unless she had to. He knew her habits, her patterns, her loyalties, knew exactly how to find her, because he'd grown up beside her, learned from the same father he'd just murdered. But he'd also underestimated her. Rebecca slipped out the back of the barn, keeping the building between herself and Miguel's position. The creek that ran behind the property offered concealment, a shallow depression lined with mesquite and prickly pear that would hide her movement if she stayed low. She was 50 yards away when she heard Miguel's voice calling her name. "Rebecca!" "I know you're here. We need to talk." The casual tone made her stomach turn. Like this was a family dispute they could settle over coffee. Like their father's blood wasn't still drying in the barn. "This doesn't have to be personal," Miguel continued, his voice carrying across the pasture. "Dad made his choice when he started collaborating with federal agents. When he accepted their money, their oversight, their control over Texas land. He was part of the problem. Part of the problem. Their father, who'd worked 16-hour days to keep the ranch profitable, who'd employed half the families in the county, who'd tithed 10% of his income to the church, and never missed one of Miguel's high school football games, who'd done what he had to do to keep his land when federal regulations made independent ranching nearly impossible, who'd chosen survival over ideology and died for it. The liberation of Texas requires sacrifice, Miguel called out. Dad wouldn't make that sacrifice willingly, but his death means something now. It sends a message to other collaborators. Rebecca pressed herself against the creek bank, her rifle ready, but her hands shaking with something that had nothing to do with adrenaline. This was her brother, the boy she'd taught to ride, to rope cattle, to read the weather patterns that meant drought or plenty. The man who'd held her when their mother died, who'd stood beside her at their father's bedside when pneumonia nearly killed him 2 winters ago. The stranger who'd just explained their father's murder like it was a tactical necessity. I don't want to kill you too, Becca. Miguel's voice was closer now, maybe 30 yards. But the Texas Liberation Front can't allow witnesses to federal collaboration, can't allow anyone who might report our activities to survive. Movement in her peripheral vision. One of Miguel's men, working his way along the fence line with his rifle at the ready. Professional search pattern, overlapping fields of fire, the kind of coordination that spoke of military training and real organization. This wasn't random violence. This was war, with uniforms and unit patches and rules of engagement that classified neighbors as enemies, brothers as traitors, survival as collaboration. Join us, Miguel called out. Help us liberate Texas from federal control. Make Dad's death mean something by choosing the right side. The right side. As if there were sides in this madness. As if political loyalty justified fratricide. As if independence was worth the price of family blood. Rebecca rose from cover, her rifle aimed at the center of Miguel's chest. He saw her immediately, swinging his own weapon toward her position with the smooth efficiency of someone who'd done this before. But he hesitated, just for a moment, when he recognized her face. Just long enough for her to speak. I choose family, she said. The shot echoed across the pasture, scattering cattle and sending buzzards wheeling up from the trees. Miguel dropped his rifle, clutching his shoulder as blood seeped between his fingers. Non-fatal, deliberately so. Because even now, even after everything, he was still her brother. Stand down, she called to the other men, who were already moving to flank her position. This doesn't have to get worse. But Miguel was struggling to his feet, his face contorted with rage and betrayal. You're choosing the wrong side, Becca. You're choosing a system that wants to destroy everything we are. I'm choosing not to murder family members over politics. This isn't politics, Miguel's voice cracked with fury. This is war. The federal government has declared war on Texas, on our way of life, on everything our ancestors built. You can't stay neutral in a war. Watch me. The standoff lasted maybe 10 seconds. Rebecca with her rifle trained on men who'd grown up in the same county, who'd attended the same schools, who'd probably dated some of the same girls. Miguel bleeding from a shoulder wound but still trying to salvage his mission. 2 other armed men caught between family loyalty and revolutionary ideology. Then sirens wailed in the distance. Federal response teams, probably alerted by the gunfire, converging on a situation that would soon become another data point in the Civil War that was tearing the country apart, one family at a time. Time to go, one of Miguel's men said urgently. Miguel looked at Rebecca with something that might have been regret, or might have been disappointment that she'd chosen the wrong side of history. This isn't over. The liberation of Texas won't stop because you're too sentimental to see what's necessary. And I won't stop protecting this land just because you've forgotten what family means. They loaded into their trucks and disappeared across the pasture, leaving tire tracks in soil that had been irrigated with 3 generations of sweat and dreams. Leaving Rebecca alone with her father's body and the ruins of everything they'd built together. The federal agents arrived 20 minutes later. Black SUVs and tactical teams. Men in body armor who treated her like a potential threat until she explained what had happened, who documented the scene with photographs and evidence bags, who asked questions about Miguel's associates and the Texas Liberation Front's local operations, who classified her father's murder as an act of domestic terrorism while his body cooled in the barn where he'd worked every day for 40 years. We can provide protection, one of the agents said. A woman with kind eyes and the patient tone of someone who'd delivered this speech before. Relocation to a safe zone, federal assistance with rebuilding, resources to help you start, over somewhere the TLF can't reach you. This is my home, Rebecca said simply. Ma'am, your brother and his associates will be back. Next time, they might not hesitate to kill you. Then I'll be ready for them. The agent studied her face, reading something there that made her nod slowly. We can provide security consultation, defensive measures, communication equipment, coordination with federal response teams in your area. Rebecca looked at the burned shell of her house, at the barn where her father had died for the crime of accepting federal crop subsidies, at the land that had been in her family for a century and would stay in her family for another century if she had to kill her own brother to keep it. What kind of defensive measures? After the federal agents left, Rebecca sat on her front porch, what was left of it, and watched the sun set over pasture land that had never looked more beautiful or more vulnerable. Somewhere out there, Miguel was planning his next move, recruiting more neighbors into an army that saw compromise as treason and family bonds as obstacles to revolution. Somewhere else, federal forces were establishing control zones and processing centers, turning citizens into resources and resources into political tools. And in between, people like Rebecca were choosing sides in a war that had no good sides, only degrees of loss and levels of betrayal. The Civil War had come to Texas, dressed in ideological certainty and family loyalty, armed with conviction and justified by the kind of anger that made neighbors into enemies and brothers into strangers. It had come wearing Miguel's face, speaking in his voice, carrying the weight of everything they'd lost and everything they might never be able to rebuild. But it had also left her alive, holding a rifle on land that was still hers, surrounded by cattle that still needed tending and a heritage that still needed protecting. The war could have Texas. It could have the politicians and the true believers and the ones who thought independence was worth any price. But it couldn't have the Martinez Ranch. Not while Rebecca Martinez was still breathing. Not while family still meant something worth fighting for, even when fighting meant standing against your own blood. The stars came out over Texas, same as they always had. The cattle settled into their evening patterns. The land endured, patient and eternal, waiting to see which of its people would survive the madness they'd chosen to call liberation. Rebecca cleaned her rifle and planned for tomorrow, when the war would come again, when she'd have to choose, once more, between family and ideology, between survival and principle, between the brother she'd loved and the stranger he'd become. The Civil War was personal now, had always been personal. And personal wars were the hardest kind to win. So 14. DAX. Wyoming backcountry reconnaissance position, mid-morning. 8 hours. Dax crouched behind a fallen pine, counting vehicles through his binoculars for the third time. 12 military transports, 4 armored personnel carriers, and what looked like a command vehicle with satellite communications equipment. Professional coordination. Real resources. The kind of search operation that suggested someone important wanted them found. Not captured. Found. There was a difference. He'd been tracking the patrol for 2 hours, watching them work methodically through the valleys below while coordinating with aerial surveillance that came and went like clockwork. They knew exactly where to look. Had GPS coordinates. Radio chatter that mentioned specific individuals by name, including his. Target Dax Walker confirmed in grid 77 Charlie. Military deserter, possible Texas Liberation Front connection. Secondary targets include Morgan family unit. Capture alive for intelligence value. Texas Liberation Front. Dax had never heard of them, but apparently the federal government believed otherwise. Apparently, his desertion from the Mountain Patriots had been reclassified as enemy collaboration with resistance movements that spanned multiple states. Apparently, the Civil War had sides now, and he was on the wrong one, whether he'd chosen it or not. The patrol was moving efficiently. Too efficiently. They weren't searching randomly. They were following a trail that led directly to the river crossing where Mary had collapsed, where the family was camped, unable to move fast enough to stay ahead of pursuit, where 8 hours would pass like 8 minutes, while they tried to figure out how to carry sick people through terrain that favored hunters over the hunted. Dax lowered the binoculars and began working his way back through the forest, his mind running calculations that had become too familiar. Distance versus time. Capability versus necessity. The brutal reality of choosing who to save, when saving everyone wasn't possible. He found them where he'd left them, clustered around Mary's makeshift shelter, while Evie monitored her vital signs and David sat guard, despite his own failing health. A family choosing love over logic, hope over probability. A family about to die for their loyalty. "How is she?" Dax asked Evie quietly. "Stable, but not improving. Fever's down slightly, but her breathing is still labored. She needs antibiotics and proper rest, not another day of hiking." Evie's assessment was clinical, professional. Moving her now could trigger complete respiratory failure. And David? Chest pains are increasing in frequency. His color is poor. I think he's having minor cardiac events that could progress to something major without warning. Dax nodded, adding Evie's information to his own tactical assessment. 2 people who couldn't be moved safely. 3 people who refused to leave them behind. 1 person whose medical skills were essential regardless of location. And a military patrol 8 hours away that would capture or kill them all. "I need to talk to Caleb," Dax said. He found Caleb studying their maps, trying to find routes that didn't exist through terrain that offered no sanctuary. The kind of desperate planning that happened when hope outweighed tactical reality. "We need to move," Dax said without preamble. "Now. Leave everything except essential gear." Caleb looked up from the maps. "Evie says moving Mom could kill her. Staying here will definitely kill her. All of us." Dax kept his voice low, but urgency bled through anyway. "Military patrol, 12 vehicles, professional coordination. They're following our trail from the river crossing. 8 hours out, maybe less." The color drained from Caleb's face. "How many soldiers?" 40, maybe 50. Full combat equipment, satellite communication, aerial support. This isn't a search and rescue operation. This is a military action. "They want to capture us?" "They want to capture me. For intelligence about resistance movements I've never been part of." Dax paused, letting the implications settle. "The federal government thinks I'm connected to something called the Texas Liberation Front. Thinks I'm feeding information to multi-state resistance networks." "Are you?" "I've never heard of them before today." Dax studied Caleb's face, reading doubt and calculation. "But it doesn't matter what's true. It matters what they believe. And they believe I'm a high-value target worth deploying serious resources to capture." Caleb was quiet for a moment, processing information that changed everything about their situation. "What about the rest of us? Secondary targets. Your family gets captured for intelligence value, probably questioned about my activities and associations, then processed through whatever system they're using for non-compliant civilians." The words hung between them like a death sentence, because they both knew what happened in processing centers. Had heard enough radio reports to understand that federal authorities weren't particularly concerned with due process or family reunification. "So we run," Caleb said finally. "We can't all run. Not with your mother and stepfather in their current condition. The patrol will catch us within hours if we try to move as a group." "Then what do you suggest?" Dax had been dreading this question, but preparation didn't make answering it any easier. "Some of us move fast toward Millfield. Try to reach help before the patrol arrives. And the others?" "Get left behind." The words came out flat, honest. "Your mother and David can't move fast enough. They'll slow everyone down and get us all captured." "And who decides who gets saved?" The question carried weight that went beyond tactical planning. because someone had to make the choice that would haunt them forever, and that someone would have to live with the consequences regardless of outcome. You decide, Dax said. You're the leader. You make the call. But even as he said it, Dax knew what Caleb would choose, had seen the same loyalty and determination in Annie's face the night before. This family would choose death together over survival apart, would sacrifice tactical advantage for moral certainty, would get everyone killed for the sake of staying human. I need to think, Caleb said. Think fast. We have maybe 8 hours before they reach our current position. Dax left Caleb with his impossible choice and went to find Annie. She was sitting beside Mary's shelter, holding her mother's hand, while whispering words of comfort that Mary probably couldn't hear. The picture of devotion that would soon become the picture of tragedy. Can I talk to you? Dax asked. Annie looked up, reading something in his expression that made her face tighten with concern. What's wrong? Military patrol. 8 hours out. Large force, professional equipment. They're not here to arrest us for trespassing. Annie's grip on her mother's hand tightened. How large? Large enough that running isn't an option. Not as a group. Not with people who can't move fast. You want us to leave them behind? I want everyone to survive. That might require difficult choices. Annie studied his face, and Dax could see her running through the same calculations he'd been wrestling with all morning. Distance and time and capability, and the cold reality that love didn't overcome tactical disadvantage. My brother is considering leaving them, isn't he? She asked quietly. Dax was quiet for a moment, weighing honesty against family loyalty. He's struggling with options that all have terrible consequences. Is he planning to abandon them? He's considering it. The tactical reality is brutal, and he's trying to figure out how to save anyone. Dax met her eyes, but he hasn't decided anything yet. Annie's face went through a series of emotions. Shock, betrayal, understanding, and finally a kind of grim determination that reminded Dax why he'd come to respect her judgment. And you think that's the right choice? I think it's the choice that keeps the most people alive, but not the choice that keeps the right people alive. The distinction was subtle but important, because Annie understood what Caleb was still struggling with, that survival wasn't just about preserving life. It was about preserving the things that made life worth living. Your mother and David are dying, Dax said gently, slowly but dying. Moving them will accelerate that process. Leaving them gives them a chance to recover, while giving the rest of us a chance to bring help. And if they're captured, they get medical care in a federal facility. Maybe not the care they'd choose, but care nonetheless. And if they're not captured, if they're too sick to evade patrols and too sick to surrender safely? Dax didn't answer, because they both knew what happened to people who couldn't keep up when the wolves were hunting. I won't abandon them, Annie said finally. I won't leave my parents to die alone in the wilderness. Even if staying means everyone dies? Even then. The certainty in her voice was both admirable and heartbreaking, because Annie had made the same choice as her brother, had chosen loyalty over logic, love over survival, had chosen to preserve her humanity, even if preserving it killed her. There might be another option, Dax said, though even as he spoke the words, he knew how desperate they sounded. What option? I leave. Draw the patrol away from your family. They want me more than they want the rest of you. I lead them on a chase through terrain that favors a single person over a large group. That's suicide. That's tactics. One person moving fast through difficult country can evade capture longer than 6 people moving slowly across open ground. Annie was quiet for a moment, considering possibilities that all seemed to end with someone dying. And then what? You evade them forever? Live in the wilderness until the war ends? I buy you time. Maybe enough time for your parents to recover. Maybe enough time for the situation to change. Maybe enough time for help to arrive. Dax shrugged. Maybe I get captured and spend the rest of my life in a federal prison. But your family survives. Why would you do that? The question was simple, but the answer was complicated. Because he cared about them. Because Annie had made him remember what it felt like to be part of something worth protecting. Because he'd failed to save his brother and couldn't fail to save her family. Because sometimes redemption required sacrifice, and sacrifice was the only currency that bought peace with the ghosts that followed you. Because it's the right thing to do, he said simply. Annie looked at her mother's pale face, at David sleeping fitfully beside her, at the family that had chosen love over survival and would soon pay the price for that choice. Caleb won't let you do it, she said finally. Caleb doesn't get to decide. This is my choice. Our choice. This family's choice. And we choose to stay together. Even if it gets everyone killed? Especially then. Dax studied Annie's face, reading determination that wouldn't bend regardless of consequences. She'd made her decision based on values that went deeper than tactical necessity, deeper than survival instinct, deeper than the kind of cold calculation that had kept him alive through 3 years of running. She'd chosen to be human instead of practical, chosen love instead of logic, chosen the kind of loyalty that made life worth living, even when it made living impossible. All right, he said finally. We stay together. Even though you think it's the wrong choice? Even though I know it's the wrong choice. Annie smiled, and for a moment Dax could see the girl she'd been before the world forced her to grow up too fast. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. We still have to figure out how to move 2 sick people 60 miles without getting caught by a professional military unit. We'll figure it out. How? The same way families always figure things out. Together, with love and luck, and the kind of stubbornness that makes impossible things possible. Dax wanted to believe her, wanted to think that love could overcome tactical disadvantage, that loyalty could defeat professional soldiers, that families could survive anything if they refused to give up on each other. But he'd seen too much, lost too much, failed too many people who depended on his ability to make the hard choices when making them was necessary. He'd failed his brother by choosing survival over sacrifice. Now he was choosing sacrifice over survival, and he still wasn't sure it would be enough. Because military patrols didn't care about family loyalty. Bullets didn't respect love. And the federal government had classified him as a resistance operative regardless of what he'd actually done. Which meant the war had sides now, whether he'd chosen them or not. Which meant the Civil War had finally found Dax Walker, and it was wearing the uniform of the country he'd once sworn to defend. 8 hours to figure out how to keep a family together when everything in the world was working to tear them apart. 8 hours to prove that love was stronger than logistics. 8 hours to find out if choosing humanity over survival was wisdom or suicide. The countdown had started, and time was running out for everyone. Bicifra. 15. Annie. Wyoming backcountry, temporary camp by the river. Annie found Caleb hunched over the map, his shoulders tight with tension that had nothing to do with the military patrol closing in on them. He'd drawn circles and arrows across the paper, routes that led away from their current position, but somehow never included all 6 members of their group. She'd counted the marks. 3 people moving fast northeast toward Millfield. 2 people staying behind at the river crossing. 1 question mark that probably represented Evie, the medical professional who could go either direction, depending on where she was needed most. The arithmetic of abandonment, laid out in pencil and gilt. Dax told me, Annie said without preamble. Caleb's hand stilled on the map. Told you what? That you're planning to leave Mom and David behind. I'm not planning anything. Caleb's voice was defensive, but he didn't look up from the map. I'm considering options. All of them terrible. Options that involve abandoning our parents. Options that might keep some of us alive. Caleb finally met her eyes, and Annie could see the exhaustion there, the weight of choices that had no good answers. We have 8 hours before a military patrol with 40 soldiers reaches this position. Mom can barely walk 50 yards without collapsing. David is having chest pains every time his heart rate elevates. How exactly do you propose we outrun professional soldiers through 60 miles of open country? The question hung between them like a challenge. Because Annie didn't have an answer, had been trying to find one since Dax delivered his reconnaissance report an hour ago. But not having an answer didn't mean accepting the only solution Caleb seemed willing to consider. We figure it out, she said. Together. With what? Hope? Love? The power of positive thinking? Caleb's laugh was bitter. This isn't a movie, Annie. This is tactical reality. Some people can move fast enough to survive this, and some people can't. Those people are our parents. Those people are dying anyway. The words exploded out of Caleb with more force than he'd intended, loud enough to make everyone in the camp look in their direction. Loud enough that Mom and David, resting beside Mary's makeshift shelter, could hear every syllable. The silence that followed was devastating. Annie watched her mother's face crumple with understanding, watched David reach for Mary's hand as the implications of their conversation settled over the camp like a death sentence. They'd been trying to keep their voices low, trying to spare the sick from hearing discussions about their expendability. But secrets had a way of revealing themselves when the stakes got high enough. Caleb, Mom said quietly, her voice hoarse from fever and exhaustion. What's happening? Caleb closed his eyes, probably wishing he could take back the words that had escaped his careful control. Military patrol. 8 hours out. Large force. And you think we're slowing everyone down, David said. It wasn't a question. David Dash. Dash. It's all right. David's voice carried the calm acceptance of someone who'd already run the same calculations. I know what kind of shape I'm in. I know what climbing these mountains is doing to my heart. I'm not stupid, and I'm not blind. Mary struggled to sit up, her breathing labored, but her eyes sharp with the kind of maternal awareness that saw through every attempt at protection. You're talking about leaving us behind. The words hung in the mountain air like an accusation. Not harsh, not angry, just the simple statement of fact that cut deeper than any argument could have. We're talking about options, Caleb said carefully. About how to get everyone to safety. By sacrificing the weak for the strong, Annie said, her voice carrying all the fury that had been building since Dax's revelation. By deciding that some family members are worth saving and others aren't. That's not what I'm doing. Then what are you doing? Annie stepped closer to her brother, close enough to see the guilt written across his face. Because from where I'm standing, it looks exactly like you're planning to abandon Mom and David, so the rest of us have better odds of survival. Caleb ran his hands through his hair, a gesture she remembered from childhood when he was trying to solve problems that were bigger than his ability to fix them. I'm trying to save who I can save. Which people? The people who can be saved. According to who? According to your tactical assessment? According to some kind of military triage that weighs family members against survival odds? According to reality? Caleb's voice cracked with frustration. According to the fact that Mom has pneumonia and David is having cardiac episodes and neither of them can move fast enough to stay ahead of professional soldiers. According to the fact that trying to carry them will get all of us killed. Annie felt something cold settle in her chest, because he was right about the medical reality, right about the tactical disadvantage, right about the brutal calculation that measured love against logistics. But he was also wrong about what mattered. They raised us, she said quietly. Mom sat beside my bed every night when I had nightmares. David taught me to drive, helped me with homework, treated me like his own daughter from the day he married Mom. They chose to love us, to protect us, to sacrifice for us every single day of our lives. I know that. Do you? Because it sounds like you've forgotten what family means. Annie's voice was steady but carried an edge that made Caleb flinch. It sounds like you've decided that their love doesn't matter as much as our survival. Their love doesn't matter if we're all dead. Our survival doesn't matter if we become the kind of people who abandon family when they become inconvenient. Caleb stared at her, and Annie could see something shifting in his expression. Not agreement, but recognition of the divide that was opening between them. The fundamental difference in how they viewed the choice they were facing. You don't understand the responsibility, he said finally. You don't understand what it's like to make decisions that could kill everyone you love. Then stop making them. Annie moved closer, making sure he could see the determination in her face. Stop thinking like a soldier and start thinking like a son. Stop calculating odds and start remembering who these people are. I remember exactly who they are. That's why I'm trying to save them. By leaving them to die alone. By getting help fast enough to matter. Caleb pointed to the map, to the route he'd traced toward Millfield. If we move fast, if we take the direct route, we can reach town in 18 hours. Find medical help, transportation, maybe even convince local authorities to mount a rescue operation. And if Mom and David don't survive 18 hours without medical care, then at least some of us will be alive to mourn them. The words hit Annie like a physical blow, because they revealed the calculation at the heart of Caleb's planning. The cold assessment that their parents were probably going to die anyway, and that preserving their lives wasn't worth risking everyone else's. You've already written them off, she said. I've accepted reality. You've given up. Caleb's face went white with anger and exhaustion. I've spent every day since this started trying to keep everyone alive. I've made decisions that could have gotten us all killed because I refused to leave anyone behind. I've carried the weight of this family's survival for days, while you've had the luxury of just following orders. Following orders? Annie's voice went dangerously quiet. Yes, following orders. Letting me make the hard choices so you could preserve your moral certainty. But now we're facing a choice that doesn't have a good answer, and suddenly you want to be in charge of decisions you don't understand. The accusation stung because part of it was true. She had let Caleb carry the burden of leadership, had been grateful that someone else was making the impossible choices that survival demanded. But she understood this choice perfectly. I understand that you're scared, she said. I understand that you feel responsible for keeping everyone alive. I understand that the weight of that responsibility is breaking you. Caleb's jaw tightened, but he didn't deny it. But I also understand that the moment we start abandoning family members is the moment we stop being a family worth saving. Annie glanced toward her parents, who were watching this confrontation with the kind of heartbreak that came from understanding exactly what was at stake. They're not just tactical problems, Caleb. They're not resource drains or obstacles to survival. They're the people who made us who we are. And if staying with them gets everyone killed, then we die as a family instead of living as strangers. Caleb stared at her for a long moment, and Annie could see him wrestling with calculations that went beyond tactics, beyond survival, beyond the kind of military thinking that had kept them alive this far. You're asking me to choose between my family and my family, he said finally. I'm asking you to choose all of your family. All of us. Together. Even if it's impossible. Especially if it's impossible. Caleb looked at the map, at the routes that led away from this place, at the penciled circles that marked the arithmetic of abandonment. Then he looked at their parents, sitting quietly beside Mary's shelter, while David held her hand, and both of them tried to pretend they weren't listening to their children argue about their lives. I can't save everyone, he said, his voice breaking on the words. I can't even save the people who matter most. The admission came out raw, devastating in its honesty. Because Caleb had been carrying the impossible burden of keeping everyone alive in a world that seemed determined to kill them one by one. Had been making choices that could save or damn them all while trying to preserve both their lives and their humanity. Had been failing at both and finally admitting it. You don't have to save everyone, Annie said gently. You just have to refuse to abandon them. What's the difference? The difference is that we face whatever happens together. We don't sacrifice some people to save others. We don't make calculations about who deserves to live and who doesn't. Caleb was quiet for a moment, studying her face as if seeing something there he hadn't noticed before. And if that means we all die, then we die knowing we didn't become monsters to survive. That's a luxury we might not be able to afford. That's the only luxury that matters. The silence that followed was heavy with unspoken implications, because Annie could see Caleb running through scenarios, weighing possibilities, trying to find the tactical solution that would satisfy both survival necessity and family loyalty. She could also see the exact moment when he realized there might not be one. "The patrol will be here in 7 hours," he said finally. "Then we have 7 hours to figure out how to move everyone together." "It's not possible." "Then we make it possible." Caleb looked at her with something that might have been respect, or might have been resignation that his sister had become someone he didn't recognize. Someone willing to choose death over compromise, loyalty over logic, love over survival. "You're asking me to lead everyone into certain death," he said. "I'm asking you to lead your family. All of your family, wherever that leads." Annie could see the decision forming in Caleb's face, could see him choosing between the brother who'd learned to make hard choices and the son who'd promised to bring everyone home safely. Could see him choosing family over tactics, love over logic, hope over probability. Could see him choosing the kind of leadership that preserved humanity even when preserving it might be fatal. "All right," he said finally. "We stay together." "Even though you think it's the wrong choice?" "Even though I know it's the wrong choice." Annie felt some of the tension leave her shoulders, but she could also see the doubt in Caleb's eyes. He was agreeing because she'd asked, because their parents were listening, because fracturing the family over survival strategy would destroy them as surely as any military patrol. But he wasn't convinced, and that meant the real work was just beginning. "Thank you," she said. "Don't thank me yet. We still have to figure out how to move 2 sick people through 60 miles of hostile territory without getting caught by professional soldiers." "We'll figure it out." "How?" Before Annie could answer, Evie spoke up from beside Mary's shelter, her voice carrying the calm authority of someone who'd been listening to their argument while running her own calculations. "Actually," Evie said, "I might have an idea." Fag 16. Frank, Northern Idaho, Morgan homestead, same morning. Frank Morgan stared at the silent radio, his coffee growing cold as he cycled through frequencies that should have carried his children's voices. Nothing but static and the occasional burst of military chatter that made his stomach clench with possibilities he didn't want to consider. They were 3 days overdue. He'd taught Caleb to check in every 12 hours, using the ham radio frequencies they'd practiced during those long months when his son was learning to be someone hard enough to survive what was coming. 12 hours had become 24, then 48. Then this morning's silence that stretched into the kind of void that meant either equipment failure or something worse. Frank knew which one was more likely. The homestead spread around him like a fortress built from 20 years of preparation and paranoia that had stopped feeling paranoid when the world started proving him right. Solar panels and backup generators, water wells and filtration systems. Enough food and ammunition to survive a siege that might last years instead of months. Everything a family needed to weather the collapse, except the family to weather it with. Base station to mobile units. Frank spoke into the microphone, using the call signs they'd established months ago. Phoenix requesting status update from Eagle and Hawk. Please respond. Static answered him. The same static that had been answering for 3 days while federal patrols expanded their search patterns and amateur radio operators across the region reported increased military activity. While his children disappeared into country that ate people alive when they made mistakes. Frank switched to the emergency frequency Carol Henderson monitored from her mountain cabin. She'd been his early warning system for weeks, tracking refugee movements and military operations from her position overlooking the main routes through Wyoming. Mountain Watch, this is Northern Base. Do you copy? The response came immediately, Carol's voice crackling through the static with the professional calm of someone who'd been expecting his call. Northern Base, this is Mountain Watch. I copy. Any word on our mutual friends? Affirmative. Had contact 2 nights ago. 6 souls proceeding north on alternate route. They seemed tired. Asked about medical supplies in Millfield. Frank's grip tightened on the microphone. Medical supplies could mean anything from basic first aid to life-threatening emergencies. Could mean someone was hurt, sick, or worse. Current status? He asked. Unknown. Lost contact after that. Been monitoring emergency frequencies, but nothing since. Lost contact. Frank's mind raced through possibilities, none of them good. Equipment failure was possible, but unlikely. Caleb knew how to maintain radio gear, which left hostile action, capture, or something bad enough to prevent communication entirely. Any military activity in their projected route? Affirmative. Large-scale operation launched this morning. Multiple units, air support, professional coordination. They're not looking for refugees, Frank. They're hunting specific targets. The words hit him like cold water. Because Carol was right. Random refugee sweeps didn't require the kind of resources she was describing. This was a targeted operation, the kind that happened when someone important wanted someone found. Targets? Unknown, but the radio chatter mentions deserters and resistance connections. Could be they picked up a passenger who brought attention. Dax Walker. Had to be. Frank had known the risks when Caleb mentioned traveling with someone who had military experience, had weighed the tactical advantage against potential complications. Now those complications might get his entire family killed. Recommendations? Frank asked, though he was already moving toward the equipment lockers where he kept the gear that could turn him from worried father into active participant. Stay put. Let me coordinate with other stations. See if anyone has eyes on the area. If they're moving, if they're captured, if they're... Carol's voice trailed off, unwilling to speak the possibility that hung between them. Negative. I'm going mobile. Frank, that's not smart. You leave that homestead, you lose your tactical advantage. You get caught in the same net that's closing on them. They're my children. And they need you alive and free, not dead or captured trying to reach them. Frank looked around the homestead he'd spent 2 decades building, the walls and weapons and supplies that could keep his family safe for years, assuming his family was here to benefit from them. The fortress that meant nothing without the people it was designed to protect. How long before the military operation reaches their last known position? Hard to say. Could be hours, could be days. Depends on how fast they're moving, how good they are at staying invisible. And if they don't reach me by tonight? Carol was quiet for a moment, probably running the same calculations that were eating at Frank's chest. Then you start making hard choices about what you can control and what you can't. But Frank had already made his choice, had made it the moment Caleb called to report they were coming home, had confirmed it every hour since they'd gone silent. Mountain Watch, I need you to monitor all frequencies. Any word about 6 travelers, you contact me immediately. Any military chatter about operations in their route, you pass it along. Roger that. And Frank? Yeah? Your boy's smart. Got good instincts. If anyone can get them through this, it's him. Frank wanted to believe that. Wanted to think that the skills he'd taught Caleb would be enough to overcome military patrols and medical emergencies and the kind of impossible choices that broke people who weren't ready for them. But he'd also seen what happened to smart people with good instincts when the world decided to kill them. Had watched friends and neighbors disappear into the chaos that followed societal collapse. Victims of circumstances that couldn't be overcome with preparation or skills or determination. Northern Base out, he said, and started planning for war. The first step was intelligence. Frank switched to the scanner that monitored federal law enforcement frequencies, listening to the coordination chatter that painted a picture of operations spanning 3 states. Search patterns that suggested they were looking for someone specific. Rules of engagement that mentioned capture alive for intelligence value. Someone with his children was important enough to justify serious resources. The second step was equipment. Frank pulled tactical gear from lockers he'd hoped never to open, checking weapons and ammunition and communication equipment with the methodical precision of someone who'd done this before. Body armor that still fit despite 20 years of civilian life. Night vision equipment and GPS units and medical supplies that could keep people alive long enough to matter. Everything a single person needed to insert himself into a military operation and extract civilians who might already be beyond help. The third step was acceptance. Frank stared at the photograph on his kitchen table, taken 3 years ago during one of Caleb's visits home. His son standing beside Annie in front of the half-built homestead, both of them young and confident, believing their father's preparations were excessive, but humoring him anyway. Neither of them understanding that the excessive preparations would become the only thing standing between their family and the chaos that was coming. Everyone depending on him to have answers when the normal world ended. Frank folded the photograph and tucked it into his vest pocket, close to his heart, where it could remind him what he was fighting for when the fighting started. Then he loaded his truck with enough firepower to challenge a small army and headed south toward whatever was happening to his family. The radio crackled with updates from Carroll and other stations in the network they'd built to track the collapse. Military movements, refugee sightings, the steady drumbeat of a country tearing itself apart while families tried to survive the violence. But no word about 6 travelers moving north through country that had become a hunting ground. No word about whether his children were still alive to need rescue. No word about whether he was driving toward a reunion or a funeral. Frank pressed harder on the accelerator and tried to outrun the silence that had swallowed his family whole. Setertier. 17. Caleb. Wyoming backcountry, temporary camp by the river. What kind of idea? Caleb asked, grabbing onto Evie's words like a lifeline. Evie stood up from beside Mary's shelter, her face carrying the kind of determined calm that came from making difficult decisions under pressure. We stop running. We find somewhere safe to hide. Hide where? Annie's voice carried disbelief. From 40 soldiers? With helicopters? Somewhere they can't easily get to us. Somewhere we can see them coming. Evie pulled out the map Carroll had given them, spreading it across a flat stone. There's an old mine about 3 miles northeast, built into the hillside, only a couple ways up. Hard to reach, easy to defend. Caleb studied the map, noting the contour lines that showed steep terrain around the mining site. Protected, but also isolated. The kind of place where you could hide from a larger force, but also the kind of place where you'd be trapped if they found you. What if they corner us in there? Dax asked. No way out once they know where we are. There's no way out of this anyway, Evie replied. Not with Mary and David barely able to walk. But if we can get them somewhere safe, somewhere hidden, maybe we buy time for help to come. What help? Caleb asked. Who's coming to rescue us? Your father. He's got to know something's wrong by now. He's probably trying to figure out where we are, how to help. If we can let him know where to find us. It was a desperate plan built on hope and guesswork. Frank might not even know they were in trouble. He might not be able to do anything against professional soldiers. He might be dealing with his own problems in northern Idaho. But it was also the first plan anyone had suggested that didn't involve leaving family members behind. Tell me more, Caleb said. Evie pointed to the mining site on the map. The mine has tunnels underground where Mary and David could hide safely. Multiple levels, hard to search. Places where attackers would have to come at you one at a time. And the patrol? We make them think we went somewhere else. Lead them away from the mine. Make them chase us toward Millfield while Mary and David rest and get better. Who leads them away? Evie was quiet for a moment, probably weighing honesty against family feelings. Whoever they want most. Probably Dax. Maybe with someone else to make it look real. A distraction, Annie said, understanding immediately. Make the hunters chase the wrong people. Right. Give Mary and David time to recover while the soldiers waste time chasing us through empty country. Caleb studied the map again, thinking through scenarios with the part of his mind that Frank had trained to consider hiding spots and escape routes. The mining site offered advantages: height, cover, limited ways in. But it also meant risk, isolation, limited ways out, the possibility of being trapped if the trick didn't work. How long would we need to stay ahead of them? Hours, maybe longer. Long enough for the main group to commit to chasing us. Long enough for the people hiding to get settled and maybe signal for help. And if they don't take the bait, if they search the mine anyway, then we fight from a good position instead of flat ground. Better than running. David spoke up from beside Mary's shelter, his voice hoarse but steady. What are you asking us to do? Hide in a hole while you risk your lives leading away the people hunting us? We're asking you to let us protect you, Evie said gently. The way families protect each other when some people can't protect themselves. By using yourselves as bait? By being smart instead of just running scared through country where they have all the advantages. Mary struggled to sit up. Her breathing labored, but her eyes sharp with the kind of motherly concern that saw through every attempt at protection. This plan means someone has to sacrifice themselves for the others. This plan means we all do what we're best at, Evie corrected. Mary, what you're best at right now is getting better. David, you're best at taking care of her. Caleb and Annie are best at planning and problem solving. Dax is best at staying ahead of trouble. And you? Caleb asked. Taking care of sick people and keeping everyone connected. I stay with Mary and David, make sure they're okay, help everyone stay in touch. Caleb felt something shifting in his chest. Not quite hope, but something that felt like a real plan instead of desperate running. Because Evie was right about using people's strengths, right about working together instead of trying to make everyone do everything, right about giving them choices besides abandonment or suicide. How far is the mine? He asked. 3 miles northeast. Rough ground, but okay for people who aren't really sick. And the distraction route? North toward Millfield, making enough noise to get their attention. Radio chatter, obvious tracks, clear signs we're running scared. Annie was studying the map with the focused look she got when working on problems that mattered. Who goes on the distraction? Volunteers, Evie said simply. People who can move fast, think on their feet, handle themselves if things get dangerous. The implication hung in the air between them, because they all knew who that meant. Dax, obviously. He was the one they wanted most. But also Caleb, because he had the training. Maybe Annie, because she was young and fast and stubborn enough to keep going when things got hard. Maybe all of them except the sick and the caretaker. I'll do it, Dax said immediately. It's my fault they're hunting us. My job to lead them away. We'll do it, Caleb corrected. Together. Family. You're needed for planning the defense. I'm needed wherever my family needs me most. Caleb looked at Mary and David, at the exhaustion and sickness that made movement dangerous, but also made abandonment unthinkable. And right now, that means making sure the people hunting us have better things to chase than sick people hiding in mine shafts. Annie was quiet for a moment, thinking through scenarios with the same awareness that had been growing stronger since they'd started this journey. I'm going too. Annie, Mom started. I'm going because I'm fast, because I can think clearly, and because splitting up gives everyone better chances. Annie's voice carried the kind of certainty that made argument pointless. Evie stays with you and David. Caleb and Dax and I lead the patrol on a chase that gives you time to get better. And if you don't make it back, then you and David recover, get help, and remember that we chose this because we love you. The silence that followed was heavy with things nobody wanted to say out loud, because this plan had risks that went beyond just hiding and running. People might die trying to make it work. Families might be separated forever instead of just temporarily. Love might not be enough to overcome professional soldiers with better equipment and training, but it was also a plan that kept everyone together in spirit, even when it separated them physically. A plan that used people's strengths instead of highlighting their weaknesses. A plan that offered hope instead of just managed despair. How do we stay in touch? Caleb asked, accepting the plan even as he thought about its challenges. Short range radios for the teams. Emergency signal if the hiding spot gets found. Signal fires if the radios don't work. Evie was already thinking through details, backup plans, what if scenarios. And regular check ins so everyone knows what's happening. When do we start? Right now. Get to the mine before the patrol reaches here. Get hidden while the distraction team makes tracks toward Millfield. And if this doesn't work, David asked quietly, then we fight back instead of just running, Caleb said. Together, even when we're apart. Mary reached for David's hand, her grip weak, but her determination steady. Do it. Give us a chance to get better while you give yourselves a chance to survive. You sure? Annie asked. I'm sure that this family doesn't abandon each other, even when staying together means separating for a while. Caleb felt the weight of leadership settling over him again, but this time it felt different. Not the crushing responsibility of making impossible choices, but the shared burden of coordinating a plan that everyone had helped create, a plan that preserved family bonds even when it risked family lives. Pack up, he said. Light loads, just what we need. We move in 15 minutes. They broke camp with the efficiency of people who'd learned to move fast when speed mattered. Essential supplies divided between teams. Weapons checked and ammunition distributed. Medical supplies split between Evie's kit and emergency reserves for the distraction team. Everything a family needed to survive separation and fight together from different positions. Remember, Evie said as they prepared to split up, we're not trying to win a fight. We're trying to buy time, confuse them, make them spread out, hit and run, stay moving, keep them guessing. And for the hiding team, Caleb asked, stay quiet, stay hidden, stay alive. Signal for help if you can, but don't risk getting found unless you absolutely have to. Mary struggled to her feet, accepting David's support as they prepared for the 3-mile hike to the mining site. She looked pale and exhausted, but also determined in the way that only mothers could be when their children were about to walk into danger. Bring each other home, she said simply. We will, Annie promised, though they all knew it was a promise that might be impossible to keep. Caleb shouldered his pack and checked his rifle one last time. In 6 hours, maybe less, he'd be leading soldiers away from his sick parents through country that offered hiding places but no real safety. Playing a deadly game of chase with professional hunters who had better numbers, equipment, and training. Playing for stakes that included everyone he loved. But for the first time since the patrol had been spotted, he felt like they had a plan that honored both smart thinking and family loyalty. A plan that kept everyone together, even when it split them apart. A plan that offered hope instead of just managed despair. It was still desperate, still dangerous, still built on assumptions that might prove wrong and timing that might fail. But it was something other than abandonment. And for a family that had chosen love over logic, hope over probability, staying together over staying safe, that might be enough. They moved out in 2 groups, heading in different directions, but carrying the same determination to protect each other regardless of cost. The sun was climbing toward noon, and somewhere behind them, a military patrol was following their trail with the patient efficiency of professional hunters. But ahead of them lay terrain that could hide families and plans that could confuse enemies, and the slim possibility that love might be stronger than logistics after all. Even when the odds said otherwise, even when staying human required choices that might not let them stay alive. Even when family meant risking everything for people who'd do the same for you without hesitation. The chase was about to begin, and everything depended on whether they could run fast enough, hide well enough, and love deeply enough to survive what was coming. Time would tell if desperate plans and family loyalty were enough to overcome professional soldiers and superior firepower. But they were about to find out. 18. Marcus Webb, Wyoming backcountry. The coordinates came through at 0300, accompanied by orders that left no room for interpretation. Grid references, suspected insurgent families, elimination protocols. Webb stared at the encrypted tablet display in the pre-dawn darkness, his stomach turning as he recognized the clinical language that had replaced words like arrest and detain. No prisoners, no questions, just coordinates and body counts. Sir? Corporal Jenkins approached through the gloom, rifle slung but ready. Young kid from Oregon who still believed they were the good guys. Briefing in 5? Webb nodded, though his throat felt like sandpaper. He'd been avoiding this moment for 3 days, ever since Command had implemented Phase 4 protocols. The euphemisms were getting thinner. Population management, territory pacification, hostile element neutralization. They were hunting Americans. Gather the squad, he said quietly. Full gear. Jenkins jogged off to wake the others, leaving Webb alone with the list. 17 names spread across 6 families hiding in the mountains. GPS coordinates provided by aerial surveillance. Intelligence suggesting they were armed and organized, part of the domestic terrorist network, threatening federal authority in the region. But Webb recognized 3 of the names from his hometown of Joplin, Missouri. The Patterson family. Jim Patterson had coached Webb's Little League team. Sarah Patterson had brought casseroles to Webb's mother when she was going through chemo. Their daughter Katie had dated Webb's brother in high school. Now they were hostile elements, requiring neutralization. Webb's hands shook as he studied the tactical overlay. The families had taken shelter in an abandoned mining complex 15 miles northeast. Natural defensive position, but limited escape routes. Standard search and destroy would be textbook simple. Except these weren't enemy combatants. These were neighbors who'd made the mistake of running instead of trusting a system that had already failed them. Squad ready, sir. Sergeant Torres materialized beside him. Career soldier who followed orders without question. The kind of NCO who kept units functioning when the world went insane. What's the mission? Webb looked at the 6 soldiers under his command. Jenkins, barely old enough to drink. Martinez, who had 2 kids back in Texas. Hoffman, whose wife was pregnant with their first. Collins, who'd enlisted after 9/11 to defend America against foreign threats. Not one of them had signed up to murder American families hiding in caves. Intelligence suggests insurgent activity in Sector 7, Webb said carefully. Multiple families, potentially armed, refusing to comply with federal evacuation orders. Rules of engagement? Torres asked. That was the question, wasn't it? Webb pulled up the official orders on his tablet, the words burning his eyes even in the dim light. Command directive is clear. These are designated hostile combatants operating in violation of federal authority. No surrender offers, no detention protocols. He couldn't say it, couldn't speak the words that would turn his soldiers into executioners. Torres understood anyway. His jaw tightened, but he nodded. Time to gear up. As the squad prepared their equipment, Webb studied the satellite images again. The mining complex offered multiple cave systems, natural choke points, elevated positions. Whoever was hiding there had chosen well. But the imagery also showed evidence of improvised living spaces, tarps strung between rocks, signs of children. His radio crackled. Patrol 7, this is command. Report status. Webb keyed the mic, his voice steady despite the chaos in his head. Patrol 7 moving to assigned coordinates. ETA 40 minutes. Copy that. Remember, this is pacification priority. Intelligence suggests these groups are planning coordinated attacks on federal facilities. Do not allow any hostiles to escape and regroup. Understood. Webb clicked off, the weight of the lie settling in his chest. Planning attacks? The Patterson family was running a struggling farm before the crisis. Jim's back was so bad he could barely lift feed sacks. Sarah spent her days volunteering at the church food bank. But they'd fled instead of reporting to processing centers. That made them terrorists now. The hike to the target area took 38 minutes through terrain that reminded Webb of hunting trips with his father. back when America felt like something worth defending instead of something eating itself alive. The mining complex appeared exactly as advertised, a natural fortress that would require significant firepower to breach. Webb positioned his squad along the ridgeline overlooking the site, using night vision to catalog the defensive positions. He counted at least 3 families based on the sleeping arrangements, maybe more. No visible weapons, but that didn't mean they weren't armed. "Sir?" Jenkins whispered from his position. "I've got movement. Looks like a kid, maybe 10 years old." Webb adjusted his scope and cursed silently. A girl, barely visible in the pre-dawn gloom, moving between the shelters. Probably checking on the adults or using the improvised latrine they'd set up downhill. Just a child trying to survive in a world that had declared her family the enemy. "What are your orders, Lieutenant?" Torres' voice carried no judgment, but Webb could feel the weight of 6 soldiers waiting for him to decide how this morning would end. Webb's mind raced through the possibilities. Follow orders and murder innocent families, including children. Refuse orders and face court-martial, probably execution for treason. Report the area clear and hope command didn't send another patrol. Or find a third option. "Torres, take Martinez and Collins. Circle around to the north exit. If anyone runs, you don't see them." Webb's voice was barely audible. "Jenkins, Hoffman, cover the main entrance. Same rule applies." "Sir?" Torres sounded confused. "I'm going down there alone. Going to give them a chance to disappear before someone else gets these coordinates." Webb chambered around in his rifle, the sound sharp in the morning air. "If command asks, we found evidence of recent occupation, but no current hostiles." The silence stretched long enough that Webb wondered if he'd just destroyed his career and his squad's loyalty in one moment. Then Torres keyed his radio. "Copy that, sir. No hostile contact. Area appears abandoned." Webb felt something ease in his chest. Whatever happened next, he wouldn't be turning American children into casualties. He started down the slope toward the mining complex, his weapon lowered but ready. "Hello in the camp," he called when he was 50 yards out. "This is Lieutenant Webb, U.S. Army. I need to speak with whoever's in charge." Movement stopped immediately. Then a man's voice, tense but controlled. "We're not armed. We have children here." "I know. That's why I came alone." Webb stopped where they could see him clearly. "Jim Patterson? That you?" A long pause. Then, "Marcus?" Marcus Webb from Joplin. "Yes, sir." Webb felt his throat tighten. "Mr. Patterson, you and your family need to be gone from here within the hour. There's a patrol coming, bigger than mine, with orders I can't change." Jim Patterson emerged from behind a rock formation, older and thinner than Webb remembered, but unmistakably the man who'd taught him to hit a curveball. "Marcus, what's happening out there? The news says Missouri's under martial law." "It's complicated, sir. But what matters right now is that command thinks you're planning attacks on federal facilities. They've designated your families as hostile combatants." "Hostile?" Sarah Patterson appeared beside her husband, her face gaunt, but still carrying the kindness Webb remembered. "We're just trying to keep our children safe." "I know, but the system doesn't see it that way anymore." Webb glanced at his watch. "You've got maybe an hour before the next patrol arrives. Take only what you can carry and head deeper into the mountains. Stay off the main trails." Other faces appeared from the shadows. People Webb didn't recognize, but who looked exactly like his own relatives back in Missouri. Scared, exhausted, pushed beyond their limits by circumstances they'd never asked for. "Why are you helping us?" Jim asked. Webb considered the question. Because they were neighbors? Because children shouldn't pay for their parents' political choices? Because somewhere along the way, following orders had stopped being about protecting America? "Because this isn't what I signed up for," he said finally, "and because Mrs. Patterson made the best green bean casserole in Joplin." Sarah Patterson's eyes filled with tears. "Your mother, how is she?" "She's safe, living with my sister in Kansas City." Webb's radio crackled. Torres checking in. You need to move now. Head northwest. Follow the creek drainage for at least 5 miles before changing direction. And leave the tents. Take only what you can carry on foot. As the families quickly broke camp, children appearing from the shelters like deer emerging from cover, Webb felt the weight of his decision settling in. They moved with practiced efficiency that spoke of previous, hasty departures. Backpacks appeared from hidden spots. The tents were left standing but emptied of anything valuable. Within minutes, the clearing looked abandoned except for the camping gear too heavy to carry. Instead, they'd get a lie that might buy these people enough time to disappear into a country that had forgotten the difference between patriotism and paranoia. Webb's radio crackled again. Patrol 7, this is command. Status report. He keyed the mic, watching the Patterson family disappear into the tree line. Command, this is Patrol 7. Target area searched and cleared. No hostile contact. Evidence suggests recent abandonment. Copy that. Any intelligence on their direction of travel? Webb looked at the tracks leading in multiple directions, some real and some he'd created himself. Negative. Multiple exit routes used. Trail disperses after 1 mile. Understood. Return to base for debriefing. Roger that. Patrol 7 returning to base. As his squad regrouped for the march back, Webb caught Torres looking at him with something that might have been approval. Jenkins seemed relieved. The others were already talking about breakfast and the football game they'd catch on base TV. None of them mentioned the families they'd let escape, and Webb realized that maybe he wasn't the only one questioning which side of history they were on. The hike back took longer than expected, each step carrying Webb further from the moment that had changed everything. He'd crossed a line today, chosen conscience over orders, neighbors over duty. In the old America, that might have been called heroism. In this new one, it was probably treason. But as he thought about Katie Patterson's 10-year-old daughter scrambling to safety in the forest, Webb decided he could live with being a traitor to whatever America had become. He couldn't live with being its executioner. The sun was fully up by the time they reached base, casting long shadows across a landscape that looked the same as yesterday, but felt fundamentally different. Webb would file his report, attend his debriefing, and prepare for whatever mission came next. And somewhere in the Wyoming mountains, 3 American families would have another day to figure out how to survive in a country that had declared them the enemy. Maybe that was enough. Maybe that was all any of them could do now. Choose, moment by moment, to be someone they could live with when the choosing was done. Webb hoped it would be enough. Because tomorrow, there would be another list, another set of coordinates, another group of neighbors who'd made the mistake of believing they were still free. And next time, he might not be able to save them. 19 EVIE, Wyoming Mining Complex. The mine's mouth yawned open like a wound in the mountainside, dark and unwelcoming. Evie stared into the black throat of stone and timber, her medical training warring with every survival instinct she'd developed over the past weeks. Getting Mary and David deeper underground felt like burying them alive. But the alternative was letting them die in the open, exposed to the patrol that Dax insisted was closing in. It's not as bad as it looks, she said quietly, more to herself than to Mary, who was leaning heavily against David's shoulder. The air circulation seems decent. No signs of structural collapse. Mary lifted her head, and Evie's heart clenched. The older woman's eyes held a glassy sheen that spoke of fever, confusion, the kind of delirium that came when a body was shutting down system by system. 3 days of hiking through mountain terrain had taken what little reserves Mary had possessed and ground them to dust. Where are we going? Mary's voice was barely a whisper. Somewhere safe. Evie lied smoothly, taking Mary's arm to guide her forward. Just a little rest, and you'll feel better. David said nothing, but she could see the gray pallor of his skin, the way his hand kept drifting to his chest. Heart failure symptoms that were getting worse by the hour. In a hospital, he'd be on oxygen, diuretics, careful monitoring. Out here, he was a walking dead man who just hadn't accepted it yet. They moved slowly into the mine's entrance, Evie using her phone's flashlight to illuminate the rough-hewn walls. The air was cooler here, damp and heavy with the smell of old earth and rusted metal. Support beams crossed overhead like ribs, some original timber that had somehow survived decades of abandonment. "This will do," Evie said when they reached a wider chamber about 50 yards in. Old mining equipment sat abandoned in the shadows. Rusted carts, coils of cable, tools that had been left behind when the operation shut down. "You can rest here." She helped Mary sit down on a flat section of rock, then guided David down beside her. The effort of walking this far had left him breathless, his chest rising and falling in the shallow, rapid pattern that meant his heart was struggling to pump blood efficiently. "Annie?" Mary asked, confusion clouding her features. "Where's Annie?" "She's with Caleb," Evie said, arranging their backpack to support Mary's back. "They'll be here soon." Another lie. Annie was learning weapons training from Dax while Caleb scouted patrol movements. They wouldn't be here for hours, if at all. The plan was to draw the soldiers away, give Mary and David time to either recover or... Evie pushed that thought aside and focused on immediate needs. Water first. She pulled out one of their precious bottles, helping Mary take small sips. The older woman's throat worked slowly, like swallowing had become a conscious effort. "That's good," Evie murmured. "Just a little at a time." David waved away the water when she offered it to him. "Save it," he said, his voice thin. I don't think I need..." "You need fluids," Evie said firmly, using her CNA voice. "Dehydration makes everything worse." She managed to get him to drink a few sips before checking both their temperatures with the back of her hand. Mary was burning up. David was too cool, his circulation shutting down to preserve vital organs. The cruel arithmetic of triage ran through her mind. With proper medical care, antibiotics for Mary's infection, IV diuretics for David's heart failure, oxygen for both, they might have a chance. Without it, Mary had maybe days. David had hours. And she was supposed to keep them alive until rescue arrived. "Evie?" Mary's voice was so soft she almost missed it. "I don't feel good." "I know, sweetie." The endearment slipped out without thinking. "You're sick, but you're going to get better." Mary's eyes found hers, and for a moment the confusion cleared. What Evie saw there made her stomach drop. Mary knew. Maybe not the clinical details, but she understood that something fundamental was failing inside her body. "David?" Mary reached for her husband's hand. "Are you there?" "Right here," David said, though his own voice was growing weaker. "Always right here." They sat together in the dim light, two people who'd built a life together watching that life slip away in a mine shaft. Evie turned away, pretending to organize their supplies while her eyes burned with unshed tears. Her phone buzzed. Text from Caleb. "Status?" "Stable," she typed back, resting. The lie felt like acid on her tongue. But what else could she say? That his mother was dying? That his stepfather's heart was giving out? That she was watching two people she'd grown to love waste away in a hole in the ground because they found had had the misfortune of growing old during the apocalypse. She heard footsteps echoing from the mine entrance and quickly wiped her eyes. Annie's voice called out, closer than expected. "Mom? David? Evie?" "Back here," Evie called, forcing cheer into her voice. "Everything's fine." Annie appeared in the flashlight beam, rifle slung over her shoulder and dirt streaking her face. She looked older, harder, like the past few hours of weapons training had burned away some essential softness. But when she saw her parents, her face crumpled with relief. "Oh, thank God," Annie breathed, dropping to her knees beside Mary. "Mom, how are you feeling?" Mary managed a weak smile. "Better. She's taking good care of us." Annie looked at Evie over Mary's head, gratitude shining in her eyes. Thank you. For everything. Evie nodded, not trusting her voice. Annie had enough to worry about without knowing the truth. Better to let her focus on learning to survive, on becoming the kind of person who could make it through what was coming. They just need rest, Evie said quietly. The hiking has been hard on them, but with some time to recover, of course. Annie squeezed Mary's hand. We'll stay here as long as you need. But they both knew that wasn't possible. The patrol was still out there. They couldn't stay hidden forever, and every hour they delayed was another hour closer to the inevitable choice between abandoning the sick or watching everyone die. Evie's phone buzzed again. This time it was Dax. Movement on ridge. Maybe 2 hours out. 2 hours. Not enough time for miracles. Barely enough time for goodbyes. Annie, Evie said carefully, can I talk to you for a minute? About supplies? They moved deeper into the mine, out of earshot. Annie's eyes were bright with hope, ready to hear good news about medications or treatment plans. Evie almost couldn't bear to shatter that hope. They're stable, she said, the lie coming easier now. Weak, but stable. The rest is helping. Annie's shoulders sagged with relief. I was so scared. When I saw Mom this morning, she looked exhausted, Evie finished. The stress and physical demands have been overwhelming for people their age. But they're tough. They've made it this far. Another lie, but a necessary one. Annie needed to believe her parents would be okay. Needed that hope to keep functioning, keep learning, keep becoming the person who might actually survive when everything fell apart. What do they need? Annie asked. Medicine? Food? I can get Caleb to... Time, Evie said firmly. Rest and time. Their bodies know how to heal if we give them the chance. Annie nodded, accepting the medical assessment from someone she trusted, someone who'd proven her competence over weeks of crisis. If the CNA said they'd be okay, they'd be okay. Evie watched Annie walk back to her parents, saw her kneel down and stroke Mary's forehead with infinite tenderness, saw David manage a smile when Annie took his hand, saw the love that still burned between this family, even as the world crumbled around them. She'd made her choice. Keep them together as long as possible. Let Annie believe recovery was possible. Spare her the knowledge that every moment they stayed was a moment closer to losing everything that mattered. Her phone buzzed one more time. Caleb, patrol split into 2 groups. Need to move soon. Evie looked at Mary, who was drifting in and out of consciousness, and David, whose breathing had become labored even at rest. They weren't going anywhere. Couldn't be moved without killing them faster. Give us more time, she typed back. The answer came quickly. There is no more time. But there had to be. There had to be enough time for one last conversation, one final embrace, one moment of peace before everything went dark. Even if that peace was built on lies, even if hope was nothing more than a comfortable delusion. Evie deleted Caleb's message and put her phone away. Then she walked back to where Annie sat with her parents, ready to tell whatever lies were necessary to protect the last scraps of innocence in a world that had forgotten mercy. How are we doing? She asked, settling down beside them. Better, Mary whispered. Much better. And in that moment, with her family around her and love in her failing heart, maybe it was true. Maybe that was the only truth that mattered. Evie smiled and held Mary's other hand, feeling the flutter of a pulse that was growing weaker by the hour. Outside, soldiers with kill orders were closing in. But inside this mine, this forgotten pocket of stone and shadow, there was still time for kindness. Time for one last lie that felt like love. Yes, Evie said softly. Much better. The darkness pressed in around them, but it felt warm rather than cold, like an embrace rather than a tomb. And for now, that was enough. 2 hours later, the patrol's voices echoed off the mine walls, distorted by stone and distance but unmistakably military. Evie pressed her back against the rough rock, one hand on Mary's shoulder to keep her still, the other covering her own mouth to muffle her breathing. Mary had been unconscious for the past hour. David was awake, but barely responsive. His eyes glazed with pain and confusion. Neither of them understood they were hiding. Neither of them understood what discovery would mean. Annie was somewhere in the deeper tunnels with Caleb and Dax, weapons ready, prepared for whatever came next. But they'd agreed. If the soldiers found the mine, Mary and David would stay hidden until the very end. No prisoners, no mercy, no hope. The voices were getting closer, methodical search patterns, professional techniques, the kind of thorough sweep that would find every hiding place eventually. Evie touched the small bottle of morphine she'd been saving, the last mercy she could offer when the time came. Mary stirred, her eyes fluttering open. For a moment they were clear, focused, present in a way they hadn't been for days. "Evie?" Mary's voice was barely a breath. "Are we going to be okay?" Evie looked into those trusting eyes, saw the woman who'd welcomed her into this broken family, who'd shared her last food and water without complaint, who'd never once asked for special treatment, despite her failing body. "Yes," Evie whispered, meaning it more than any truth she'd ever told. "We're going to be just fine." Mary smiled and closed her eyes, her breathing growing shallow and peaceful. Outside, the soldiers were calling to each other, flashlight beams probing the darkness. But inside the mine, wrapped in love and lies and the promise of rest, there was finally peace. Evie held Mary's hand and waited for whatever came next, knowing she'd chosen correctly. Sometimes the kindest thing you could do was lie beautifully, right up until the very end. 20. David. Mining shaft. The chest pain started small, like a fist slowly tightening around his heart. David pressed his back against the cold mine wall and tried not to let Mary see how much effort each breath required. She was dying. He could see it in her fevered skin, her shallow breathing. His wife of 15 years, and he was watching her fade in a hole in the ground, hiding like criminals. The morphine bottle sat in Evie's medical kit, close enough to touch. 2 doses left, maybe 3. Enough to ease Mary's pain when the end came. But not enough for both of them. His heart hammered against his ribs, irregular and desperate. The stress, the hiking, the constant fear. His body was giving up system by system. Soon he'd collapse. Then what? Annie would watch both her parents die while soldiers hunted them. Mary stirred. "David?" "I'm here." He took her burning hand in his cold one. "Always here." She tried to smile. It came out as a grimace. "I'm scared." "Me too." The words felt like relief. But we're together. Whatever happens, we're together. Footsteps echoed from the mine entrance. Voices, flashlight beams cutting through darkness. David squeezed Mary's hand and closed his eyes, feeling his heart skip another beat. Not much longer now. For either of them. At least they'd die holding hands. 21. Mary. Mining shaft. Mary. The fever dreams made everything shimmer, like looking through water. Mary knew she was dying, had known for hours. Time meant nothing down here in the stone darkness. She kept dreaming about Annie as a little girl, pigtails bouncing as she chased butterflies. About Caleb taking his first steps toward David. About the life they'd built together, ordinary and precious. The soldiers' voices were getting closer, boots on rock, radios crackling coordinates. They were hunting her children like animals. "Mom?" Annie's voice, frightened and young. "How are you feeling?" Mary tried to focus on her daughter's face, tried to memorize the curve of her cheek. "Better?" she whispered. The lie came easily. What was one more lie when truth would only hurt? She wanted to tell Annie how proud she was. How the scared 17-year-old had become someone strong enough to survive. How cutting her hair hadn't made her less beautiful, just more fierce. But the words wouldn't come. Only fever, burning through her thoughts like wildfire. David's hand tightened around hers. Anchor. Home. The only constant in a world gone mad. The voices were right outside now. Mary closed her eyes and tried to remember their wedding day, before the world learned how to break hearts professionally. If she was going to die, she wanted to die remembering joy. 22. Annie. Mining shaft. Annie. The rifle felt wrong in her hands. Too heavy. Too real. Annie crouched in the deeper tunnels, listening to the patrol sweep through the mine like death with flashlights. Mom was dying. David was dying. And she was hiding in the dark with a weapon she barely knew how to use. 3 weeks ago, her biggest worry had been homecoming. Now she was calculating kill zones and considering how many soldiers she could take down if they found her parents. You can't save everyone, Dax had told her, but he was wrong. She had to try, had to be strong enough to protect the people who'd raised her, even if it killed her. The patrol leader's voice echoed off the walls, professional and calm. They weren't monsters, just people following orders, trying to get home to their own families. But they were still going to murder her parents. Annie tightened her grip on the rifle. Breathe. Aim. Don't think about the person on the other end. Think about the people behind you who need you to be different than you were yesterday. She could hear Evie whispering to Mom, David's labored breathing, Caleb moving through the tunnels like a ghost. Her family. Broken, scared, dying, but still hers. Still worth fighting for. The footsteps were getting closer. 23. Caleb. This was his fault. Caleb pressed himself against the mine wall and listened to soldiers hunting his family. Every choice that had led them here. Leaving for Idaho, coming back for Annie, trusting Dax, choosing the mine instead of running deeper into the mountains. Every decision designed to protect the people he loved. Every decision making things worse. His mother was dying 50 yards away, and he was hiding in the dark with a rifle, trying to figure out how to kill American soldiers without getting his family executed. The patrol leader sounded young, probably had a family of his own. Maybe kids Annie's age. Just a man following orders in a war that had turned neighbors into enemies. But he was still going to kill them all if Caleb let him. The choice was coming. Fight and probably die. Or surrender and definitely die. Save some or lose all. Caleb thought about Frank, waiting at the homestead for children who might never come home. About promises he'd made and people he'd failed, and the crushing weight of being responsible for lives he couldn't save. Annie was somewhere behind him, learning to be a killer because he hadn't been strong enough to keep her safe. Mom was burning with fever because he'd brought her into the wilderness. David was failing because impossible choices had worn his heart down to nothing. All of it his fault. All of it the price of his arrogance. The footsteps were getting closer. Voices. Low and professional. Caleb gripped his rifle and waited for whatever came next. 24. Lieutenant Danny Reeves. Wyoming Mining Complex. The storm had been battering the mountain for 3 hours, but inside the mine, the sound was muffled to a distant rumble. Lieutenant Danny Reeves moved carefully through the narrow tunnel, his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness ahead. His team had been sweeping the mining complex for the past hour, working their way deeper into the mountain. The other squads had already cleared the outer chambers. Now it was just his 4-man team pushing into the back sections, the places where someone might think they were safe. "Sir?" Corporal Hayes whispered from behind him. "Movement ahead." Reeves raised his hand, signaling the team to halt. Through the beam of his flashlight, he could see an opening to the right, a wider chamber carved out of the rock. And there, pressed against the far wall, 3 figures huddled together. An older woman, unconscious or barely conscious, supported by a man whose face was gray with exhaustion and pain, and a younger woman, maybe mid-20s, who was looking directly at him with the kind of desperate courage that came from having nothing left to lose. The younger woman had positioned herself slightly in front of the other 2, as if she could somehow shield them from what was coming. Her hands were empty, raised slightly in a gesture that wasn't quite surrender, but wasn't resistance either. For a moment, nobody moved. Reeves could hear his own heartbeat, could feel his team behind him waiting for orders. The woman's eyes never left his face, but there was no hatred there. Just a quiet acceptance that made his chest tighten. "Please," she whispered, so softly he almost missed it. "She's dying. He's dying. They're not a threat to anyone." Reeves looked at the older woman, pale, fevered, her breathing shallow and labored. The man beside her was conscious, but barely, his skin ashen and his hand pressed to his chest. These weren't insurgents planning attacks on federal infrastructure. These were sick people hiding in a hole in the ground, waiting to die in peace. His radio crackled. "Recon 7. This is command. Status report." Reeves stared at the three people pressed against the mine wall. The Priority 1 elimination order echoed in his head. No survivors, no witnesses. But all he could see was a young woman trying to protect two people who were already dying. He keyed the mic, his voice steady. "Command, this is Recon 7. I'm at the back section of the mine complex. Area is clear. No hostile presence detected." The lie came easier than he'd expected. "Copy that. Confirm negative contact in your sector." "Confirmed negative. Back sections are clear." Reeves kept his eyes on the woman as he spoke. Her face crumpled with relief, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Proceeding to exit and regroup." "Roger. All units report back to Rally Point Alpha in 20 minutes." Reeves clicked off the radio and looked at his team. Hayes was staring at the three civilians, his face pale in the flashlight beam. Johnson had his weapon lowered, his jaw tight. Parker wouldn't meet anyone's eyes. "We didn't see anything," Reeves said quietly. "Area was clear when we swept through." Hayes nodded immediately. "Clear, sir." "Nothing here," Johnson confirmed. Parker finally looked up. "All clear." Reeves turned back to the woman. "Stay quiet for another hour. Don't move until you're sure we're all gone." He paused, looking at the unconscious woman and the failing man. I'm sorry this is happening to you." The young woman managed a whisper. "Thank you. Thank you for letting us—" "For letting you what?" Reeves asked gently. "I didn't see anyone here. Area was clear." She nodded, understanding. "Clear. Yes, no one here." They moved back through the mine tunnels, leaving the three figures in the darkness. Reeves could feel the weight of his choice settling into his bones. He'd crossed a line tonight, chosen conscience over orders. There would be consequences eventually. There always were. But as they emerged into the storm, he realized he could live with those consequences. What he couldn't have lived with was the alternative. "Sir?" Hayes fell into step beside him as they hiked toward the rally point. "My sister. She's about that girl's age, the one back there." "What girl?" Reeves asked. "We didn't find anyone." Hayes nodded slowly. "Right. No one there." At the rally point, other units were reporting similar results. No contact. Areas clear. Equipment malfunctions causing false readings. Either the intelligence had been wrong, or soldiers across the mountain were making the same choice he'd made. The briefing had called them insurgents, terrorists, threats to national security. But Reeves had looked into that young woman's eyes and seen something different. He'd seen a daughter trying to protect her dying parents, a caregiver holding vigil in the darkness, a human being choosing love over survival. Maybe that was the real threat. Not weapons or coordination or planned attacks, but the stubborn persistence of humanity in places where it wasn't supposed to exist. The refusal to abandon the weak, even when abandonment meant survival. The choice to die together rather than live alone. His grandfather had told him stories about the war in Europe, about soldiers who'd faced impossible choices between duty and decency, about moments when following orders meant losing your soul, and refusing orders meant losing everything else. "What did you do, Grandpa?" Reeves had asked as a boy. I tried to stay human, the old man had replied. That's all any of us could do. Now, hiking through the Wyoming wilderness with rain streaming down his face, Reeves understood what his grandfather had meant. The war wasn't just about territory or resources or political control. It was about what kind of people they chose to be when civilization collapsed and only conscience remained. His radio crackled. All units, be advised. Patrol 7 reports thermal anomalies in grid sector Charlie 9, converging for investigation. More searches, more families, more impossible choices. But tonight, in the depths of an abandoned mine, humanity had won a small victory. 3 people were breathing, who might not have been if he'd chosen differently. A young woman would live to comfort the dying, to hold their hands as they passed, to remember their names when the world forgot they'd ever existed. It wasn't much. It wouldn't change the course of the war, or save the country, or bring back the world they'd all lost. But it was something real, something decent, something worth preserving in the long darkness ahead. Reeves adjusted his pack and followed his team toward their next objective, carrying the weight of his choice like a prayer. Behind them, hidden in stone and shadow, love continued its quiet work of healing what could be healed and honoring what could not. In a war where mercy had become treason, he'd chosen treason. And for the first time in months, he felt like a soldier his grandfather would recognize. 2 hours later. The debriefing was routine. Grid coordinates searched, areas cleared, no hostile contact reported. Command seemed satisfied with the night's results, or at least resigned to them. Intelligence suggested the targets had moved on, probably deeper into the mountains where tracking would be nearly impossible. Good work tonight, the captain said, dismissing the assembled squad leaders. Rest up. Tomorrow we sweep the southern approaches. As the teams dispersed, Reeves caught Hayes by the arm. You okay with what happened back there? You mean with not finding anyone? Hayes's voice was steady. Yes, sir. Sometimes the best thing you can find is nothing at all. Johnson and Parker nodded agreement. They were all thinking the same thing. About families hiding in the darkness, about orders that turned neighbors into targets, about the choice between duty and humanity. We did our job, Reeves said simply. We searched where we were told to search. We reported what we found. Nothing, Hayes confirmed. Nobody, Johnson added. Area clear, Parker finished. They walked back to their temporary base in silence, each man carrying his own thoughts about what they'd seen and what they'd chosen. Tomorrow would bring new orders, new searches, new moments when they'd have to decide who they were going to be. But tonight, they'd chosen mercy. And somewhere in the mountains, in a mine shaft that officially contained nothing at all, 3 people were safe for one more day. It wasn't victory. It wasn't even hope. But it was human. And in a world that seemed determined to forget what that word meant, being human felt like an act of revolution. The storm was finally breaking, stars visible through the clearing clouds. Reeves looked up at them and thought about his daughter in Denver, about the hero worship in her eyes when he'd left for deployment. Maybe, when this was all over, he'd still deserve to see that look again. Maybe choosing mercy over duty was the most dutiful thing he could do. The stars offered no answers, but they didn't need to. Some choices had to be made in darkness, guided by nothing more than the stubborn insistence that some things were worth preserving, even in the middle of a war. Even when preservation looked like betrayal. When saving lives meant breaking orders, and being human meant being a traitor to everything except conscience. Reeves closed his eyes and tried to sleep, knowing that tomorrow would bring new tests, new choices, new chances to decide who he was going to be when the choosing was done. But tonight, he'd chosen well, and he knew it. Nothing could make him question that. To 25. EVIE Wyoming Mining Complex. The silence felt different now. Not the tense, breath-holding quiet of waiting to be discovered, but the gradual, cautious relief of danger passing. The patrol's voices had faded to nothing, their footsteps no longer echoing off the mine walls. Even the radios had gone quiet. Evie stayed pressed against the cold stone, listening to her own heartbeat, waiting for some sign that it was safe to move. Beside her, Mary was breathing in shallow, irregular gasps, and David hadn't stirred since the soldiers had passed through their section. The lieutenant had looked right at them, had seen them huddled against the back wall like frightened animals, and then he'd lied for them, told his command that the area was clear. A stranger had chosen mercy when his own government had chosen murder. Evie? Caleb's voice was barely a whisper, coming from somewhere deeper in the tunnels. Are they gone? She listened for another moment, straining to hear any sign of the patrol. Nothing. Just wind through the mine entrance and the distant sound of rain still pattering on stone. I think so, she whispered back. Shuffling sounds echoed through the tunnels as the others began to emerge from their hiding places. Annie appeared first, moving carefully through the darkness with the rifle still clutched in her hands. Her face was pale, but determined, like someone who'd been prepared to kill and was surprised she hadn't had to. Mom, Annie called softly. David? Evie looked down at the two figures pressed against the mine wall. Mary's eyes were closed, her breathing so shallow it was barely visible. David was completely still, his face gray in the dim light, filtering from the tunnel entrance. Evie started to say they were fine, the automatic lie she'd been telling for days. But something in David's stillness stopped her. She reached for his wrist, feeling for a pulse she somehow knew she wouldn't find. Nothing. His skin was already cooling. No, she breathed, pressing her fingers harder against his wrist. No. No. What? Annie was beside her now, kneeling in the stone dust. What's wrong? Evie moved her hand to David's throat, searching for any sign of life. His heart had stopped completely, probably during the patrol search. The stress, the fear, the weeks of impossible choices. His body had simply given up when they'd needed silence the most. I think he had a heart attack, Evie said, her voice hollow. When the soldiers were here. He was trying to stay quiet, and his heart just stopped. Annie stared at David's still face, not comprehending. But they're gone now. He can rest. He'll be okay now. Annie. Evie's voice was gentle but firm. He's gone. He died trying to keep us safe. The words hung in the air like physical things, too heavy and brutal to be real. Annie reached for David's hand, found it cold and unresponsive. Her face crumpled as the truth settled in. David? Mary's voice was thin and confused. Why is everyone whispering? Evie turned to her, seeing the fever-bright confusion in Mary's eyes. She was delirious, lost in the infection that was burning through her system. She didn't understand that her husband was dead. Mom, Annie said, crawling over to take Mary's hand. Mom, can you hear me? Mary's eyes struggled to focus on her daughter's face. Annie? You're so grown up. When did you get so grown up? Caleb emerged from the deeper tunnels, with Dax close behind. They both looked exhausted but relieved, like men who'd expected to die and were surprised to still be breathing. How are they? Caleb asked, then stopped when he saw Evie's expression. What happened? David's gone, Evie said quietly. Heart attack, I think. The stress of staying quiet during the search. Caleb stared at his stepfather's body, processing the information with the same mechanical calm he'd shown throughout their journey. But Evie could see something breaking behind his eyes. And Mom? Evie looked at Mary, who was drifting in and out of consciousness, her breathing becoming more labored by the minute. The infection has spread. Her organs are shutting down. I don't think she has long. How long? Annie asked, her voice sharp with desperation. Evie had seen this before at Pine Manor. The final stages of systemic infection, when the body's defenses had been overwhelmed and everything began to fail at once. Hours. Maybe less. Mary stirred, her eyes opening to fix on Caleb's face. There you are, she said with a smile that broke everyone's heart. I was looking for you. I'm here, Mom. Caleb knelt beside her, taking her other hand. I'm right here. Good. Mary's voice was fading, but peaceful. All my children, safe and sound. That's all I ever wanted. Annie was crying now, tears streaming down her face as she held her mother's burning hand. Mom, please. You have to fight this. We need you. Oh, sweetheart. Mary reached up with tremendous effort to touch Annie's cheek. You don't need me anymore. Look how strong you've become. How brave. She turned to look at Caleb, her eyes struggling to stay focused. Take care of each other. Promise me. We will, Caleb said, his voice thick. I promise. Mary's gaze found Evie, and for a moment her eyes cleared completely. Thank you, she whispered, for staying with us. For being family when we needed family. Evie couldn't speak, could only nod as tears blurred her vision. David! Mary looked around, confused. Where's David? The three of them exchanged glances. How do you tell a dying woman that her husband is already dead? How do you add that cruelty to her final moments? He's here, Annie said gently. He's right here with us. Mary smiled. Good. I don't want to go without him. She closed her eyes, her breathing becoming even more shallow. We did okay, didn't we? With you two? You did perfect, Caleb said. You were perfect. Mary's hand relaxed in Annie's grip. Her breathing slowed, the spaces between breaths growing longer. Evie watched with her CNA training, knowing the signs, counting down the final moments. I love you, Mary whispered, so quietly they almost missed it. All of you. So much. Her breathing stopped so gradually that for a moment no one was sure. They waited, hoping for another breath that never came. Then the terrible stillness settled over her, the absence of life that changed everything. Annie let out a sound that was part sob, part scream. She doubled over Mary's body, her shoulders shaking with grief. Caleb reached across to pull his sister into his arms, and they held each other while their world collapsed around them. Evie sat back against the mine wall, staring at the two bodies. Mary and David, who had welcomed her into their family, who had shared their last food and water without complaint, who had faced the end of the world with dignity and love. They'd died hiding like criminals in their own country, hunted by soldiers who should have been protecting them, victims of a system that had declared survival itself an act of rebellion. What do we do now? Annie asked through her tears. The question hung in the air, unanswerable. They were alive when they shouldn't be, free when they should be dead, but the people who'd made survival worthwhile were gone. Evie thought about all the lies she'd told, about promising recovery when she'd known they were dying, about choosing false comfort over truth, hope over honesty. She'd failed them in the end, just as she'd failed everyone else she'd tried to save. We bury them, Caleb said finally. We give them dignity. And then... He didn't finish the sentence. There was no then, no plan that made sense anymore, no destination that would feel like home without the people who'd made home possible. The mine was quiet, except for Annie's quiet sobs and the distant sound of wind through the entrance. Outside, the storm was finally breaking, but inside the darkness felt complete. They were alive, but the cost of staying alive had just become unbearable. Evie looked at the morphine bottle in her medical kit, finally understanding why she'd been saving it. Not for the dying, but for the living who had to find a way to carry on after everything they'd fought for was gone. Some burdens were too heavy to bear, some truths too brutal to survive. And some families died not from bullets or bombs, but from the simple, devastating weight of trying to love each other in a world that had forgotten what love looked like. To 26, Linda Chen, Manhattan, New York, same day. Linda Chen stood in line at the Federal Distribution Center on East 14th Street, clutching the ration cards that had become more valuable than her credit cards. The line stretched for 6 blocks, hundreds of people waiting in the October heat for their weekly allocation of government-supplied food and medicine. 2 pounds of rice per person. 1 pound of processed protein, vitamins that tasted like chalk but prevented scurvy. Enough to survive, if you didn't mind surviving on empty. Next! The voice from the distribution window carried the exhausted authority of someone who'd been doing this job for weeks without adequate supplies or support. Linda shuffled forward with the rest of the line, noting the federal agents positioned at regular intervals along the sidewalk. Not for security, for compliance. Papers, the clerk demanded when Linda reached the window. Linda handed over her family's identification cards, ration booklets, and the weekly compliance certificates that proved they'd attended mandatory community meetings and hadn't violated any of the new federal emergency orders. The clerk scanned the documents with the mechanical efficiency of someone who'd processed thousands of families. Address? 312 East 83rd Street, Apartment 4B. Number of residents? 3. Myself, my husband, and my daughter. Employment status? Essential worker, Columbia Presbyterian Hospital. Linda held up her medical identification badge. Emergency nursing staff. The clerk's expression softened slightly. Medical workers got marginally better rations, a recognition that the healthcare system needed functional personnel to manage the crisis, but only marginally better. Any unreported income or resources? The question was routine now, but it still made Linda's stomach clench, because she did have unreported resources. A small emergency fund hidden in her apartment, canned goods purchased before the rationing system went into effect, medications she'd quietly acquired through hospital contacts. All of it technically illegal under the emergency resource allocation orders. All of it essential for keeping her family alive. No unreported resources, she lied smoothly. The clerk stamped her ration booklet and slid a small box across the counter. 21 meals for 3 people for 7 days. The mathematics were brutal in their simplicity. Everyone was slowly starving, but slowly enough to prevent riots. Next mandatory community meeting is Thursday at 7 p.m., the clerk said. Attendance is required for continued ration eligibility. Linda nodded and stepped away from the window, clutching her box of survival rations. The mandatory community meetings had become exercises in propaganda and compliance monitoring, where federal officials explained why the emergency measures were necessary, and citizens were encouraged to report suspicious activity by their neighbors. Where people like Linda learned to smile and nod while keeping their real thoughts carefully hidden. She was halfway home when the public address system crackled to life from speakers mounted on lampposts throughout the city. The same speakers that had once announced subway delays now carried federal emergency broadcasts to a captive audience. Citizens of New York, this is your emergency management coordinator with today's important updates. Linda kept walking, but she listened. Everyone listened. Ignoring the broadcast was considered non-compliance, and non-compliance meant reduced rations or worse. Federal authorities have successfully contained the domestic terrorist activity in the Texas region. Local resistance cells have been neutralized and their leadership captured. Order is being restored through coordinated military operations. Domestic terrorist activity. Linda wondered what that meant in practical terms. Were these actual terrorists, or just people who'd refused to surrender their property to federal resource allocation? People who'd resisted forced relocation to urban processing centers? People like her sister's family, who'd been living on a ranch in Texas and had gone silent 3 weeks ago. Citizens are reminded that harboring fugitives from federal authority is a serious crime, punishable by loss of ration privileges and potential relocation to non-priority zones. Report suspicious activity to your block wardens immediately. Block wardens. Another new innovation in the management of crisis. Neighbors appointed to monitor neighbors. Citizens encouraged to police each other for the good of the community. Linda's block warden was Mrs. Patterson from 3A, an elderly woman who'd embraced her new authority with the enthusiasm of someone who'd never had power before. In other news, supply chain improvements continue to stabilize food distribution throughout the Northeast Corridor. Citizens should expect gradual increases in ration allocations as agricultural zones return to full productivity. Gradual increases that never seem to arrive. Linda had been hearing about supply chain improvements for a month while watching her daughter lose weight, and her husband develop the hollow-eyed look of chronic malnutrition. Finally, citizens are reminded that spreading unverified information about federal operations is considered harmful to public morale and community stability. Verified news sources include approved federal broadcasts and officially sanctioned print materials. Consultation of unauthorized media sources may result in compliance violations. The broadcast ended with the national anthem played at half volume, tinny and sad through the mounted speakers. Linda continued walking, thinking about the things she couldn't say out loud anymore. Like her suspicion that the domestic terrorist activity in Texas included her sister's family, who'd committed the crime of wanting to stay on their own land instead of moving to a federal processing center. Like her observation that the promised supply chain improvements seemed to coincide with increased food exports to other countries, as if feeding Americans was less important than maintaining international trade relationships. Like her growing certainty that the emergency measures were becoming permanent features of a society that had decided freedom was a luxury it couldn't afford. Linda climbed the 4 flights to her apartment, each step a reminder of how much weight she'd lost since the rationing began. The elevator had been shut off weeks ago to conserve electricity for essential services. Though, she'd noticed the lights in federal office buildings never seemed to dim. Mom! Her daughter Sarah rushed to greet her at the door, 13 years old and trying to hide how hungry she was. Did you get the extra protein rations? Mrs. Patterson said, medical workers might get extra protein this week. A little extra, Linda lied, looking at the standard allocation in her box. How was school today? We learned about civic responsibility and resource sharing. Ms. Rodriguez said individual accumulation of goods is antisocial behavior that hurts the community. Sarah paused, studying her mother's face. She also said families who try to keep extra food are being selfish. Linda felt a chill that had nothing to do with the unheated apartment, because Sarah was reciting the lessons that taught children to monitor their own families for compliance violations, the kind of education that turned family loyalty into suspicious behavior. What do you think about that? Linda asked carefully. Sarah was quiet for a moment, looking older than 13 as she considered her answer. I think families should take care of each other first, before they take care of strangers. The relief Linda felt was overwhelming, because Sarah understood, despite the propaganda, still believed in family loyalty, despite daily lessons and civic compliance, still trusted her parents more than her teachers, still thought like a daughter instead of a citizen. Your father's working late again, Linda said, changing the subject. Hospital's been busy with malnutrition cases. People not getting enough food? People not getting the right kind of food. Linda began unpacking their rations, calculating how to stretch 21 meals into 28 by adding rice and reducing portions. The distribution system isn't perfect, yet. It was the kind of careful language that acknowledged problems without criticizing solutions. The kind of neutral phrasing that kept families fed while keeping thoughts private. Mom? Sarah's voice carried the uncertainty of someone asking dangerous questions. What happened to Aunt Rebecca and Uncle Miguel? Why don't they call anymore? Linda had been dreading this question for weeks, because she had no good answers, only suspicions that she couldn't voice without risking their ration status. Rebecca and Miguel had been living on a ranch in rural Texas, raising cattle and living the kind of independent life that federal authorities now considered problematic. They'd stopped answering phone calls 3 weeks ago, right around the time federal broadcasts started mentioning domestic terrorist activity in Texas. The phone systems are having problems, Linda said carefully. Communications between states aren't reliable right now. But they're okay? I'm sure they're fine, just dealing with their own challenges. Sarah nodded, accepting the explanation that Linda didn't believe herself. Because Rebecca would have found a way to communicate if she was able, would have sent word through neighbors or friends or someone in their network of rural families. Unless she couldn't. unless the domestic terrorist activity had included her sister's family for the crime of wanting to stay on their own land. That evening, Linda attended the mandatory community meeting in the building's common room. Mrs. Patterson led the session with the enthusiasm of someone who'd found purpose in compliance monitoring. Neighbors sat in folding chairs, listening to updates about ration improvements and community responsibility, while avoiding eye contact that might reveal forbidden thoughts. Citizens should remain vigilant for signs of hoarding or resource accumulation by their neighbors, Mrs. Patterson announced, reading from official federal guidelines. Unusual cooking smells, excessive garbage, or secretive behavior may indicate non-compliance with resource allocation requirements. Linda nodded along with everyone else while thinking about the canned goods hidden in her bedroom closet, the small emergency fund that could buy black market food if the rations stopped completely, the medications she'd acquired through hospital contacts for the diabetes Sarah might develop if malnutrition continued. All of it hidden from neighbors who'd been taught to police each other for the good of the community. Remember, Mrs. Patterson continued, reporting compliance violations helps ensure fair distribution of resources for everyone. Individual accumulation hurts the community. After the meeting, Linda walked home through streets that felt like a foreign country wearing her city's face. The same buildings, the same sidewalks, but filled with people who'd learned to watch each other for signs of disloyalty to systems that were slowly starving them. People who'd traded freedom for the promise of security and discovered that promises weren't legally binding when the people making them held all the power. She climbed 4 flights to an apartment that stayed cold to conserve electricity, where her husband would return from treating malnutrition patients with insufficient medical supplies, where her daughter was learning that family loyalty might be antisocial behavior, where they'd survive another day by being careful about what they said, what they accumulated, and what they believed about the authorities that had promised to protect them. Outside, the federal speakers crackled with another announcement about supply chain improvements and civic responsibility. Inside, Linda counted rations and planned meals and wondered what had happened to her sister's family in Texas. Wondered if the domestic terrorists being neutralized included people whose only crime was wanting to feed their own children before feeding strangers. Wondered if the emergency measures would ever end, or if this was simply what America looked like now. A place where survival meant compliance, where family loyalty was suspicious behavior, and where asking too many questions about missing relatives could cost you the rations that kept your own family alive. The city still looked like New York, but it felt like somewhere else entirely. Somewhere that had decided freedom was too expensive and family bonds were less important than community compliance. Somewhere that Linda no longer recognized as home. 27. Caleb. Wyoming Mining Complex. The silence felt heavier than death itself. Caleb sat against the mine wall, staring at his mother's still face in the dim light filtering through the entrance. Mary looked peaceful, almost like she was sleeping, except for the terrible absence that meant everything had stopped. Beside her, David's hand was already growing cold where it rested on his chest. He'd watched them die, had held his mother's hand as she slipped away, had been powerless to do anything but witness the end of everything he'd fought to protect. I killed them. The words came out flat, emotionless. Annie looked up from where she knelt beside their mother's body, her face streaked with tears. Caleb, don't... I killed them by bringing them with us. I killed them by not leaving them behind. He stood abruptly, backing away from the bodies. Every choice I made, every decision, it all led here. You tried to save them, Annie said, her voice breaking. You tried to get them to safety. Did I? Caleb's laugh was hollow. Or did I drag them into the wilderness because I was too proud to admit they couldn't make the journey? Too selfish to let them die in their own beds instead of a mine shaft? The truth was crushing him. He'd known from the beginning that his mother and David were too weak, too sick to survive what was coming. Evie had tried to tell him, had given him medical assessments that he'd ignored. But he convinced himself that determination could substitute for antibiotics, that love could overcome infection. He'd been catastrophically wrong. We couldn't have known the patrol would come, Evie said quietly. David's heart attack could have been prevented if I'd left them somewhere safe instead of making them climb mountains and hide in caves. Caleb gestured at the mine around them. Look at this place. Look where I brought them to die. They died like criminals, hiding in darkness, terrified of their own government, guilty of nothing except trusting him to keep them safe. His mother's last words had been about love, about family, about how proud she was of her children. She died believing he'd done the right thing. This is my fault, he said again, the words feeling like broken glass. Every decision that brought us here, every choice that got them killed. He thought about the checkpoints they could have stopped at, the processing centers they could have trusted, the dozen moments when he could have chosen safety over freedom, submission over resistance. Maybe his parents would still be alive if he'd been less proud, less certain that he knew better than everyone else. They chose to come, Dax said from the tunnel entrance. They chose to be with their children instead of trusting strangers with their lives. And look how that worked out. Caleb's voice cracked. They died terrified, hiding from soldiers, separated from everything they knew. He looked at Evie, seeing the grief in her eyes, the way she'd tried so hard to keep them comfortable in their final moments. She'd lied about their condition to spare Annie, had given them dignity when there was no hope left. And suddenly he was thinking about Meredith, about the girl he'd planned to marry, who would have understood the harsh mathematics of survival. Meredith would have told him to leave the sick behind from the beginning, would have calculated the odds, and chosen the living over the dying without hesitation. Maybe that was what real love looked like, not the desperate clinging that had killed his parents, but the cold pragmatism that saved who could be saved. But looking at Evie, at how she'd stayed with his dying mother, how she'd whispered comfort in the darkness, how she'd refused to abandon people even when abandoning them was logical, he wondered if Meredith's version of love was what they'd needed, or if what they'd needed was someone who chose compassion over calculation. Either way, it didn't matter now. His parents were dead because of choices he'd made. I should have left them in Missouri, he said quietly. Should have let them take their chances with the authorities instead of dragging them across half the country to die in a hole. They wanted to be together, Annie said through her tears. They wanted to be with us. And I should have been strong enough to tell them no. Caleb's eyes found Annie's, and she flinched at what she saw there. Strong enough to tell you no. You pushed and pushed. We had to stay together. We couldn't leave anyone behind. We could have tried to save them by letting them go. Annie's face went white. Caleb, every time I suggested leaving them somewhere safe, you argued. Every time I tried to be practical, you made it about love, about family, about not abandoning people. His voice was getting sharper, crueler. Well, congratulations. We stayed together right up until they died in a mine shaft. The plan had been so simple. Get everyone to Idaho, keep the family together, find Frank, build something worth surviving for. Instead, he'd gotten 2 people killed, turned his 17-year-old sister into someone who could handle weapons, and dragged them all into a war they couldn't win. Every choice had been wrong. Every decision had led to this moment. We still need to get to Idaho, Dax said gently. Frank is still waiting. The homestead is still there. Idaho, where Frank was expecting a family reunion, not a casualty report. Where Meredith might be alive or dead, another person Caleb had failed to protect. Where he'd have to explain how he'd lost half the family trying to save them. Those of us who are left, he said bitterly. Annie flinched at his tone. Caleb, no. He turned away from the bodies, unable to look at what his leadership had cost them. I'm done. Done making decisions that get people killed. Done pretending I know what I'm doing. He'd appointed himself leader, made himself responsible for lives he couldn't protect, had promised safety he couldn't deliver, hope he couldn't justify, a future he couldn't guarantee. Someone has to lead, Evie said softly. Not me. Caleb's voice was dead. Not anymore. I've proven what happens when I try to save people. He looked around the mine chamber, at the evidence of his failure. His mother and stepfather, dead because they'd trusted him. Annie, aged beyond her years by violence and loss. Evie, carrying medical supplies she couldn't use to heal what really mattered. They were alive, but at what cost? What was survival worth when it came at the price of everything that made survival meaningful? We bury them here, he said finally, his voice mechanical. We say goodbye. And then he paused, lost. I don't know what comes next. For the first time in his life, Caleb had no plan, no strategy, no vision of a future worth fighting for. Just the crushing weight of 2 deaths he could have prevented and the knowledge that every choice he'd made had been wrong. The mountain pressed down around them, holding their grief. And somewhere in Idaho, Frank was still waiting for children who would never come home the same, if they came home at all. 28. Annie. Wyoming Mining Complex. The silence stretched like a held breath. Annie knelt beside her mother's body, arranging Mary's hands on her chest with the same careful attention she'd once used for school projects. Everything had to be perfect. Everything had to be right. Because if the details were perfect, maybe the larger horror would make sense. But nothing made sense. Not the stillness of her mother's face. Not David's gray skin. Not the way Caleb had just quit. Like leadership was something you could walk away from when it got too hard. We need to decide about burial, Dax said quietly from the tunnel entrance. His voice was gentle but practical, the way it always was. The ground outside is mostly rock and mud, without tools. We're not leaving them outside, Annie said, her voice sharper than she intended. They're not animals. I'm not suggesting we leave them outside. Dax moved closer, his expression careful. But digging graves in this terrain, in this weather, without shovels or picks, it might not be possible. Annie looked around the mine chamber at the stone walls that had protected them from bullets but not from death. The mine was already a tomb, ancient, solid, permanent. Maybe that was enough. Here then, she said, we seal off this chamber. Let them rest in the mountain. Annie. Caleb's voice was hollow, distant. I can't make decisions like that anymore. The words hit her like a physical blow. She turned to stare at her brother, seeing a stranger where her protector used to be. Caleb sat against the mine wall, staring at nothing, his shoulders curved inward like he was trying to disappear. Can't? The word came out quiet, dangerous. Or won't? Does it matter? Caleb didn't look at her. Every choice I've made got us here. Every decision led to this. Something hot and acidic rose in Annie's chest. So that's it? You're just done? I'm done getting people killed. Since when do we get a choice? Annie stood slowly, her hands clenched at her sides. Since when do any of us get to choose what we do or don't want to handle? Caleb finally looked at her, and she saw something broken in his eyes. Annie! No! The anger was building now, finding its voice. You don't get to fall apart now. Not when we need you most. I killed them. Caleb's voice was flat. My leadership killed them. Your leadership? Annie laughed, but there was no humor in it. Your leadership got us this far. Your leadership got us out of Missouri, through the checkpoints, away from the patrols. Your leadership saved us 12 times over. And got Mom and David killed. Mom and David died because they were sick and we had no medicine. They died because this country went insane and started hunting its own people. They died because the world ended. Annie's voice was rising, echoing off the stone walls. But they died with their family. They died knowing we fought for them. She looked at Evie, who was sitting quietly beside the bodies, her face streaked with tears. More anger flared in Annie's chest. And you, her voice turned cold. You lied to me. Told me they were stable when you knew they were dying. Evie looked up, pain flashing across her face. I was trying to. To what? Protect me? Annie's voice cracked. I'm 17, not 7. I could have handled the truth. I should have been allowed to say goodbye properly instead of believing they'd get better. I thought hope? Hope? Annie gestured at the bodies. What good did hope do them? What good did your comfortable lies do any of us? Evie flinched as if she'd been slapped. I was trying to spare you pain. The pain was always coming. You just made it worse by wrapping it in false comfort. Annie turned back to Caleb, her anger burning hotter. And you. You want to blame me for insisting we stay together? Fine. I own that choice. I'd make it again. Caleb stared at her. Annie dash. Because that's what family does. That's what love means. You don't abandon people because the math gets hard. You don't leave them behind because keeping them slows you down. They'd still be alive if we'd left them somewhere safe. Would they? Annie's voice turned sharp. Safe where, exactly? The processing centers that are disappearing people, the hospitals that have no medicine, the camps that are becoming prisons. She stepped closer to him. There is no safe anymore, Caleb. There's only together or alone. Together got them killed. Apart would have killed them too, but apart they would have died, wondering if their children loved them enough to try. Annie's voice broke on the words. At least this way, they knew. She looked around the mine chamber at the evidence of their journey, their losses, their stubborn refusal to give up on each other. You want to quit? You want to stop leading because it's hard? Because people die anyway? Caleb's silence was answer enough. Then, you're selfish. The word came out like a slap. You're going to worry about your guilt instead of staying consistent as our leader? You're going to abandon the living because you couldn't save the dead? That's exactly what it is. Annie moved to stand over him, her short hair catching the dim light. Mom and David are gone. Frank is still waiting for us in Idaho. Evie needs direction. Dax needs a plan. I need my brother to act like a man instead of a child having a breakdown. Caleb flinched as if she'd hit him. You think this is about blame? Annie continued, her voice getting stronger. You think I don't know that every choice we made was impossible? That every path led to loss? She gestured at the bodies. But they made their choice too. They chose to come with us. They chose family over safety, love over logic. She knelt down beside Caleb, forcing him to meet her eyes. And you're going to honor that choice by giving up? By quitting when we're 3 days from Dad's homestead? I don't know how to lead anymore. Then learn. Annie's voice was fierce. Figure it out. Make mistakes. Get it wrong. But don't you dare quit on us now. She stood and looked at each of them. Caleb broken against the wall. Evie crying over the bodies. Dax waiting patiently for someone to make a decision. We seal this chamber, she said, her voice carrying new authority. We leave them here in the mountain. We say goodbye properly, and then we go north to Idaho like we planned. Annie, Evie started. No. Annie cut her off. I'm done being protected from hard truths. I'm done being treated like I can't handle reality. Mom and David are dead. The world is insane. We're probably going to die before we reach Dad's place. She paused, her voice softening just slightly. But we're going to try anyway, because that's what they would have wanted. She looked at Caleb again. And if you can't lead us there, then I will. The words hung in the air like a challenge. Caleb stared at her, seeing something he'd never noticed before. His little sister was gone. In her place stood someone harder, older, tempered by loss, and ready to carry weight he'd been too weak to bear. The mine entrance, Dax said quietly. We can collapse part of it, create a proper seal for this chamber. Annie nodded. Do it. I'll need help moving rocks, clearing debris. Then we help. Annie's voice was matter of fact. We work together. We take care of our dead. We keep moving north. She looked at Caleb one more time, with or without our previous leader. The accusation stung because it was true. He'd quit when they needed him most, had chosen guilt over responsibility, self-pity over leadership. His 17-year-old sister was stepping up because he'd stepped down. I should have pushed harder for medical help, Annie said, her anger shifting to self-examination. Should have demanded we find antibiotics, find a doctor, find something better than just hiding and hoping. There was nothing, Evie began. There was something. There's always something if you're willing to risk enough, sacrifice enough, fight hard enough for it. Annie's voice carried bitter knowledge. But we chose to run instead of fight. Chose to hide instead of demand help. She looked at her mother's peaceful face. I should have been stronger. Should have seen how sick she really was. Should have made different choices. Annie, you're 17, Dax said gently. You've been stronger than anyone has a right to expect. Not strong enough. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Never strong enough. But even as she spoke the words, she was moving, checking their supplies, assessing their situation, taking inventory of what they'd need for the journey ahead. Leadership through action instead of words. Caleb watched her work and felt something shift inside him. Shame, maybe. Or recognition. His sister had become the person he'd been trying to be, someone who could face impossible choices and keep moving forward. We'll need to travel light, Annie continued, her voice steady and practical. Take only essential supplies. We're 3 days from Dad's place, if we push hard. The terrain, Dax started. We'll manage the terrain. We'll manage whatever comes. Annie's voice carried steel. Because the alternative is sitting here feeling sorry for ourselves while Frank waits for children who never come home. She knelt beside their mother one last time, touching Mary's cold cheek with infinite tenderness. I love you, Mom. I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough to save you, but I'm strong enough to finish what we started. When she stood, her face was set with new determination. We leave in an hour. Anyone who wants to stay behind is welcome to. She looked directly at Caleb. But I'm going north. With or without anyone else. The mine chamber fell silent except for the distant sound of wind through the entrance. Annie had drawn her line in the stone, made her choice, accepted the weight of leadership that Caleb had abandoned. And for the first time since finding the bodies, Caleb felt something other than guilt. He felt ashamed of his weakness and strangely proud of his sister's strength. 29. DAX. Wyoming Mining Complex. Dax positioned the last boulder against the mine entrance, sealing the chamber where Mary and David would rest forever. The work had taken 3 hours of careful demolition, bringing down sections of the tunnel without collapsing the entire complex. His hands were raw and bleeding, but the physical pain was easier to handle than watching a family tear itself apart. Behind him, the Morgan sat in exhausted silence. The burial was done, the goodbyes said, but the real dying was just beginning. Annie sat apart from the others, her short hair catching the afternoon light that filtered through the partially collapsed entrance. She hadn't spoken to Evie since her explosion of rage, hadn't looked at Caleb since calling him selfish. She was building walls, brick by brick, around the parts of herself that had once believed in family unity. Dax recognized the process. He'd done the same thing after leaving Marcus. It's finished, he said quietly, wiping rock dust from his hands. They'll be safe here. Protected. Safe? Annie's voice was flat. Right, because they're dead. The words hung in the air like a challenge. Caleb flinched but said nothing. Evie studied her hands. The family that had survived soldiers and starvation and impossible odds was fracturing from the inside. Dax had seen it before. Groups that held together through external threats, but collapsed when the immediate danger passed. When there was finally time to process loss, assign blame, acknowledge the unbearable weight of choices that couldn't be undone. We should inventory supplies, he said, trying to redirect their focus toward practical concerns. Figure out what we need for the final push to Idaho. Should we? Annie looked at him with eyes that had aged years in the past hour. Or should we just admit this group is finished? Annie, Caleb started. No. She stood, her movements sharp and decisive. Don't Annie me. You quit on us. Decided leadership was too hard when people started dying. So now what? We pretend everything's fine? Keep following someone who's already given up? The accusation hit its target. Caleb's face went gray, but he didn't defend himself. Couldn't, probably, because she was right. Dax watched the exchange and felt a familiar, sick recognition. This was how groups died, not from bullets or bombs, but from the slow poison of blame and lost faith. He'd watched it happen with his militia unit, seen brothers in arms turn into strangers who couldn't trust each other with basic decisions. That's what had gotten Marcus killed. Not enemy action, but the moment when Dax had stopped believing their cause was worth dying for. When he'd made the calculation that his own survival mattered more than his brother's rescue. Maybe we should talk about this, Evie said softly. About what comes next. About how we dash. How we what? Annie turned on her with sudden fury. How we pretend you didn't lie to me about my parents dying? How we pretend Caleb didn't blame me for choices he made? How we pretend any of us trust each other anymore? Evie recoiled as if she'd been slapped. I was trying to protect you. From what? From truth? From reality? Annie's voice cracked with pain and anger. You let me believe they'd get better. You let me waste time on hope, instead of focusing on saying goodbye properly. I thought, you thought wrong. Just like Caleb thought wrong about leadership. Just like I thought wrong about keeping us together. Annie looked around the sealed chamber, at the evidence of their failure. Maybe some things can't be kept together. Maybe some families are meant to break. Dax felt his chest tighten. He had heard those same words from Marcus the night before he died, when their unit had split over strategy, over politics, over the question of whether they were patriots or terrorists. Marcus had wanted to stay and fight for their original ideals. Dax had wanted to run before things got worse. Annie, he said quietly, you're grieving. You're angry, that's normal, but don't make permanent decisions based on temporary feelings. She turned those aged eyes on him, and he saw something that made his heart sink. Not just anger or grief, but calculation. The cold math of who could be trusted and who couldn't. Temporary? She asked. My parents are dead. That's not temporary. Caleb quit on us when we needed him most. That's not temporary. Evie lied about the most important thing in the world. That's not temporary either. But the group... What group? Annie gestured at them. A broken leader who doesn't want to lead? A medic who thinks lying is mercy? A militia deserter who's probably planning his own exit strategy? She paused, her voice softening just slightly. Present company, potentially accepted. The qualification hit him like a punch to the chest. Because she was right. He was calculating exit strategies. Had been since the moment Mary and David died. Not because he wanted to abandon them, but because he'd learned to recognize when situations became unsalvageable. The same recognition he'd had 2 years ago, pinned down in that farmhouse with Marcus bleeding out 20 feet away. The moment when he'd realized their position was overrun, their cause was lost, and staying meant dying for nothing. This is how groups die, he said, the words coming out before he could stop them. Not from external threats, from internal collapse, from people who stop believing in shared purpose. Then maybe this group deserves to die, Annie replied. Maybe we held it together too long. Maybe we should have split up back in Missouri and saved ourselves the pain of watching each other fail. Caleb made a sound like he'd been gutted. Annie, please. Don't say that. Why not? It's true, isn't it? She looked at each of them in turn. We failed Mom and David. We failed each other. We failed at every choice that mattered. Her voice broke on the words. Maybe it's time to admit we're not a family anymore. Just strangers who used to love each other. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. Dax thought about Marcus, about the choice he'd made to slip out the back of that burning farmhouse instead of trying to drag his wounded brother to safety. About the 2 years of solitary travel that had followed, the careful emotional distance he'd maintained from everyone he'd met since. He'd told himself it was the right choice, the smart choice. Marcus was dying anyway, and staying would have meant 2 deaths instead of 1. The mathematics of survival were brutal but simple. Sometimes saving yourself was the only rational option. But watching Annie's face, seeing the pain she was trying to armor with anger, he realized something that made his chest ache. He didn't want to lose her. Didn't want to watch her walk away carrying this much hurt. Didn't want to make the same choice twice. Maybe that made him weak. Maybe it made him stupid. But for the first time in 2 years, he cared more about someone else's survival than his own. I'll go with you, he said quietly. Annie's eyes snapped to his. What? If you decide to leave, if you want to make your own way to Idaho, I'll go with you. He looked at Caleb and Evie, seeing surprise and hurt flash across their faces. Nothing against them, but you're right. This group is breaking apart. And when that happens, people need to choose sides. You don't owe me anything, Annie said, but there was something fragile in her voice. Hope, maybe. Or just surprise that someone was choosing her instead of choosing safety. Maybe not, Dax agreed. But I've been part of groups that fell apart before. Made choices I'm not proud of. If I can help you avoid that. He shrugged. Maybe it'll balance some scales. Marcus would have called him a fool. Would have reminded him that individual survival meant not getting tangled up in other people's grief. But Marcus was dead because Dax had chosen pragmatism over loyalty, and he was tired of carrying that weight alone. You barely know me, Annie pointed out. I know enough. He met her eyes directly. I know you fought for your parents even when it was hopeless. I know you stood up to your brother when he gave up. I know you're 17 years old and taking responsibility for things that aren't your fault. He paused. I know you remind me of someone I used to care about. Someone I failed. The admission hung between them, raw and honest. Annie studied his face, probably looking for the deception she'd learned to expect from everyone. Your brother, she said finally. It wasn't a question. Marcus. He was 19. Idealistic. Believed in things. Dax's voice was steady but hollow. When our unit got overrun, when it was clear the position was lost, he wanted to keep fighting, said we couldn't abandon our mission. He looked at the sealed chamber where Mary and David rested. I slipped out the back while he was covering our retreat. Left him there to die for principles I'd stopped believing in. Annie was quiet for a long moment. Then, what makes you think I won't get you killed too? Maybe you will. Dax managed something that almost resembled a smile. But at least this time, I'll be choosing the person who fights instead of choosing to run. Behind them, Caleb was staring at the ground, and Evie was crying silently. The group was dissolving in real time, bonds breaking under the weight of grief and blame and unbearable choices. Idaho's 3 days north, Annie said finally. Hard terrain. No guarantee Frank's even still there. No guarantee we'll make it alive. No guarantees anywhere, Dax replied. Just choices about who we want to fail with. Annie looked around the chamber one more time, at her dead parents, at her broken brother, at the medic who'd lied to spare her pain. Then she shouldered her pack and checked her weapon with movements that were becoming automatic. Then we leave in an hour, she said. Take half the supplies. Let them figure out their own path to redemption. She walked toward the mine entrance without looking back. Dax followed. feeling the weight of another choice that couldn't be undone. Behind them, the Morgan family finished its slow dissolution, bonds severed not by soldiers or starvation, but by the simple, devastating inability to forgive each other for being human. This was how groups died, not with violence or drama, but with the quiet recognition that love wasn't always enough to overcome the mathematics of survival. And sometimes choosing someone meant choosing against someone else, even when everyone involved was trying their best to do the right thing. But this time, Dax was choosing to stay and fight instead of slipping out the back. Maybe it would get him killed. Maybe Annie would break his heart the way Marcus had broken it by believing in impossible things. But he'd rather die trying to save someone than live knowing he'd run when it mattered most. The scales were still unbalanced. Marcus was still dead. But maybe this was how you started evening the debt. One choice at a time, one person at a time, until the weight of abandonment was finally lifted, or until it crushed you trying. 30. EVIE Wyoming Mining Complex. The mine entrance had gone quiet, except for the sound of Annie and Dax preparing to leave. Evie sat against the far wall, watching them check weapons and divide supplies with the mechanical efficiency of people who'd made peace with impossible choices. She kept replaying Annie's words, each accusation cutting deeper than the last. You lied to me about the most important thing in the world. The fury in Annie's voice, the betrayal in her eyes when she'd realized Evie had known Mary and David were dying, and chosen false comfort over truth. Maybe Annie was right. Maybe the lies had been worse than honesty would have been. Evie looked at her hands, still stained with rock dust from helping seal the burial chamber. These same hands had checked pulses that were growing weaker, had administered morphine that did nothing to heal what was really breaking, had offered gentle comfort when she should have been preparing a 17-year-old girl for the worst loss of her life. But she'd been trained to offer hope. Every class, every certification, every day working at Pine Manor had reinforced the same principle. Comfort the dying, support the family, maintain dignity in the face of inevitable loss. Never take away hope unless there was absolutely no other choice. Except there had been no other choice. Mary and David had been dying from the moment they'd collapsed during the river crossing. The infection, the heart problems, the combination of stress and exposure and inadequate care. Evie had known it was only a matter of time. She should have told Annie the truth. Should have said, your mother is dying. Your stepfather's heart is failing. They have hours, maybe days, and you should spend that time saying goodbye instead of believing in recovery. That isn't coming. But she'd looked at Annie's young face, seen the desperate hope there, and chosen the comfortable lie instead. They're stable. They just need rest. How many times had she said those words? How many false promises had she wrapped around the brutal reality of watching people you loved slip away? Evie. Caleb's voice was quiet, uncertain. Do you need anything? She looked up to find him standing a few feet away, his expression carefully neutral. But she could see the way he wouldn't quite meet her eyes, the tension in his shoulders that said he wasn't sure how to be around her anymore. She represented something to him now. Not the girl he'd once cared about, not the woman he'd been rebuilding feelings for, but a reminder of the choices that had torn everything apart. The medical assessments that had been wrong, the comfort that had become cruelty. I'm fine, she said automatically, then caught herself. More lies. Even the small ones came too easily now. No, I'm not fine, but I don't need anything. Caleb shifted uncomfortably. About what Annie said, she was right. The words came out flat, matter of fact. I lied to her. I let her believe her parents would recover when I knew they were dying. I chose to protect her feelings instead of preparing her for reality. You were trying to help. Was I? Evie looked at him directly, noting how quickly he glanced away. Or was I just doing what was easiest? taking the coward's way out by telling people what they wanted to hear instead of what they needed to know. The silence stretched between them, filled with everything they weren't saying. Caleb couldn't defend her choices because he wasn't sure they'd been right, and she couldn't defend them either because Annie's anger had forced her to see them clearly for the first time. "You're not a doctor," Caleb said finally. "You did what you could with what you had." "I'm a CNA." The title felt small, inadequate. "A nursing assistant. I change bedpans and take blood pressure and help old people remember to take their medications. I'm not qualified to make life and death decisions about when to tell families the truth." But that was another lie, wasn't it? She'd made those decisions anyway. Had appointed herself the guardian of hope, the keeper of comfortable illusions. Had decided she knew better than Annie what Annie could handle. "You saved lives," Caleb said. "You helped people. You made impossible situations bearable." "Did I?" Evie gestured toward the sealed burial chamber. "Mary and David are dead. Annie hates me. You can barely look at me. The family I thought I'd found is destroyed." Her voice cracked. "Who exactly did I save?" The question hung in the air, unanswerable, because the truth was, she hadn't saved anyone, had just delayed the inevitable while making it worse with false hope and comfortable lies. She watched Annie shoulder her pack, check her rifle, prepare to walk away from everything they'd built together. The girl who'd once looked at Evie with something like admiration now couldn't stand to be in the same space with her. And maybe that was fair. Maybe Evie deserved to be abandoned by the people she'd tried so hard to help. "She's leaving," Evie said quietly, watching Annie adjust her pack straps, "taking Dax and heading north without us." "I know." "Are you going to try to stop her?" Caleb was quiet for a long moment. "I don't think she'd listen to me. I don't think she should listen to me. I failed as a leader. Failed them all. And I failed as—" Evie paused, not sure how to finish. "As a medic? As a friend? As someone worthy of trust? I failed too." They sat in the silence of shared guilt, watching the last remnants of their makeshift family prepare to dissolve. Annie was checking her compass, planning routes, making decisions with the authority Caleb had abandoned. Dax was following her lead, loyal to the person who chose to fight instead of giving up. "What do we do now?" Evie asked. It was the question she'd been avoiding, but with Annie's departure imminent, it couldn't be ignored anymore. "I don't know." Caleb's voice was hollow. "Go to Idaho, I guess. Try to reach my dad. See if—" He trailed off, probably thinking about Meredith, about the life he'd been building before everything fell apart. Evie nodded, though the thought of continuing to Idaho felt like walking through motions that no longer had meaning. What was the point of reaching Frank's homestead if they arrived as broken strangers instead of the family they'd once been? "Will you—" She started to ask if he wanted her to come with him, then stopped. Because she could see the answer in the way he held himself apart from her, in the careful distance he maintained even during conversation. She'd become a reminder of everything that had gone wrong, of medical decisions that had failed, of hope offered when honesty was needed. How could he look at her without remembering the lies that had made Mary's final days a delusion? "I understand," she said quietly. "If you'd rather travel alone. If being around me makes it harder to—" "No!" The word came out sharp, almost angry. "No, that's not— I don't want to be alone." But there was something hollow in his denial, something that suggested he wasn't entirely sure what he wanted, only what he was afraid of. "Evie." Annie's voice was cold, professional. "I'm taking half the medical supplies. The morphine, the antibiotics, the bandages we have left. Is there anything specific you think we'll need?" The question was practical, necessary, but it felt like being asked to participate in her own abandonment. Evie looked at her medical kit, the first aid supplies she'd carried since Missouri, the medications she'd hoarded for emergencies that had already come and gone. "The infection would have killed her anyway," she said quietly. with or without antibiotics. Mary was too far gone. Annie's expression didn't change. I'm asking about medical supplies, not medical opinions. The dismissal was sharper than any accusation. Annie wasn't angry anymore. She was done. Finished with Evie's attempts at comfort, finished with her medical assessments, finished with having her around. Take the morphine, Evie said, pulling the small vial from her kit. If someone gets badly hurt, if the pain becomes unbearable. She held it out, noting how Annie's fingers didn't touch hers when she took it. It's all we have left for mercy. Annie pocketed the morphine without comment and returned to her preparations. Dax caught Evie's eye and nodded. Acknowledgement, maybe, or apology for what was happening. But he didn't try to change Annie's mind, didn't suggest they find a way to stay together, because he'd already made his choice about who was worth following. You should go, Evie said to Caleb, the words coming out before she could stop them. With them. Annie's your sister. You should try to patch things up, find a way to... She made it clear she's done with me, too. Caleb's voice carried bitter acceptance. Done with all of us, really. Can't say I blame her. But that wasn't entirely true, was it? Annie was taking Dax, was choosing the person who'd proven reliable over the people who'd let her down. She wasn't rejecting everyone, just the ones who'd failed when it mattered most. I keep thinking about that moment, Evie said. When Annie asked me how they were doing, and I said they were stable. The relief on her face when she believed they'd get better. Her voice caught. Maybe that was worth something. Maybe giving her hope was better than forcing her to face the truth. Or maybe it was selfish, Caleb replied. Maybe you told her what would make you feel better about watching them die. The words hit like a physical blow, because they might be true. Maybe her lies hadn't been about sparing Annie pain. Maybe they'd been about sparing herself the difficulty of honest conversations about death and failure and the limits of hope. I don't know how to be around people anymore, Evie admitted. I don't know how to help without lying. I don't know how to tell the truth without causing pain. I don't know what I'm supposed to be if I'm not someone who makes things better. Maybe that's not your job, Caleb said. Maybe nobody gets to make things better. Maybe we just survive them. Annie was walking toward the mine entrance now, Dax beside her. They moved with purpose, with direction, with the confidence of people who'd made peace with hard choices. They looked like survivors. Wait. The word came out before Evie could stop it. Annie paused, turned back. Her expression was guarded, but not hostile. Waiting. I'm sorry, Evie said, about lying to you, about your parents, about all of it. I thought I was protecting you, but I was really protecting myself from having to watch you hurt. That was selfish and wrong, and I'm sorry. Annie studied her face for a long moment. Then she nodded once, sharp and final. Thank you for the apology, she said, but it doesn't change anything. She turned and walked away, Dax following. They disappeared through the mine entrance without looking back, leaving behind the sealed burial chamber and the broken remnants of the family they'd once been part of. Evie sat in the sudden quiet, feeling the weight of complete failure settle over her like a stone. She'd lost her parents, lost the family that had taken her in, lost any sense of purpose or usefulness, was left with nothing but guilt, and the growing certainty that she'd been wrong about everything that mattered. We should go too, Caleb said eventually. Head north. Try to reach Dad before... He didn't finish the sentence. Before what? Before they both gave up entirely? Before the weight of their failures crushed what little remained of their will to keep moving? Okay, Evie said, because what else was there to say? They gathered their remaining supplies in silence, the sounds of their preparations echoing off the mine walls. Soon they'd be walking north through hostile territory, two people who'd lost everything they'd tried to protect. But at least they'd be walking. At least they'd still be choosing forward motion over surrender, even if forward felt like walking deeper into darkness. Maybe that was enough. Maybe survival wasn't about saving people or making things better or finding meaning in impossible choices. Maybe it was just about putting one foot in front of the other until you found a place where the walking could finally stop, even if that place turned out to be nowhere at all. 31. Caleb Wang. Wyoming Wilderness. Caleb stood at the partially collapsed mine entrance, watching two figures disappear into the tree line a quarter-mile below. Annie's short hair caught the morning light as she adjusted her pack, checking compass headings with the systematic precision of someone who'd learned that details meant survival. Beside her, Dax moved with the quiet efficiency that had kept them all alive for weeks. They were heading north-northwest, toward the main route to Idaho. The smart choice. The logical path to Frank's homestead. Caleb and Evie would go southwest, then circle back north through rougher terrain. Longer, harder, but it would keep them separated. Two smaller groups had better odds than one larger one. At least that's what he told himself. They're really leaving, Evie said quietly, emerging from the mine with their reduced supplies. Half the ammunition, half the food, half the medical kit. The mathematics of abandonment worked out with brutal precision. Yeah. Caleb watched Annie pause at the forest edge, turn back for one final look. Even from this distance, he could read the set of her shoulders, the tilt of her head. She was memorizing this moment, saying goodbye to the brother who'd let her down when it mattered most. Then she turned away and vanished into the trees, taking Dax with her. She's 17, Caleb said, more to himself than to Evie. 17 years old, and she's better at this than I am. Evie was quiet, shouldering her pack with the mechanical movements of someone going through motions. She'd barely spoken since Annie's departure, lost in her own spiral of self-recrimination. Ready? He asked. She nodded without looking at him, and they started walking southwest, away from the logical route, away from the direction Annie had chosen. Behind them, the mine entrance looked like a wound in the mountainside. Inside, sealed behind tons of rock, Mary and David rested in stone and shadow. The people who'd trusted him to get them to safety, who'd died because his leadership had been built on arrogance instead of wisdom. How far to the next ridge? Evie asked, consulting the map they'd taken from Frank's supplies. Her voice was flat, professional, stripped of emotion. Maybe 6 miles. There's supposed to be a logging road that connects to the highway system. Caleb studied the terrain ahead, noting the steep climbs and exposed sections where they'd be visible to aircraft. We'll be completely exposed for about 2 miles in the middle. And if we see helicopters? We find cover and wait. The tactical planning felt automatic, muscle memory from months of training with Frank. But underneath the competence was a growing certainty that he was leading them both toward failure. They walked in silence for the next hour, covering ground through pine forest that reminded Caleb painfully of Idaho. Of the months he'd spent learning from Frank, becoming someone who could handle whatever the world threw at them. All that training, all that preparation, and he'd still failed the first real test of leadership. Evie stumbled on a root, caught herself without comment. She moved like someone carrying invisible weight, every step an effort. Caleb wanted to ask if she was okay, but the question felt meaningless. None of them were okay. Wouldn't be okay for a long time, if ever. The sound of rotor blades made them both freeze. Caleb grabbed Evie's arm, pulling her toward a cluster of boulders that offered concealment from above. The helicopter was still distant, but getting closer, following what looked like a search pattern. Military, probably. Or militia. In this part of Wyoming, the distinction had become meaningless. They pressed against the rocks as the aircraft passed overhead, close enough that Caleb could see the door gunner scanning the ground below, looking for movement, for signs of the refugees everyone was hunting. The helicopter continued north, toward the route Annie and Dax had taken. They're searching the main path, Caleb whispered, watching the aircraft disappear over the ridge. Annie and Dax. He didn't finish the sentence. Couldn't voice the fear that his sister was flying right into the search pattern, that his decision to split up had sent her into greater danger instead of safety. Evie said nothing, just stared at the sky where the helicopter had vanished. Her silence felt heavier than any accusation. We should keep moving, Caleb said once the rotor sounds faded. Get to the logging road before they circle back. They emerged from cover and continued southwest. But Caleb couldn't shake the feeling that every step was taking him further from where he needed to be. Annie was heading into danger with limited supplies, and a man whose loyalty was still largely untested. She needed her brother, needed someone who could make the tactical decisions that might keep her alive. Instead, she had Dax, a militia deserter with his own baggage, his own reasons for choosing flight over fight. A man who might be exactly what she needed, or might be another person who'd abandon her when things got impossible. Dad taught me to survive anything. The thought came unbidden, carrying with it the weight of 11 months in Idaho, learning to hunt, to track, to read weather patterns and navigate by stars, learning to make hard choices and live with the consequences. Frank had prepared him for every conceivable scenario, except the one that mattered most. How do you survive losing the people you're trying to save? They crested a ridge and paused to survey the valley below. The logging road was visible as a brown scar cut through green forest, empty and overgrown but still passable. Beyond it, mountains stretched toward the horizon, layer upon layer of wilderness that could hide refugees or hunters with equal effectiveness. Somewhere in that vastness, Frank was waiting at his homestead, still believing his children were coming home together, still expecting the family reunion that had been planned before everything went wrong. What are you going to tell him? Evie asked suddenly. It was the first unprompted thing she'd said in hours. When we get there. About Annie, about what happened. Caleb considered the question. How do you explain that the family he'd been sent to rescue had fractured under the weight of impossible choices? That his leadership had failed so completely that his 17-year-old sister had walked away rather than trust him with her life? The truth, I guess. That I wasn't strong enough to keep us together. Evie was quiet for a long moment. I should have told her the truth about her parents. From the beginning. The admission came out flat, matter of fact, not seeking absolution or comfort, just stating a fact she'd been carrying like a stone in her chest. You were trying to protect her. No. Evie started down the slope toward the logging road. I was trying to protect myself from difficult conversations. From watching her face when I told her they were dying. Caleb followed her through the forest, noting how she moved with careful precision, as if one wrong step might cause everything to collapse. Maybe it would. Maybe they were both balanced on the edge of complete breakdown, held together by nothing more than forward motion. They reached the logging road and paused to check for signs of recent traffic. Tire tracks from at least a week ago. Probably local hunters or park service. Nothing recent. Nothing that suggested patrols or surveillance. This way, Caleb said, pointing southwest along the overgrown track. Should connect to Highway 191 in about 15 miles. As they started walking, the silence stretched between them. Not comfortable quiet, but the heavy absence of words neither of them knew how to say. They were two people carrying separate guilt about the same failures, unable to comfort each other because comfort felt like another lie. A distant sound made them both look up. Another helicopter. This one further north, but still audible through the forest canopy. Still searching. Still hunting refugees who'd made the mistake of thinking they could run from a collapsing world. Caleb thought about Annie, somewhere under those rotor blades, probably pressed against rocks or hidden under tree cover, learning the hard way that survival meant constant vigilance, constant fear, constant calculation of odds that kept getting worse. She was 17 years old, should have been worried about prom dresses and college acceptance letters. Instead, she was becoming someone who could make life and death decisions without flinching, who could walk away from family when family became a liability. We should check in with him, Evie said, pulling out the satellite radio they'd salvaged from their supplies. With Frank. Let him know we're still coming. Caleb looked at the radio, thinking about his father waiting at the homestead. Still planning for a family reunion that would never happen. Still believing his children were smart enough, and strong enough to make it home together. What do I tell him? Caleb asked. That I failed? That the family he sent me to save is scattered across Wyoming because I wasn't good enough to hold us together? Evie didn't answer, just handed him the radio and looked away, as if even witnessing his conversation with Frank was more involvement than she could handle. Caleb keyed the radio, adjusting the frequency to Frank's designated channel. Static filled the air for several seconds before he pressed the transmit button. Base station, this is Caleb. Do you copy? The response came immediately, Frank's voice clear and strong despite the distance. Caleb! Thank God. I've been trying to reach you for 2 days. What's your status? For a moment, Caleb couldn't speak, hearing his father's voice, knowing Frank was still waiting, still believing in a reunion that had become impossible. It made the weight of failure almost unbearable. We're alive, he said finally. Making our way north. Should be there in 3 to 4 days if we don't hit complications. We? The question carried so much hope, so much expectation. Frank was waiting for news about Annie, about Mary and David, about the family he'd assumed would arrive together. Me and Evie, Caleb said, the words feeling like confession. The others took a different route. A long pause. When Frank spoke again, his voice was carefully controlled. Copy that. We'll talk details when you get here. What do you need from me? Just keep the light on, Caleb said, borrowing one of Frank's old phrases. We're coming home. But even as he said it, he wondered if home would feel like home when half the family was missing. When the people Frank had sent him to save were either dead or traveling in the opposite direction. Roger that. Radio check every 12 hours. Be careful out there. Copy. See you soon. Caleb turned off the radio and stowed it in his pack. Beside him, Evie was studying the map with the focus of someone who understood that concentrating on immediate problems was the only way to avoid thinking about larger failures. He didn't ask about the others, she observed quietly. He knows. Frank always knows more than he says. Caleb shouldered his pack and started walking southwest along the logging road. He's probably been monitoring radio chatter, tracking news reports. He knows the odds of a group our size staying together were never good. They walked in silence for several miles, each lost in their own thoughts about what waited at the end of their journey. Frank would want explanations, would want to understand how his carefully planned rescue had gone so wrong, would want to know if the son he'd trained for leadership had learned anything from failure. The sun was setting behind them, casting long shadows across the road. Soon they'd need to find shelter, set up a cold camp, try to rest while staying alert for threats that could come from any direction. Somewhere north of them, Annie was doing the same thing, learning to survive in a world that had forgotten mercy, becoming someone who could make impossible choices because the alternative was death. Caleb hoped she was strong enough, hoped Dax was trustworthy enough, hoped they'd both make it to Idaho alive, even if they arrived separately. But hope felt like a luxury he couldn't afford. Like love, it had proven to be weaker than the brutal mathematics of survival. I keep thinking I should have done something different, Evie said suddenly, her voice barely audible. Should have been honest from the beginning. Should have prepared her better. Should have. She trailed off. We all should have done something different, Caleb replied. That's what makes it failure instead of just bad luck. They walked on through the gathering darkness, two people carrying the weight of decisions that couldn't be undone, heading toward a destination that might not feel like salvation when they finally reached it. Dad taught me to survive anything, Caleb thought as they walked toward an uncertain future, except losing the people I was trying to save. Behind them, the mine where Mary and David rested grew smaller and more distant. Ahead, the mountains held their secrets and their dangers in equal measure. And somewhere in between, a broken family continued its journey north, no longer together, no longer whole, but still moving toward whatever remained of home. See what happens next in the Divided Collapse series, in Book 4, The Burn Line. As Caleb and Annie figure out their own way home and realize what really is important. The Burn Line. Some roads end in safety. Others end in choices that burn everything down. They've survived longer than anyone thought possible. After the devastating losses in the Long Divide, Anneliese Morgan and her brother Caleb are finally within reach of the Montana border and their father's fortified homestead. But the road to safety has carved pieces from their souls, and the people they've become barely recognize the family they used to be. Annie is harder now, shaped by choices that would have broken the girl she was. She trusts Dax, the quiet, unreadable man who never promises more than he can deliver. He's steady when everything else shifts like smoke. He's honest when everyone else is lying to survive. And that terrifies her more than any militia or checkpoint ever could. Because trusting someone means they can destroy you. Caleb has finally found his footing with Evie, the girl he left behind, the woman who stayed when everything else fell apart. For the first time since the collapse began, he can imagine a future, something real, something worth the blood and loss it took to get here. Then the radio crackles with a name, a survivor list from the northern camps. His fiancée is alive, the woman he thought he'd buried with the old world, the woman he'd grieved for, moved past, let go. She's out there, waiting, believing he's coming for her. Now Caleb must choose between the love he lost and the love he found, between the man he was and the man he's become, between honor and survival, duty and desire. And Annie must decide if the sister she's become is someone she can live with. When every choice leaves scars and every path leads through fire, some burns go so deep they never heal. Some choices change you so completely, there's no going back to who you were before. The Burn Line is the devastating fourth installment in the Line North series, where love becomes a weapon, hope becomes a burden, and the only way forward is through the flames of who you used to be. Perfect for readers who crave heart with their heartbreak and aren't afraid of stories that leave marks. Also by B.R. Paulson. Digging this book and craving more? Let's kill together. Paulson books have crazy end of the world. Time to find that killer. Stalking chaos that keeps you turning the page long into the night. Survive the pages. Survive Paulson style. Books by B.R. Paulson. 180 Days. And Counting series. Sadie, her mother, and her daughter must figure out a way to survive a viral apocalypse that Katie couldn't stop. As the world falls down around them, the truth behind who they are, what they want, and what they're willing to do to save the ones they love is revealed. Is the truth a reality they want to live with? Start with Out of Time. Worth of Souls series. The world is ending, and Kelly can't escape the loss as one by one her family dies to protect her. When she finds the boy she thought she lost, can Kelly forget everything she's lost, or will her survival rest on what she's willing to do and who she's willing to give up? Cost of Survival will keep you on the edge of your seat. Into the End series. Two sisters face the end of the world as they know it. One may be the cause behind the warfare strategy that takes down the USA. The other does things she's not proud of to save the family she didn't know she wanted. As these sisters face the end, they give up so much of who they are to save the one thing they love more than themselves, each other. Rip through the series with Book 1, Into the End.